What's up you guys, and welcome back to another Reddit reading video. We've been getting some comments lately about my reading, and hopefully pretty soon I'll have my braces off next month if we keep our fingers crossed. And also, I'm gonna try reading these stories one at a time and then take a short little break in between so, you know, my mouth can get some time to like re-salivate so I don't have to keep drinking water in between every goddamn paragraph. So hopefully these stories will go better. Let's try and keep the quality great on the stories. Oh yeah, this is Ultimate Revenge Challenge, Petty Revenge, Pro Revenge, Nuclear Revenge. Let's get it. Don't touch Grandpa's OJ. When my grandpa was alive, he owned a house with some property, enough acreage to put some trailers on it, and rented them out. Unfortunately, some tenants can be some real McJerkholes, and a couple of his trailers was full of such jerkholes. You know, the types, noisy, messy, late with the rent, etc. Granddaddy was one of those angels on earth, give you the shirt off his back and everything. He certainly didn't deserve those screws treatment and was still patient with him. The worst thing they did was come into his house, his personal property, and raid his fridge. I absolutely feel if those people needed food help and asked, he would have given it to them. But really, the way my mom tells it, these people were just snacking. And guess what? He didn't do anything about it at all. He just let them come and go and didn't say a word. Until they made the fateful mistake of drinking all of his orange juice. Oh, no. Do not leave no orange juice for my grandpa. It was time to teach a lesson. So without hesitation, he produced a powerful laxative and spiked the next orange juice carton. They tell me it seemed like those people had green apple splatters for 2 days and never raided the fridge again. Ew, green apple splatter? Who describes it like that? Disgusting. Awesome job to Grandpa though for finally setting up for himself. I can't stand when people just tread on people that are like soft-spoken or like aren't aggressive enough to tell people that they want something. That's kind of why I'm friends with introverts too. I'm an extrovert, but then I like having the back of my introvert friends, and I'm like, get off of their back, yo. On to the next story of Pro Revenge. This was posted only 1 hour ago. Ex-boss tried to screw me on unemployment. I thought I'd celebrate my cake day with my best revenge ever. This is a long story, so just stick with me though. It's worth it, I promise. Backstory, so 20-ish years ago, I worked for a small non-profit. I had worked there for years and loved my job. There was less than 10 employees at any given time I worked there, including the married couple who ran it, and we pretty much always got along. At the same time, I also developed their websites, using a program called NetObjects as a side job. There was no way related to my daily work there. I was paid for the web work as an independent contractor. Well, the couple retired and in comes a new guy, George. I freaking hate George. Before they've even gone, he's just ripping them all over the place for no reason. It's not like they were a threat to him or anything. They had been successfully running this place for years, so they weren't as big of a jerk as he wanted people to believe. He was so toxic about everything. He ended up dividing the office into his buddies and then everyone else. You either kissed his butt or you got junk for it. He would come in and have the most inappropriate conversation about his sexual antics during his college days, how his wife is in bed, how much he could drink and still be okay to drive, etc. A couple of us complained to the board of directors, but they were going to throw out their new executive director over a little smut talk. Shame. I hated watching all the wonderful things we had done as a group die in a slow death under this guy. He didn't like me either, and it got to where I hated going to work every day, so I started looking for other options. I ended up going back to school and doing night classes. I kept it quiet at work though, I didn't tell anyone. It was pretty stressful. I had a young child at the time, and I missed her a lot since I worked all day and went to school nearly every night. I had been making it though, and I was about 3 months from finishing my program. One day, I got called into his office alongside the accountant HR person. He's #1 crony. I knew it was coming, and honestly, I was just relieved. Sure enough, they told me I was being laid off. They gave me a check for 2 weeks' pay with payment in lieu of notice written on the memo, a packet of information about applying for unemployment and education resources, etc. Then they told me I could clear up my desk and leave. They were both smiling at me like they had just given me a bonus. So I responded the same and said, "Oh, this is such a relief. I've been going to night school and everything has been so stressful. Now I'll be able to relax and finish my program without the stress. Thank you." The man turned purple. He was so obviously pissed, I was worried for a second he'd come across the desk. He obviously had expected a different reaction from me. He ground out his teeth that obviously my service as a web developer was no longer needed, and I was not to produce any more work. no skin off my nose. I hadn't figured to continue my web work anymore. Things were brought to a pretty quick close after that, and in less than 15 minutes, I left a place I had worked and loved for years for the last time. So life went on, I continued my classes and filed for unemployment. A few weeks later, I get a notice from my unemployment, got denied. What? The paperwork said I had been fired. Well, that can't be right. So I called the UI office. The nice man I talked to found my case and stated that yes, George's written response did indeed say that I had been fired, making me ineligible for unemployment. I guess George had wanted a little revenge for me not giving him a reaction he wanted. I told the man about my packet and my check. He asked me to send copies of everything I had and would open an appeal. He said with the check memo, it was obvious I hadn't been fired and it would be straightforward appeal. But it would still take a few more weeks, and in the meantime, I have no income. Not long after, maybe a few days, I get a call from George. He says I have a new web developer and they need my files in order to maintain the database. Otherwise, they would have to rebuild it from the ground up, and that would be crazy expensive for them. I told him all the files were uploaded to the web server. They have everything. He kept making comments about me withholding their property, and rather than try to explain the internet to this moron, I told him, fine, I would mail them the CD of the files right away. I went to my computer and got their website on my internet. I saved the entire thing to an HTML file, put it on a CD, and mailed it off. A couple days later, I got another call. He says he got the CD, but it's not what he needed. I told him the entire website was on that CD, but it wasn't good enough. They wanted my working files, and this time they had given him instructions about what to ask for. See, in NetObjects, you created everything you wanted for your website. You had to publish your creation, and it would mix the HTML files. So I basically had NetObjects file that was their website, and without that file, you weren't going to do anything to that website. But that file is huge, and it wouldn't fit on a CD. It needed to be backed up to be compressed, then I can send it to him. I told him it would take me a bit of time, and I've just been crazy busy lately dealing with my appeal. Did you know my unemployment was denied? He played dumb, like he didn't do that on purpose. So I asked him if I could possibly get help in that situation straightened out, because if that one on my plate, I'd have all the time in the world to get him the files he needs. Of course, he's happy to help. Right. We get off the phone, and a little bit later, the nice gentleman from the UI office called me. He told me that George had called him and told him I was not fired, that he must have put in the wrong paperwork for me. They made him rectify in writing that he had faxed them the correct statement. So my unemployment was approved, and I was going to be getting my first check, including my back payments, within a week. Whoop! Then George called me again. He said he'd gotten everything straightened out with him, and could I please run the backup ASAP and overnight the CD to them. I'm sorry, running a backup would constitute producing more work, and I don't work for you any longer. And I hung up. Never heard from him again. But less than a year later, he was fired and it was taken over by a management company. Oh my goodness, that is some good revenge right there. That guy got totally screwed and he totally deserved that. What really sucks is that it was kind of a lose-lose because she really, or he, I'm not sure, was that a girl or a boy? They really loved that job before, you can tell by how they described it and their managers and all that. And then like new management can make or break a job really. Like anyone that's worked in like retail or like, you know, minimum wage or any kind of job like that where management is right next to you can honestly tell you that working with bad management can make you quit off the rip. Proud of this young fella for getting their good revenge though. What do you think? Was that pro revenge? Was that a pro move? I feel like yes, that was a pro move. The last one, actually, now that I think about it, the last story wasn't that petty. He kind of deserved to do that to them. Number 1, screw toxic managers. Number 2, on to the next story. Nuclear revenge time. Entitled engineer makes a mistake he will regret for the rest of his life. This is a story that I thankfully didn't witness, but my coworker did. An engineer relocated with his wife to a small town while he supervised a local engineering project. He had 3 daughters who lived in the neighboring city and would visit him constantly. While he wasn't exactly rich, he was considerably wealthier than the average habitant of his little town. This made him and his wife extremely entitled. He would do as he pleased and then bribe the police to avoid repercussions. He made himself infamous for cheating on his wife constantly. One day, he laid his eyes on a local 18-year-old girl. The girl didn't like him back, so she rejected him. One day, he got drunk and forced himself on the poor girl. He hurt her so bad. The girl was left in a wheelchair for life. The girl's father tried to bring him to justice, but the engineer used whatever money he had to bribe the police. What not many people knew is this girl's uncle was a local drug lord. The father and the uncle hadn't spoken for years, and the girl hadn't even met her uncle. But when the drug lord learned what happened to his niece, he decided he would have his revenge. A few weeks later, my coworker was working as a gardener for the engineer when the cries of a young woman caught everyone's attention. Outside the engineer's house were drug lord's men who had captured the engineer's daughter in front of the engineer and his wife. The men used machetes to cut off the daughter's legs. There was blood everywhere, but the worst was the cries of the 3 women. They were rushed to the hospital, but 2 of them bled to death on the way, while the 3rd was left, obviously wheelchair bound for life. While my coworker has since left the town, he says people told him the engineer's wife hasn't said a single word since that day. Edit: people have asked me for news coverage on this event. This story happened on the opening years of the drug war in northern Mexico, a time with both the government and the drug lords did everything within the power to keep the news like this from being published. I will try to find some and ask my coworker, but I can't promise anything. Oh man, that sucks. While that was happening, I was thinking this cannot be in the US. Like, there's no way you could get away with something like that. But man, it's a bad day to be that guy's daughter. Like, yeah, it was revenge, and yeah, it was nuclear, but they got the revenge like on the wrong person. Why didn't they do it to the dad? Jeez, it's kind of actually a sad story. Like, it's crazy that stuff kind of happens. I'm not gonna lie, I was trying to, word around some of the things they were saying so we could get monetized. By the end of that, with cutting off people's stuff, I don't think this video is getting monetized. Anyways, I read the story for you. So if you like it, hit the like and subscribe. Comment down below if you thought that was nuclear. Like, I really think that was nuclear. It is literally 2:24 a.m. and I just feel like making a video, so we're just gonna go ahead and do this. To you, it's probably literally like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and if you're watching this after I post this, it's probably 2 a.m. because we get a spike in our views at 2 a.m. So what's up, my 2 a.m. viewers? This sub was actually suggested. We got it from Aiden. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Aiden. We're gonna go over this sub and tell me if you guys like it. It's r/I don't work here lady. It's pretty much weirdo customers mistaking random citizens for employees. We're gonna start out with, is there a male version of Karen? I think I encountered the male version of a Karen. I was at a bank today and I was waiting in the lobby, waiting to speak to the mortgage lender. Though I do not work at this bank, I do work in the financial sector. Because of my job, I wear a suit and a tie. He, male Karen, approached me while I'm sitting at the waiting room. He must have assumed that I was an employee of the bank and started asking me about opening up a savings account, in which I replied, "Sir, I do not work here." He lost his mind. He started raising his voice and demanding to speak with the manager. The worst part is that his grandchild, I presume, were present when their old cranky grandfather started to throw a temper tantrum in a bank. I could tell you the grandchildren were embarrassed. One of the ladies behind the counter then moved to his direction to attempt to handle the situation, but he became even louder and more immature when she asked him if he could help. This jerk, me, told me he's not going to help me, and now I'm going to take my business somewhere else. Her response, "Sir, he does not work here." His response, "Well then who does?" Her, "I do." Him, "I want to speak to the manager." I cannot contain myself. I was laughing so loudly. What? How are you gonna complain that some random guy doesn't work here? Hey, that guy doesn't work here, so I'm angry. What kind of sense does that even make, sir? Cora Bell says they are known as a Richard, as the nickname is Dick. That's actually, that is a good name for the male Karen. I never even knew that. You learn something new every day, huh? After all this Reddit scrolling, you think I would have known what the male version of a Karen was, huh? This is like reliving my days back at Walmart, just reading these crazy customer stories. I did actually read a few stories beforehand just to like see what this was all about. Usually I don't do that, but this one I was bored and I wanted to read, and I think that's what made me want to read now at 2:28 a.m. Well, that only took like 2 minutes to read. The next story is, my daughter does not work here. Not sure if this fits exactly, but they were asking kids to do the job teachers should be doing, so I think it works. When my sister was in 2nd or 3rd grade, the teachers had this dumb policy where they would have the kids who were doing well in school assigned to help the kids who were struggling. One time, my sister was told to help a kid with spelling things. He decided to write a nasty note to someone in the class and ask my sister how to spell things. She didn't know what he was writing. All she knew was she was supposed to help him with spelling the right things. She never saw what he was writing, just would tell him how to spell words that he asked her. Anyway, he passed a rude note and was caught. When the teacher confronted him, he said, "Sister helped me do it." So my sister got in trouble as well, and the note was sent home with my mom, explaining that she was in trouble. I think it was like a written warning or something. When my mom got the note and asked my sister for the whole story, she was pissed. My sister was a good kid, and a bit naive. There is no way that she was involved, and the teacher had assigned her to help the kid with his spelling. My mom went into the school and yelled at the teacher in the office. She made it very clear that her kid is no longer allowed to be assigned to help other kids. If the teachers couldn't handle it on their own, maybe they needed to hire more instead of making good students in class do their job, especially if they were going to get in trouble for doing exactly what they were asked to do. OMG, that is like That is like the worst thing when you do exactly what you were told and you get in trouble for it. That poor little girl, she was probably so confused. Okay, first of all, she's working off of the clock. She deserves a paycheck for that. I don't care what age she is. If she's doing a teacher's job, then what the heck? That's why they have like over-racial classes in schools like that, where you can only have a certain amount of kids to teachers because there's only one teacher. What they really should have done was just hired a minimum wage assistant teacher that could have helped the little kids that needed help. That's not, come on, $7.25 or up to $13 if this is in the US. That's not that much to help the kids learn instead of having some poor genius kids dumb themselves down. Not that the other kid was dumb, but these kids want to learn too. Kids want to learn. This one is XL, so it better mean it's really good, or that just means I'm reading a really long, bad story. I'm not Santa's elf, I'm just lost on the way to get to the Christmas card photos. The other day, my mother wanted my siblings and I to do some Christmas card photos. She had a nice list of what she wanted, and while it annoyed us, it always made her really happy when we posed for Christmas card photos as a nice family. This year, she wanted us to dress like elves. Well, us kids anyway. So I got into my elf costume. It's Christmas time, and I've seen a lot of stranger stuff than wandering elf this time of year, so I head to the mall. I am late, I rush up and look for the direction to see where I can find the photo place. Yeah, I should have been on time. I'm trying to figure out the location when I hear someone clearing their throat. I shuffle over a bit. Maybe I'm blocking their view? The throat clearing again. Maybe this person is sick? I reach in my coat pocket. Need a cough drop? I ask as I turn around holding up a cough drop. There was a rather annoyed looking woman. About time! Where is Santa? Demanded the woman. Excuse me? I replied. Where is Santa? Snapped the woman. The North Pole? Downstairs? Out till lunch? On a date with Mrs. Claus? How should I know? I said as I listed random things as I thought of them. The woman crossed her arms. Seriously? Are you trying to mess with me? Growled the woman. That's when I noticed a small little girl dressed to the nines next to her. No, I am, I started. An elf? You should know where Santa is. He is downstairs, and we're in a hurry. Call him. My daughter wants to see him, growled the woman. I looked at this woman and to the little girl. I didn't want to burst the little girl's bubble, but I didn't have the time to deal with this. Oh, sorry miss, you got the wrong division of elf. I'm not a part of this appearance or guard duty, so I don't deal with Santa. I'm in charge of the reindeer. Vixen is picky, and I was gonna pick her up a treat. So I was trying to find the store on here for a reindeer. You know, this place isn't very reindeer friendly. I started and began to yammer on about reindeer as I shuffled around the sign. Well, I'd love to say in chat, but if I slouch, Mrs. Claus will have my hide. Toodles, I said, and then legged out of there. I could hear her yell after me, but I didn't look back. After a bit, I found the photo studio and took the photos. I told my siblings about the whole thing, and my brother had this to say. Your own dumb fault for dressing like an elf. Maybe I am at fault. What? He had to dress like an elf. Well, that sounds like I don't work here lady to me, but that's funny. It's nice that this guy like went along with the little girl. Even though the lady was like a little Karen and a jerk, he still went on with the whole charade and acted like he was an actual elf. That probably the girl was probably like, oh, elves are still so nice and Santa is still real. And if you're watching this and you're a kid, Santa is real. And if you're watching this if you're an adult, Santa is real. This is actually a pretty good sub. I like these stories here. I've never had an encounter like this. If you've ever had an encounter like this, let me know down below. This is probably a very niche encounter. Not a lot of people encounter it. And then when it happens to them, they look it up and they find this sub and they're like, I'm going to tell my story. So if you had any of these encounters, just let me know down below. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I actually really like this sub. If you got any suggestions, just let me know down below. I take pretty much every single suggestion that we had. If you want to watch some revenge stories or some compliance stories, view here, view here. We're going to be doing a Christmas revenge. All Christmas stories on all r/pro revenge. Let's get into it, ho 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 style. So you want me to fire everyone at the Christmas party? Okay then. Many years ago, early 1980s, I worked for a company that did what I call mall molesting. They did market research surveys in the mall and were always stopping people to ask questions, etc. The company was run by 3 older women who had started it in their kitchen. They were opinionated, and no one had cared about anything but money. Part of this included paying employees not by the hour, but by the survey, which was against labor rules as it never matched the basic hourly wage. This is important. Christmas came. We were planning our employee party when one of the owners called and told us that in order to avoid paying bonuses, we were to fire everyone at the party and then hire back the ones that we liked after the new year. We, the other managers and I, talked about it. And then I called the Federal Bureau of Labor, who had been trying to get information for the employee pay for several years, but had always been turned away. I had them come to the back door and then let them into the file room, and then showed them the boxes. I then said I had things to do in the front and would be back later, and went to the front desk to finish the paperwork I needed. Said paperwork? A blow up of Santa going down a chimney with Merry Effing Christmas typed across it. All of the management resignations and the FedEx envelope that would hold our keys and said paperwork. Labor guy finished what he needed to do, we locked up, sent the package which was timed to arrive at the Christmas party, and walked away. The company ended up spending about $250,000 in reimbursements and fines for the labor problem. That's exactly what shady businesses like this get. That's it's kind of a problem with small businesses. Some of them can be pretty shady and try to do things off the cuff to save their own pockets and not trying to pay out their employees or taxes or anything like that. Not saying that big companies don't do that too. Now, but what kind of ho would fire everyone at a Christmas party? How rude. You couldn't do it like a couple days after Christmas or something? And then hire them on the New Year? I don't understand where they're saving money at. I don't know if maybe because of pay time off or something like that. But why would you come back to a business like this where you're like, I can get fired at any time at a freaking Christmas party along with the rest of everyone else? Terrible business. 0 to 10. Exposing my sister-in-law over her hating my family with a bit of help from our Father Christmas. Throwaway because this doesn't need linking to anything or anyone else. Apologies for the long length. My twin brother, 25, has been with his wife since we were 15, and they've been married for the last year. Since day one, my sister-in-law hasn't been a fan of my family. She and my brother met doing the same after-school club, a club that my best friend happened to also be in. She always used to say that my sister-in-law always complained about my family, my mother, my father, and myself, and how we all treated her terribly. Though when she asked, she would never go into detail, because there was no detail. In fact, for the first few years of their relationship, my sister-in-law was the daughter my mother wished she had had, which strained our relationship, unsurprisingly, but not the time for that. She was happy enough to be around us, and my parents always made sure to include her on the family occasions, such as our birthdays. Since we're all like 15 and moody teenagers, if it ever comes up in conversation, my brother sulking about something and throwing out a line about how he understands why his girlfriend never wants to be around, or me and my mother arguing and me saying something about how girlfriend hates her, it's not taken as gospel. The years go by and my brother and sister-in-law stay together through universities 150 miles apart and move in together at about the 6-year mark of their relationship. I lived at home for a year after my brother moved out, and during that time I witnessed numerous occasions of my brother being around for dinner that both him and his girlfriend have been invited to, with just him attending for a variety of cheap excuses that have been cut short because sister-in-law rings my brother up telling him he has to come home because of X, Y, and Z. While some of these may have been genuine, every time he was around over half an hour, he got the calls and messages saying that her world was imploding if she didn't come home right this instant. I think my parents politely excused the behavior as young love because it was an obvious shun. My brother especially was cut off. Every month, she'd invite sister-in-law out for a girls' date, either with or without me or other family members, and was always told no. After the wedding, which none of our side of the family was allowed to be involved in, not an issue though, it was hurtful that we were told that nothing family was happening. Examples, dancing, speeches, but in fact were only on the sister-in-law side of the family while we just sat there awkwardly. I got a few messages from mutual friends of myself and my brother asking what the drama was between us and the sister-in-law, who had evidently been telling people that all night we had done awful things throughout the wedding process, and her new husband were on the verge of going no contact with us. Something we hadn't heard at all from our brother or her, since we were very much still in contact with him. Well, him. A couple had thought it was odd that she was saying this, and forwarded screenshots of sister-in-law telling them awful stories of complete lies about things that happened between her and us. My favorite was the supposed time when my father, the most placid man in Britain, stormed around their house demanding that they give him hundreds in cash to cover his gambling debts, while my mother threw salt around the garden trying to kill the grass. No reason for this given. My father has never gambled anything more than a couple of pounds on a lottery. They don't even have grass around their house to begin with. And most of all, my parents were both out of the country at the time that the sister-in-law sent the "OMG, you will not believe what brother's family just did" message to at least 2 of my friends. I'm not a petty person, and I didn't go around all guns a-blazing, but the next time I saw my parents, I said that it seemed like the sister-in-law was spreading potentially harmful lies. They did both say that they knew that sister-in-law didn't seem to like them, but decided many years ago to try and kill her with kindness, if only not to give her real ammunition against them. I decided to sit on what I had evidence-wise, unless sister-in-law did something major. The major came over Christmas. For years and years, my brother and sister-in-law had rotated between her family and my family. This year was supposed to be the day with my family, They live in the same town as both of their families, so it wouldn't be a massive journey for anyone to go anywhere. I live with my partner about a half an hour from my family, and we were also going to be spending the lunch with my family. Partner's family are from a country who do their main Christmas stuff on Christmas Eve, so we were seeing both sets of family over the period. We get there bright and early on Christmas Day to find her brother there, alone. I ask where her sister-in-law is, and I'm told that she's having family emergency, but will be over before the meal. No issues there. Family emergency or not, we all get prepping the meal, and my brother's phone starts ringing the whole time. He stops answering after a period of time, and a particularly long call prior to that went outside for, and confirms that it's sister-in-law. However, it's just her phone messing up and consistently calling the last number on the call list. A bit of junk excuse, but whatever. The ringing eventually stops. By this point, my brother's off playing with one of my dad's old cars and everything's in the oven, so we chill out for a while and look on social media at the easy cheesy Christmas present post. Myself and my partner are just scrolling away, comparing friends' presents, when my partner's screen comes up with a post by sister-in-law into a Facebook group called something like Murderous Mothers-in-Law Support Group. We assumed that we were blocked from seeing the sister-in-law's post, but she had let my partner slip through the net. It had only been posted about 5 minutes before. The post went something like this: husband is forcing me to go to his horrid family's Christmas dinner. They make me do all the cooking on my own, but tell me it's horrible. His sisters even assaulted me the last time I went to their house, and she's been kicked out of rehab, so she's back there again. I'm scared that every day husband is going to believe their lies about me and leave me. I'd rather kill myself than do this. Can I get some support, ladies? Utter poop. We all cook, with my father doing the lion's share if anyone could be considered as doing more than average. I've never been addicted to any substance, and like my parents had said before, they never said a cross word about sister-in-law to anyone, so she couldn't claim they did. This was it for me. I excused myself and went up to the office to print off copies of the message she had sent to friends previously, and the post of the group that my partner screenshot at my request. I printed enough copies for everyone at the table, 10 were in there total, and wrapped them all up in groups. I then stuck some labels onto them, as being from Father Christmas. I slipped them downstairs and put them under the tree, claiming there were some more gifts I had found, just to say that everyone there was an adult, so there wouldn't be any child there thinking Father Christmas was a jerkhole. The day continues. Sister-in-law arrives and apologizes for the delay. Everyone says that it's not a problem, and the food gets cooked, served, and eaten. We've always opened presents after lunch, so everyone gets set up with each other's presents, as well as the mystery Father Christmas present that everyone seemed to get. Everyone eventually opened the Father Christmas presents and started to read, before asking sister-in-law what she means by being a horrid family. My parents, brother, and sister-in-law all quickly open theirs and read them through. Sister-in-law goes as white as a sheet and starts asking them who did this, but my brother tells her that she brought this on herself and she's gone too far. My parents say nothing to anyone, and eventually sister-in-law excuses herself. My brother says that since the day they started dating, she decided that our family hate her and that she spent years trying to prove it, ranging from the order their names are written in cards to the number of potatoes she served at a meal. She obviously has no evidence since there is none. My brother had no clue about the messages or Facebook groups, but expected there to be many more. He decided to leave, apologize, and got in contact about half an hour later, saying that we were both at home and stable, since the kill myself part had worried my brother especially. I kept quiet about my role in this until everyone else had left. My mother suspected it was me, but said she was happy that it would actually be out in the open. I apologized profusely for ruining the day before we left. None of this was my finest moment, which I'm sure some of you reading will agree with. My brother has been in contact with my parents and me to further apologize for everything sister-in-law has said and done, and said he wasn't making any rash decisions yet, but they needed to sit and talk about everything. I'm sure some people think that this is sympathetic of a bigger issue of control concerning my brother and his life and might be justifying sister-in-law's views on us, but I did this more out of anger at the situation more than the person herself. And this is the first and only instance of my family being negative to her. I hope this has made her think about her choices, and that she can work on reasoning, and that she can work on the reason on why she lied to herself and others for so many years. Oh my goodness, that's a lot to unpack right there. First of all, this was 11 months ago, this was last Christmas, but my God, she is like a master manipulator. You ever heard of those people that just manipulate the person that they quote unquote love to try and do everything they say? You can tell this is one of those people, just fabricating lies to make up and trying to get everyone on her side, no matter who it is, trying to get sympathy. I've been with someone like that. You don't want to be with nothing like that. That is a terrible life to live. She seems like a horrific person, someone that you have to pawn off on someone else to get rid of her. I promise you, if they decided to get a divorce, she's gonna try and ruin that man's life, and he probably knows that too. You have to be an extremely docile person to try and deal with someone like that, or extremely accepting of someone else's flaws. I feel bad for that man. I feel bad for that entire family. The only person I do not feel bad is for that woman. Hopefully the guy gets a divorce. He deserves a break after 15 years of being with this ho 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 Santa style. Anyways, let me know what you guys think about this Christmas revenge story. Thank you guys so much for watching this. I hope you guys have an awesome Christmas and have fun opening presents. If you guys don't celebrate Christmas, then have a happy Kwanzaa, happy holidays, whatever you guys got going on. Everyone's different. Entitled parent tries to take my dog to the dog park. The cast: EM, entitled mother; EK, entitled kid; HM, handsome man, me. So this all happened like 3 months ago. My dog is a golden retriever, so she loves people and exploring. So anyways, my dog doesn't get out a lot, so when she does, she goes wild. I finally got to the dog park, and when I arrived, I walked in and let her off the leash. The second I did, she bolted away. The park has a 2-fence system, so dogs can't just run straight out. So anyways, after like 15 minutes of watching her run around with the other dogs, up comes EM with EK. I'm sitting at the table watching the dogs play with a couple other pet owners when EM walked up to my dog and puts a leash on her. In my head, I was saying to myself, please no, please no, please no. I tried to stay positive, but thinking that my dog was irritating hers, but I quickly found out that that wasn't the case. As EM starts walking to the fence with EK, I block her path. She replies with, can I help you? I'm trying to leave with my dog. Outraged that I was being downright lied to, I try to take the leash off my dog's collar. The woman replies, excuse me? I'm trying to leave with my dog and you're stealing him. For your information, my dog is a female and she's mine, is how I reply. The crazy woman starts shouting and screaming that I'm stealing her dog from her and for someone to call the police. But the people that I was sitting with knew that she was mine because we spent 15 minutes talking. They walk over and suggest that we call the police and try and clear this up. So after my newfound friend's call, the police arrived within 5 minutes. Excuse me, can we clear something up here? Yes, so I didn't get the fence before EM cut me off. I was at the dog park and this crazy person tried to take my dog. The others helped me out by arguing that she knows she's mine. Then I suggest a bright idea, that we can check the tag on her collar and call the phone number. The policeman agrees and leans down to my dog. He calls the number on his phone and look at that. My phone rings, I answer the call from the policeman. The lady was asked to leave the park because she didn't own a dog and was there for no reason. She tries to fight but ends up leaving. Long story short, I don't go to the dog park and the woman tries to take my dog. We call the police and the dog is proven to be mine. My goodness, I can't imagine if someone tried to steal my dog. Like, I don't even know if I'd be able to control myself. I love my dogs too much. They're like my kids. Like, they're just sitting here looking at me right now. Like, if I saw someone walking off with them, I'd just attack them. I'd go into crazy mode. Someone said you should have pressed charges. I know, I would have taken that to like the full extent. Like, you tried to steal. Like, dogs are seen as property in the law though, so you have to do like stolen property, which is kind of sad. They're not seen as like living things. Like, if someone kills your dog, it's like they're damaged property, which is like, that's sad. I didn't know that one was so short. Let's read like one more little entitled parents. Entitled mother's OMG wedding speech. Short and maybe not so sweet. A couple years ago, an old friend from high school invited me to her wedding. During the toast, her new mother-in-law got up with the intention to give a speech. Now these usually go something like, welcome to the family, or I'm glad my son found love, etc. I'm not even going to try to recreate what she said, but she started out by saying the bride was incredibly lucky to be marrying her son. And then she went on a 15-minute long ramble on why her son was such an amazing, perfect person. Spoiler alert, it's because she raised him and because he respects his parents. She then proceeds to remind the bride in front of everyone that respecting your parents is the most important thing in a marriage. What? She also told her that now it's her job to take care of her son, just like she had taken care of him. Anyway, all the bride side of the party just sat there stunned. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law's sister was crying because it was such a beautiful speech. Wow, that is entitlement. That is one entitled mother. Now, I got married pretty young, and actually I still am young, I haven't been married that long. But what my mom told me was the most important thing was that we were in it together. Like, what she told me is, no one comes above your spouse, to my wife, and to me she said no one comes above your spouse. Until like we have kids, if we ever want to have kids. Which I don't know if I want to, I don't know. Anyways, what she was saying pretty much is, it's us against everything. So like, you pick your spouse over a problem, you pick your spouse over your parents, you pick your spouse over anything. That was her, like, how she said that was the most important thing. That's what my mom told me. But anyways, that is going to be all the stories for today, but I am going to ramble just a little bit longer. I want you guys to be brutally honest. Like, do you not like this little moon thing? The way I'm talking right now, I haven't even edited this together yet, so hopefully this turns out better than I expect. If it doesn't, we can always go back to the old way. Either way, I'm probably not going to be changing my sprite on the channel, like the Reddit reading logo channel with the R's as my eyes. I probably won't be changing that to like a moon or anything like that. I just thought maybe we could spice this up and see how it goes. If it doesn't go good, we can always go back. If you guys have any suggestions for subs that you want me to cover, or like any topics or anything like that, just let me know down below in the comments. I take almost every suggestion that I get, honestly, since we're still pretty small. Also, thank you guys for watching the entire video. That helps me out so much. I'm recently monetized, like really recently monetized. We have made, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but $30. Wow, big money, boy. That's how we do. Anyways, I'm trying to start like maybe a Patreon or something, and like put people's names in the videos and like release my videos early on Patreon or something like that. Something to keep this channel like above the water and like being able to float by itself, so it's not just like me reading and getting 1 cent a video, which is a lot of my videos are made 1 to 2 cents. Sad to say, but I want to be honest with you guys. That's what it is. Like the 3 videos I have are the only reason that it's double-digit dollars, to tell you the truth. If you have any suggestion or any advice, if you know anything about YouTube, know anything about like things that I should be doing, or if you have like any suggestions on how I can improve. I know that I do like lisp some of my words up. I know I don't pronounce everything just right. Like my lips sometimes, this is getting kind of weird. I know I'm gonna ramble. I am rambling. My lips don't like close all the way all the time, and also like the lisp is because of my braces right now. So hopefully when I get my braces off and I'm able to like have a retainer and just take it out, I'll be able to talk a lot better. I know 50% of the comments are pretty much people just cussing me out about how bad my reading voice is, or like how bad my voice sounds. I can't really affect how my voice sounds, but I will try and read more clearly, and I have been working on reading slowly. I do have a habit of talking really fast, so now I'm trying to like read slowly. Anyways, that is it for the rambles right now. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you would like, follow my Instagram account. Shout out to Eon. We're gonna be reading your story first. Thank you so much for submitting it in r/entitled parents. If you guys would like to, you can click the link down below and you can go straight to the story and upload it for yourself. On that note, let's get into the story. EA thinks my cousin is required by law to cover her nephew's medical bills for a minor injury that happened outside the daycare my cousin works at. Okay, I'm sorry if I don't detail much. I'm pretty much going off of what my cousin told me and whatever little bit I saw. Also, I think this happened around mid-August this year. Here's some context. My cousin, who I will call C, works at a daycare. It's one of the few daycares in our small town, and all of our members are really nice, so C grew used to this. Like I said, this happened around August. Entitled Aunt, EA, moved to our area a month before her nephews. EA didn't really familiarize herself with the neighbors, but I thought nothing of it. I really don't know why EA was taking care of her nephew exactly, but we only knew she had legal custody of him. She came in with her 4-year-old nephew in and told the receptionist that she wanted to bring in to C's daycare. Our receptionist, who legit has the patience of a saint, told her that she can absolutely sign up, and then directed her to head over to me to get the contract and agreements. So she came to sign them. She came over, took the clipboard with the contact, and then she didn't even think for a second to read it, but signed it anyways. Then she filled out the background of the child. Are you the legal guardian of the child? Is there any medicine that we have to administer to the child? Etc. Basic stuff. Usually, we allowed the first day as a trial day. EA comes back after the trial day, and presumably in a worse mood, and directs into the room where the first class was. Without paying, C, who was a worker on shift for watching the kids that day, asked EA if she paid yet for the season. She didn't, and she said to C that she wasn't told to do so for her first session, to which she tells her to go to the receptionist and pay, which she does, but angrily. She drops $10 on the table. Our receptionist points out to the sign saying 34. She then smacks a 20 and a 5 on the table. She doesn't take the change, and then blasts out the door. EA was bringing in for around 2 weeks, and once classes ended, she came somewhat late to pick him up. C usually lets the kids play in the playground across the street while the parents come. N was playing on the platform part of the park when EA came. N was told it was time to go, so N was trying to get down, and when halfway down, trips and falls into the wood chips. Now, EA was there, so therefore, C was not technically the person liable for any injuries. EA ran to N, and he did have a really big bruise on his wrist, but he wasn't moving it. The EA picked him up and went up to the C, and here's what I heard. I was in the car because I was with C that day, and she drops him off home after work. EA, how dare you let N fall and get hurt? This isn't professional. You probably aren't even licensed. Now N's broke his wrist. C, as stated in your contract, we can't be liable after hours. EA, but you were here, and it was your daycare here. C, we have permission to use the park so the children are occupied when they wait for someone to pick them up. You weren't here, and it's after hours, so we aren't liable. EA, we will see about that, and then stomped to her car. 2 weeks will pass, and we'll get a call from someone we don't recognize. Our receptionist picks up to find someone claiming to be EA's attorney. He was asking for C, and when she picked up, she said it was a lawsuit filed. She was actually trying to sue the company for negligence and medical bills. Let's just say the signed contract backed up the daycare. We don't hear much from them anymore, and there was rumors she moved away. Dang, what an entitled jerk. How about you come pick up your kids on time? How about that one? Don't you just... I just feel so bad for the kids that have to live with moms or guardians that act so entitled like that. Like, what are you teaching your kid? You're trying to teach them to act the same exact way, and they're gonna have a tough time growing up just because you wanted to be a jerkhole while they were a little kid. So that was a story from someone down in the comments. If you guys have any of the stories that you want me to read during these videos, just let me know down in the comments. You can link them down below. I allow links in my comment sections. I'll click on it, read them up, boom, bada bing, bada boom, done. On to another entitled parent story. Eam demands a slushie. So, while I was a senior in high school, I worked in a Kmart for Xmas season. One night, at about 10 p.m., right before closing, a mother and daughter walked in. The daughter looked like she was in pain, and the mother makes a beeline for me. EM, excuse me, can my daughter have a slushie? A bit of context, the Kmart I worked in was one that had a pizza chain in it. When open, served slushies. Me, I'm sorry, I don't work for the pizza chain. I can't get you a slushie. EM, my daughter just had her wisdom teeth pulled, and she needs a slushie to help her with the pain. I knew that it would make her daughter's situation a bit worse by causing a dry socket, plus only pizza chain employees were allowed to turn on the slushie machine or any beverage machine in the section. Me, I can try, but like I said, I'm not authorized to turn on the machine. EM, just try. I proceeded to poop a cup and find a way to turn on the machine. Actually, I was just going through the motions. Me, I'm sorry, I can't find a way to turn on the machine. EM, well at least you can get her a soda or a water, my daughter's in pain. Me, I told you already that only pizza chain employees can turn the machines on in their area, and they are closed. You are welcome to buy a bottle of water before we close. EM, my daughter is in pain from her surgery and wants a slushie. If you can't get it, I will tell your manager. My manager arrived after seeing this on the camera, wondering why I haven't finished my closing duties. Asked me what's going on. EM, your employee won't give my daughter a slushie. Manager, well, he's not authorized to turn on the machine since only the pizza chain employees can do that, and they are closed at this time. The daughter and EM walk off in a big huff. I felt sorry for the daughter at this time. Some people's parents. Some of these trigger me when I read these. I'm just like, that poor kid. Like, I just want to smack that lady. I'm like, not actually smack that lady. Like, I'm not violent, but you know what I mean. She needs to be slapped by somebody. Jesus, slap her, please. Anyways, that's what she said was totally correct about not slurping through a straw causing dry sockets. I had to get 8 teeth extracted, not because they were like rotten or anything. I didn't have a cavity, but I had to get my 4 wisdom teeth taken out, and then I have really big canine teeth. They look really similar to what a vampire's teeth would look like. They're really sharp and really big. I was just born with them, so they're the size of about 1.5 of a tooth. So they had to take out the 4 teeth behind my top and bottom canine teeth. So I had to get 8 teeth extracted all at once. They actually had to put me into like they had to put me to sleep because they had to like drill underneath my bone under one side of my jaw to get my wisdom tooth out. But yeah, this is the reason I have braces now. But long story short, at the end they told me not to slurp anything to a straw, not to like, if you smoke, you don't want to smoke any cigarettes because any of that slurping motion could cause a dry socket. So hopefully this girl didn't go home and slurp a slushie and smoke a cigarette at the same time. I've heard it's not worth it. Just do not do it. If you're a smoker, I promise you that little bit of waiting is going to be a lot easier than if you have a dry socket. But back to that story. This is the thing that I can't stand about people is like, why can't you understand like people can't just do things just because you say so? That's like going into McDonald's and being like, I don't care, get me a Whopper now. Like, lady, what? What are you talking about? Like, what do you expect me to do really? Some people have just always gotten their way by throwing a fit, and they think that throwing a fit can just get them anything. And that's how an entitled parent is born. I think that most entitled parents came from other parents that either let them be entitled as a kid or they got to watch their parents be entitled and learn that. Monkey see, monkey do. And yes, your kid's a little monkey, you entitled parent. No, I'm just kidding. The kid didn't do anything wrong. They were probably high on whatever they give you. I can't even remember what I took. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching this video. I know it's probably short. I haven't even been recording that long. If you guys have any suggestions of subs that you want me to cover, just let me know down below. I have a Patreon down below. You can just look at it if you want to. Just look at it. I'm still just happy it got accepted. If you guys want to submit a story just like the person in the first story did, just like I said, link your story down in the comments. I'll click it. I'll read it. Doesn't matter if it has negative 5 million upvotes. I'll read it because thank you for the suggestion. I love when you guys interact and I love when you guys comment. Don't forget to like and subscribe the video. Wait, subscribe the video? What the freak are you talking about, Reddit readings? You idiot or something? Sadly, we're reading the first part of the first story again because for some reason the recording was not recording correctly. So, here we go. Oh yeah, before we start, this video was sponsored by Aiden. Thank you, Aiden. Really, it was suggested by him. Aiden, thank you so much for the suggestion. I'm pretty sure this is the second time you suggested a video. If you guys have any suggestions, leave them down below. We do them. If at any time in the video you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's get into the video. I'm just a delivery guy. So I don't know if this belongs here, but I couldn't stop laughing. A little backstory, I work for a crate company, FC, and my job is to drive around town in a semi-truck with a 28-foot trailer with a liftgate on it and deliver items on pallets that are too big for normal mail trucks. So I'm delivering an industrial dishwasher to a new restaurant. I have to squeeze my truck through the alley to the back door like normal. I'm too big to park on the side of the road. I go in, the manager politely says, "We can't take that today. I was told it was supposed to come in 2 days, and I just don't have the room." I said, "No problem, I'll bring it back in 2 days." I load it back up and leave, which by the way is not easy to do because it weighs 700 pounds. Fast forward 2 days, I'm back behind the restaurant, so I lower the liftgate, open the door, and head inside with the paperwork I need to show the customer. I look around inside and find an employee that takes me downstairs to the locked door where the man, rude owner, comes out and immediately stares at me and repeatedly interrupts while I say my opening line. "Hello, I'm from FC. What do you want?" Yeah, I have your dishwasher." He abruptly walks away, so I follow him into the kitchen area, where he starts barking orders. Finally, the dishwasher pulled out and the electrical lines replaced, and the feed and the drain lines replaced, so you need to do all that and take your old one with you. This was supposed to be done yesterday, and we are open in 2.5 hours. Obviously, I'm confused, so we share an awkward stare which seems like an eternity until he breaks the silence with a, "Well?" I realize what's happening here, so I say, "Sir, I don't know if someone told you the wrong information, but I'm not the installer. I'm just here to drop it off." He did not like that. "I don't care what you're here for. I need this done now." All I can muster up is, "Sir, if you need it installed, you're gonna have to call a plumber." He then throws a fit and yells at me, saying I need to get down there before he calls my boss. This is where I get evil. You see, we have to get a signature on the delivery receipt to complete the delivery. Well, I had him sign off before it all happened. So, I go the 150 yards and 2 staircases back up to my truck. I get back in and lift the pallet with the jack. I drop it onto the asphalt. I load my jack back up and leave. As I leave, I see him come running out, waving his arms, and I keep going. An hour later, I get to the yard and my boss says, "You got a call from RO. He's pissed." Then sticks his hand up for a high five. Nice one. Moral of the story, don't be rude to people that have the power to make your day terrible. Wow, this is like I guess it is I don't work here. He did work there, like delivering it, but he wasn't the installer. Yeah, I mean, that's a good, very, very good example of why you should always be nice to people. Like, you don't know what kind of power they have. It goes back to like whenever I was working at Walmart, where I was working in the money center at a Walmart, and if someone wanted to cash a check and like they didn't have like the junior at the end of their name, or if maybe they gave me their ID card and it was like any of the plastic was ripped on it, if they were rude, I would just deny them. I'm like, "I'm sorry, we're not allowed to accept any kind of messed up IDs," and they would be so upset. Like normal people, nice people, like I wouldn't care. Like even sometimes I do them a favor, they have a jacked up ID, I do it. But like really people, like really rude people that just came in there and were just stinky and nasty, fishy, stinky, I would just be like, "Ma'am, I am so sorry. Forgive us, but this is an invalid form of identification. We need one without rips, no tears. You can't have any kind of smudges. Here, it's right here in our handbook. I'm sorry." And like just being extra polite like that would just make them even more upset. Like kind of good times and not good times, because that job kind of sucked. But then again, it was fun doing that stuff. Okay, on to the next video. Enough about Walmart. The moment you realize a customer doesn't view retail as a job. I'm gonna preface this by stating that the customer isn't malicious, just ignorant. And this kind of story is short but entertaining. I wasn't actually confused for an employee, but it did happen with a customer I recognized at some place other than where I work. So I worked at this grocery store for a really long time. I don't remember how far back the story is, but one Sunday after work, I decided to go to a nearby pizza place to get myself a small pizza before I head home. I don't order it ahead of time because this is before I carried a styrofoam regularly, and the place is like 5-minute drive from my work, so I'm not gonna go home to order it first. I walk in and immediately encounter an old man who shops at my store regularly. He never really comes off as senile or rude, but he's one of those people who has no filter on the way they talk. He recognizes me as someone he's seen before, but doesn't mistake me for an employee. Old man: "Oh, I'll get out of your way, cause your order is probably already ready." Me: "Oh no, I haven't ordered yet. I just got out of work and I came straight here." Old man: "Where the F do you work that you have to work on a Sunday?" He yells this while we're standing in the middle of a pizza place that in fact is open on a Sunday, hence why we were here buying pizzas. I hear a couple employees in the back grumbling something because he yelled this rather loud and sounded outraged at the concept of someone having to work on a Sunday. I don't remember what I said to him after that because I just wanted to get my pizza and go home, but I can't imagine what kind of logic was turning in his head. Not sure if he just doesn't view retail as a work and think they're all just here for fun and games, or if he views employees like some kind of magical extension of the store that have no personal life outside of the store. Okay, I know I said I was done talking about Walmart, but whenever I was working on a holiday like Thanksgiving or like Halloween or something like that, or like even Christmas Eve, people would come and be like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe they have you working." And I'd be like, "I'm here working because you're here. If you didn't come here, I wouldn't be working." I don't know, like, you dang hypocrite. That actually shows you how little people think about other people. A lot of people get nervous and anxious because they think like, "Oh my god, everyone's thinking about me," but everyone else is thinking, "Oh my gosh, everyone is thinking about me." Everyone is so busy worried about themselves that no one really notices each other. That was kind of short, so let me look for another one. I forgot. I do work here. So I work for this company that deals with anything to do with transport. The most famous part of our company is a local moving part, biggest in my country, but I barely have to work with them or think about them as I work in international transport. Most people don't know our company does do other things than moving. A year ago, I helped my sister who was moving out of house since I could get her a free truck and tools from to work on weekends. Since I was doing heavy labor, I was in my work gear with this famous company logo plastered all over it. I loaded and unloaded the trunks since it was borrowed from my work and I wanted to make sure it stayed in pristine condition. So I was with the truck at all times, which had our famous company logo on the side. Random lady RL walks up. RL: "Hey, I was learning about the prices of your moving company since I'm going to move soon." Me, totally forgetting that my company does moving as well. "Excuse me, I don't work for a moving company." RL, slightly confused, thinking that she's bothering me. "I don't want to know too much, just how much it costs on an hour, and how big of a truck we need for an average move." Me, "Sorry lady, no clue. You might want to ask the actual moving company." RL left with a very confused look on her face. She kept looking back at me. I was confused as well until I saw the company logo on my sleeve. Oh, guess I lost the company a client and some trust that day. Oh well. Okay, I know I already said I wouldn't talk about Walmart twice in a row now, but like, since this is just turning into a partway Walmart video, since I worked in the money center, I would come through the front door, turn to the right, and would be in my little office area. And then I would walk out of there, turn to the left, and the front door was right there. So I never went anywhere in the store. And people would be like, "Do you know in what aisle I may be able to find a closing pin attached to an oil regulator?" And I'd be like, no, maybe look in the closing pin oil regulator inside of the store and maybe ask an employee there. And they'd be like, "Well, you working at Walmart?" I'm like, "Ma'am, I work in a money center. I don't even go anywhere else in the store." Okay, enough with the short stories. No one cares about Walmart. Anyways, what do you guys think about this sub r/I don't work here lady? These actually seem pretty good. The last one seemed like the most, like, I don't know, I don't work here, but like they just forgot. These are like the middle one, like I don't even know what that had to do with r/I don't work here lady. It seems to be just like funny stories. Let me know if you guys like this stuff down below, and you guys have any suggestions. Remember at the beginning, I take every single suggestion that comes in since we're still not that big of a channel. Comment your favorite ones down below and we'll go through them, even if they're just like picture stuff and stuff like that. Once again, if you like this video at any point in the video, like and subscribe. Today we're going to be going down the sub of r/space. But not just like down the whole sub. I want to go to this one picture specifically that it kind of caught my eye. I didn't read through it, but I did read the titles and I kind of got a gist of what was going on. And it's something I'm actually really interested in. And I'm not, you know, I'm not the kind of alien guy. I've went through stages of believing and not believing in aliens. This isn't one of those creepy Reddit stories or anything like that. But anyways, right before we get into it, if you guys like this video at any point in the video, hit that like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Why haven't we found aliens? An analysis of the problem. Now, this was on r/space. Don't get me wrong, this is on no kind of conspiratorial thing. These are actual like theories and hypotheses of what is going on in the world and what's up with this whole alien situation that the Earth is going through. Not that we're like going through something, but the active search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, has been going on for half a century. To date, no ET signals from stellar systems have ever been detected. Here are the popular theories on why this search has come up empty. Obviously, like the thing just stated, the following are the theories that actual scientists and whatever philosophers and smart people of our time and the times past have come up with on why we have not reached aliens, or why there's no solid proof on why we've reached aliens. Whether you believe that there are aliens hidden somewhere and people know about them, or if you think that we haven't contacted them, this is what the general public has access to. Starting off, the rare earth theory. Basically, we're unique. The rare earth hypothesis argues that planets with complex life, like Earth, are extremely rare and that intelligent extraterrestrial life is highly improbable. Hence, we are one of a kind. Now, off on this note, I'll just go ahead and state the fact that I do believe in evolution, as I have scientifically come to the fact that I do believe that evolution is a thing. We've seen it since the past 100 years. There are obvious signs. Humans have sped up evolution. It happens. Now, the crazy thing is, humans weren't the only humans, and we weren't the first humans. Neanderthals were before humans, and Homo habilis, I think it is. And there was midget people, not like I'm sorry, that's a slur, really short looking kind of humans, but all those kind of ape-like people are all dead now. None of them survived, sadly. They're more Bigfoot-like and really smart orangutan-like than human, especially like Neanderthals, who didn't have as much brain capacity as we do. They were all intelligent. Now, how intelligent, we'll never know. But knowing that, we found weapons and cave drawings and stuff from Neanderthal people that humans didn't make. It didn't come from us. This was before we were even here. They used tools and they used fire. That counts as intelligent. They were able to create and understand and comprehend. And people think that they might have had some kind of communication system, my bad. And that just shows that there is other intelligence out there. We can communicate with dogs on some sort of level. Dolphins are smart, octopus are smart. Pigs are actually really intelligent. We can see that there's a different type of intelligent level, but as of now, only ape-like people or ape-like animals have been able to conjure up the intelligence enough to have, complex civilization like we do now. So what I'm saying is, do I think we are just so complex and awesome and so rare? No, I don't think that we are. I think humans like to think that because we are the human. We are the thing that we're talking about. Of course, we'd like to think that ourselves we are the one. We are the oneness of the universe that was made for us. No, we can't survive in 99% of the universe. None of this was made for us. We just happen to stumble upon. The next one is the Gaian bottleneck. They didn't survive. The Gaian bottleneck hypothesis by astrologist Dr. Ayura Chopra suggests that alien beings are all dead. They simply didn't make it. Life forms on habitable, quote-unquote, planets failed to emerge quickly enough to stabilize the planet and pave a way for more life. This is what scientists and progressive people are trying to solve right now with the climate change and using sustainable things to try and keep us from bottlenecking ourselves into just destroying the planet instead of being able to upkeep. It's pretty much just a self-regulating system as the rest of the universe is. There is life and death, everything comes to life, and then everything will die. So there's no such thing as being able to keep on existing past being able to conjure up enough scientific methods and theories to reach other civilizations. Everyone is alone in their own sphere until they die. Do I think this is a thing? Quite possibly. We're on the road to doing the same thing ourselves, down the road of destruction. The world is getting better in some ways, but it's also getting worse in other ways. And unless the most intelligent creatures on this planet are the ones that are causing the most harm. So maybe the more intelligent you get, the more harm you cause, and by the time you hit a certain point, boom, there's no turning back and your world is gonna end. The next one is the Great Filter. Earth is subjected to the Great Filter, 5 mass extinction events, but nevertheless evolved complex creatures. What if all habitable quote-unquote planets were hit by a killer asteroid, scorched by solar flares, torn apart by geological uphills, seared by supernova blast or gamma ray burst radiation? In that of all worlds, only Earth successfully hurdled the stumbling blocks. The scary part is, hopefully the filter is behind us and it's not in front of us. All of those could not be a part of the filter, and the filter is something that is so inconceivable to us, we don't know until it hits us. That's the thing about the filter. It's a filter for a reason. It grabs everyone, unsuspecting or not. Now, do I think this is a thing? Most definitely. Now, do I think that any of those are what would stop every other world? Definitely not. There's no way, there's no mathematical way that an asteroid and, geological supernova, this and that, could all happen to every single habitable planet. Especially if it's one not even in a solar system, just one single planet and one single star, and maybe a Jupiter, to stop it from getting hit by asteroids like the Earth, got. Maybe something like that. There's gotta be some out of all the infinity out there in the same exact situation as us. I don't think we're the one in the infinity. That's just like, the odds are so low to impossible. But I think the Great Filter is a thing. I feel like that actually is a thing. I definitely agree. The next is the Great Silence. Alas, we are not worth it. The Great Silence Hypothesis points that advanced beings who belong to a Type 3 civilization on the Carver scale, able to harness the energy output of a whole galaxy, simply do not reach out to insignificant carbon-based humans. Why bother with the Type 0 bipeds? This is something that I don't think is it. I don't think that someone who is intelligent enough to roam the galaxy and take over an entire solar system would stop at just a solar system. If they could learn anything else, by intelligence sake, because they were so propelled by intelligence, I don't think they'd not take the time to document who we are, just as we will not even be half the intelligence as they would be, and we still document beetles and grubs that who cares. I think that's like a far cry from the other one. I think that instead of people, I think a lot of people see it as all or nothing, as in people see it as the universe revolves around us. We are the one, or we just are so insignificant that nobody cares. Like, people have demonstrated there's different types of blades of grass. I think if we can do that, they can look at each different planet and just go to it and be like, yeah, screw it then. The next one is the early birds. Earth had a head start. In a study, Dr. Peter Baruzzi said that compared to all planets that will ever form in the universe, Earth is actually quite early, and the last star that will burn out is at 100 trillion years away from now. And 92% of planets are yet to be born. We're the first, but not necessarily the last. And this is something that I totally agree with. I agree with 100%. I think that we are actually really early on the universal scale of the people that are intelligent. That's one reason why I feel like if any intelligent being is going to be the first one to actually move out there to try and contact the other ones, that it could possibly be us. But I think if we do find habitable planets that actually have surviving beings, I do not believe they'll be intelligent. The Earth has survived 99% of its years with unintelligent creatures and 1% of us intelligent creatures on it. So what are the odds that we find a planet that actually has the 1% time zone that we're looking in? It's very, very small. The next is not life as we know it. We've had it wrong all the time. ETs may not be biological beings like us at all. Noted astronomer Lord Martin Rees said they might be machines, not organic creatures. So we should be looking for solar harvesting, non-carbon based structures instead of listening to radio signals. That's something that I totally agree with too. If there's other beings out there, there's no, what's the odds that they're carbon based just like us? Like other people say, why aren't they silicon based? Like, that's a totally, valid form to be. Why wouldn't they be that and, communicate in other ways that we can't communicate? There's senses that other things have on our own planet that we don't have. We don't have the sense of electromagnetism. Birds can see magnetic fields and feel them, unlike us. Other animals can see in infrared, unlike us. Other animals can see heat signals. Maybe, if we can't even communicate with the things on this planet like they can, what do you think about other planets? It's totally plausible that there's aliens on another planet that can't communicate with us at all. A long road ahead of us. Basically, we've got a long way to go, and a lot more searching to do. SETI has barely scratched the surface of the radio universe. There are many more wavelengths to scan, so we shouldn't give up hope yet. I mean, yeah, this is true. We have more radio signals to scan. I mean, there's nothing to say about that. But do I think, other planets are sending out radio waves? No. By the time they get out that far, it'll be so weak that no one's going to be able to even comprehend what it was. The next one. In a galaxy far, far away. 46 billion light years is the distance to the edge of the observable universe. That's really far. We've scanned for extraterrestrial signals to just around 40,000 light years from Earth. We haven't even outpassed the bounds of our galaxy, which is 100,000 light years wide. Alien intelligence would simply be too far away for our current technologies to reach. See, that's crazy. When you think about have we searched the universe? People say, we've searched the universe and looked for aliens. We haven't even searched our edge of our own galaxy yet. I'd be hard pressed to believe that there aren't other living things out there. I don't think we're special. I don't think we're the oneness. I don't think if anyone's the chosen ones, it's not us. Or we would have been born the chosen ones, not after that. I think the dinosaurs were the chosen ones. No, I'm just kidding. Do I believe in aliens? In a sense that are other living things on other planets? I'm 100% sure. But you can't say 100% sure without knowing. I can say whatever I want. But do I think aliens have contacted Earth? Heck to the no. No. I think people undermine the abilities of the Egyptian people to be able to make things. I think you're really undermining the intelligence of humans and how they can create if you think that they couldn't make the pyramids. I think a lot of people have hallucinations. I think a lot of people are just crazy. The only thing that is, working for the side of there might be aliens, but we can't see them today is because, no one catches, flying saucers on cameras anymore. But people are saying that our time is now so well documented that maybe they don't have a reason to come and see us, but they do have a reason to go and see, the 70s and 80s and back when there was no internet to just instantly know everything. Maybe everything is already uploaded on every file from the 2000s onward, so now nobody really wants to come and see our time. Maybe we're just not interesting enough. But I mean, that is also a theory, and I'm not very pressed to believe that out of my right mind. Anyways, let me know what you guys think about this down in the comments from this r/space thing. This did take a minute. I didn't even know that reading this would take this long. I got to talking. That happens. This is something I actually really enjoy. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Do you think that aliens have came to Earth? Do you think aliens are just us visiting from the future? Do you think there are aliens out in the wildness of the universe? Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this different kind of space and sciencey kind of thing. I am really interested in these kind of things. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope I see you guys next time, and goodbye, my lovelies. r/ultimate revenge challenge. I don't know why I call it r/ultimate revenge challenge when it's just ultimate revenge challenge. Technically, I've been calling it ultimate revenge fresh challenge since I got the idea from fresh. Oh, whatever. The main thing is we're doing an r/petty revenge, an r/pro revenge, an r/nuclear revenge, and the almighty, once again, big mammo jammo r/supernova revenge. Let's get into the r/petty revenge with ride my butt, get pulled over. So this happened a while ago, but I still laugh about it. I was on my way home from a pretty major state route where their speed limit was 55 until you go through a town and it could drop down to 45, sometimes 30. In this story, it drops down to 45. So I was coming down a pretty significant hill, and we all know that vehicles pick up speed while going down. As I came down the hill, I started braking since the town had a speed limit of 45. The guy behind me did not like that. He was on my butt so incredibly bad, I could count the whiskers on his face. As I went through town, I had to pass the fire department, and sitting in the opposite side of the road was a state trooper. Cue petty revenge. As I drove past the state trooper, I gestured to the cop to look behind me. I didn't think anything would happen because who's that lucky? Apparently, me. I kept watching my rear view mirror, and roughly about a mile out of town, the a-hole behind me got pulled over. Thank you, New York State Trooper. This is the revenge every driver wants. Whenever they see someone's on their butt, they're like, oh, why couldn't there be a cop right now behind me? This guy got that wish. He took everyone's luck on the highway. I'm not gonna lie, when people start to ride my butt whenever I'm driving, I start to go like 15 underneath the speed limit. Like, usually I'll go like 5 over, but if I'm doing that, if I'm doing like 5 or 10 over and you ride my butt, we're slowing down. Either that or I'll go the same speed as the car that I can get next to. Not if I have people in the car with me, just if I'm by myself. I don't want to get anyone else into danger. But I'm just too passive aggressive to let that kind of stuff get by. Alright, on to pro revenge. And before I read these pro revenge and nuclear revenge, I've actually noticed that the people that moderate pro revenge and nuclear revenge take off 90% of the stories and don't let most of them get posted. Like, the newest stories are always like a week out because they don't allow, subpar stories to come through, and that's why you see a lot of people reading the same pro revenge and nuclear revenges. Like, there hasn't been any for the new ones in this past week, so like any new ones that come up, people will read them, and that's what everyone's going to be hearing. But during this ultimate revenge challenge, we try to go through and pick some of the short ones, just because the supernova revenge is supposed to be the bread and butter of this event, not some little pro revenge. Stealing my notes? Guess who won't graduate high school? I first posted this in Nuclear Revenge, though I think it's not that drastic, so I thought here was more fitting. So this happened in 2018 when I graduated high school. A quick overview of the Swiss school system. Normally, you go through school until 9th grade. If you want to go to university later, you can change your grammar school from 8th to 12th grade. I decided to study and went to high school. Also, in Switzerland, my state Canton at least, everything under a 75% is a fail. We have a really strict thing going on there. There, I quickly became friends with Chelsea, now my girlfriend, and Alicia. Alicia is the kind of person that is funny if you don't have her around too much. She is always the victim, she can only talk about herself, etc. But if you spend too much time with her, you are a mess. She is never responsible for things that happen with her because she grew up in foster care system, whatever. So this happened about 2 months before our finals. Now, graduating means passing the finals obviously, but not only them, the finals are half of your eventual grade. The other half is your last report card. If I had an A on my final English exam, but a C in my last report card, my eventual grade would become a C. What? I mean a B, and so on. Sorry guys. Alicia really struggled with that because her report card wasn't that good. She had to excel in most of the subjects to graduate. So you would think she'd write as many notes as possible and study pretty early, right?
Nope.
She procrastinated until 2 months before our final exams, when I and Chelsea studied our butts off. Now, I was always a girl who offered her notes in our class group chat in case someone was interested. This gets important later. We had a fairly long list of things that we would be able to use in the maths, and I wrote notes for every single topic and kept in a folder in my locker. Only put some of them in the group chat just when someone was asking about a certain topic. One day, I went to my locker and they weren't there. I was freaking out. I spent weeks on writing them. I looked for them an entire week and approximately 3 panic attacks because I thought I wouldn't pass now and had to do them all over again. That's when Alicia casually told me she took them the other day when I asked her to get a book from my locker. She actually hadn't planned to tell me it because it's not like you need them anyways, you had them long enough. If you didn't make copies, it's not my fault. The blatant entitlement was enough for me to come up with a plan. A vicious plan. Not only had she stolen my notes, if I hadn't bothered her so much with it, she wouldn't even have told me she had taken them. And she was only a high school friend anyway, and I knew I'd never do anything with her again once we graduated. So frankly, I didn't give a single duck about what would happen to her. Her entitled, self-centered way was enough for me to finally burst. I apologize for making drama. It's okay, you're just like that sometimes. I was about to lose it, and just continued my school day. Now, Alicia kept calling me about the notes, etc., even before that, especially my notes for various books. She'd chosen the same books so she didn't have to study extra. I started giving her a wrong analysis into fake notes. Obviously, enough to figure out they were wrong if she'd think herself, but not too obvious. If she read the books, she would have known it was BS. I did the same with our English books, and French. She already had my math notes too, I couldn't fake those, but I could fake German, French, English, chemistry, physics, and psychology. Now, after I had invested so much in faking notes, I watched it all go down for a day before graduation. We went to a pub with our teacher to watch a football game, I don't even remember, and she distributed our results. I passed with a 5.38. In Switzerland, the grades are from 1 to 6. 6 is the best, so about an A. And Alicia went pale. 3.21, a D minus. She had failed all of her classes but maths and psychology. Oops, it seems she really read my notes. She didn't read the books she was supposed to read. She didn't read our textbooks. I had to hide a grin. My girlfriend thinks to this day it was cruel, but seriously, it was a damper for her entitlement and narcissism. From what I heard, she is currently trying to repeat the year and try again, hopefully without stealing her friend's notes. Edit, thank you to everyone that explained the difference between a cup and a mug. Edit 2, many people are asking me, and no, I don't regret it. To pass her finals, she had to study and read her French, German, and English books. The task was not just to read the notes and BS her way through them. The language finals were done orally. If she had read the books, she would have known my notes were not correct. So honestly, her fault. Ooh, that sucks. But that's kind of what she deserves. You can tell that this person was a big jerk to everyone around them, was just like a giant black hole of negative energy. This is one of those friends that you're around sometimes because you can just like barely stand them and you just want someone else to be there with your group, but you wouldn't be upset if they just left and never came back. To be fair, in high school, I never studied. I don't think I studied once, ever. I just kind of learned what I learned in class and I just used whatever I learned in class to pass. I have kind of good memorization of watching someone talk, but like reading through stuff is just like not my stuff. Studying is just, it hardly works for me. I don't know why. So I kind of just skipped over that portion in school and it all just kind of worked out. I'm not saying if you're in high school do this. That's not a good idea. If you can do that, I mean, hey, more free time. But if you can't, just study the notes. It's fine. On to the nuclear revenge, which is sadly only just a barely bit smaller than that last one. These stories are always like a little bit longer than normal. Also, I'm like gonna be blurring out and not saying any of the like quote unquote bad words because our videos are getting demonetized and you know that's just not working out for me. So I'm sorry if you guys wanted to see these totally dirty, disgusting words, but just trying to imagine them there, okay? All right, nuclear revenge time. Assistance from HE double hockey sticks. Let me preface this by saying I'm still going through some mental issues because of what happened in this story. Background, I was born with cataracts that later became glaucoma when I turned 5. After some years, something happened that caused me to lose all my vision in my left eye. This meant that I needed an assistant for the rest of my education. Now that you're all informed, the story. When I was starting middle school, my parents found an assistant to help me move around my school. I'll call her Ella for simplicity's sake. Anyway, Ella's friendly to me and my parents, so they didn't have to worry. Ella did her job and she was friendly with me. And then it began. One day, Ella didn't come to school. She called my dad saying she got in an accident on the road. It was fine. She got in an accident. It wasn't her fault. I spent the first 2 weeks of school trying my darndest to explain why I couldn't write the work and give a convincing argument, and walk around without bumping into every wall in person. On top of that, Ella became more and more hostile as the months went by. She then began telling me awful things about my appearance, my personality, and she talked junk about me and my parents to other teachers who were just as scummy as her. The only reason why I didn't say anything is because she made me think that doing so would get me expelled. And me being stupid 13-year-old, I believe her. Needless to say, I was miserable. The straw that broke the camel's back was the day where she was so angry that she slapped me. I was done. The revenge. I told my dad about everything. The absences, the slander, everything. When I told him, he went absolutely ape poo-poo. And we went straight to the principal. After telling her everything that happened, we found out that Ella was present to write herself up as president, but she had never arrived to help me. We also found out she had faked most of her reasons for absence. After a long investigation that took 2 years to actually prove, we took Ella to court. I only had to testify every single detail which she did and what she said. Long story short, we won the case and Ella went to prison for 3 years. After word got out about what Ella did to me, my father heard that her friends and family basically disowned her. She had also lost the remaining custody of her kids, which went directly to her ex-husband, who works for a vendor that passes by my school. Ella became forgotten garbage. It's been almost a year since Ella went to prison, but sometimes I still hear all the terrible things she says. Thanks to her, I'm scared to make decisions because I can't get her words out of my mind. I'm going to start school soon. Maybe I'll finally get the demon woman out of my head. Edit, thank you for the kind words. Honestly, I thought this was going to get ignored. At the time of writing this, I'm going to start my second year of high school. I'm just happy that even strangers on the internet are willing to say such nice things. Thank you all for the support. Edit 2, I've noticed some comments confused about my condition. I'll clarify. To be perfectly honest, I don't really know how it happened. I don't remember since it was a long time, at least for me. After Ella stopped being nice is when I started seriously learning how to use a cane for blind people. Yeah, true. I mean, you're not going to be able to switch from being able to see a little bit to being able to walk around with a cane blind, knowing how to use it, right? But dang, screw Ella. That's like the scum of the scum, picking on people that can hardly stick up for themselves. These are the worst type of people to know and be around. And I bet you she picked that jobs just so she can be like those. That's the kind of narcissistic personality trait that people have when they just want to have someone that's small so they can feel almighty and make the other person feel insignificant. It's terrible. But man, 3 years, that's crazy. Like I maybe it's like falsifying documents, because like a slap to the face, like open hand slap, it's like that's assault charge. What is that, like maximum 6 months in jail or something? Dude, there must have been more charges in there than just the slap. Alright, on to the Supernova Revenge. Checkmate in double time. I don't know if this is pro or not, but here it goes. Excuses, language, mobile, etc. Once upon a time, when I was in the 8th grade, I had 2 bullies, a kid and a teacher. So let's see the cast. Me, English teacher, bully. So let's go to the story. The plot happened like this. In my school in Puerto Rico, I had a bully that unfortunately was always put into my homeroom. Of 30 students, approximately over and over. And at 8th grade, I had an English teacher that had a lot of errors in grammars and speech. People say I have patience, so it was easy to target me. Do you remember how a rubber band works? That was me. The teacher was yelling at me because I wasn't on the same level as the class and had a different pronunciation as my teacher. Until one day, I waited until after class and I told her that she was doing something wrong in class. So she destroyed my scholarship because she would not give me anything other than a C after the event. So, no music, no money to study, no peace at the house. My parents were abusive in the worst ways, so they stepped it up a notch. My friend started making my bully go against the English teacher, and so I started to do pranks and mess around with all her stuff. Like unfolding the chairs when she would use, hide her key, put menacing notes in her desk and purse, and accrediting the glory to my bully until she became so paranoid in the classroom, but nobody suspects the nice teacher's pet that apologized to the English teacher. One day, I decided to go
coup de grace
and aggravated him until he was yelling at the English teacher and the English teacher was trying to scold and drag him to the principal's. Then, my bully got out of her grasp and started fighting her. So I had a thought. While the commotion was going on, I broke her windows and mirrors in her car with an extra shirt from the gym bag, then used a charge to scratch the paint off and left the shirt on the crime scene. My bully got suspended and banned from most of the schools in my area. My English teacher had a meltdown and was forced to retire while I told her about the whole plan as she deteriorated. Edit 1. She was admitted to a psychiatric institution. Oh my goodness. One thing that still sucks is this guy still has to be in an abusive household. So that sucks, but I mean, at least he could get out some anger on two people that definitely deserved it. But man, he ruined her car. He took her job away and sent her to a loony bin and got his bully suspended. He must be like living like he must be the king of his friend group. They must be like, whoa, yeah, there's Jimmy, woo, he made the English teacher go crazy, go Jimmy, woo. What do you guys think? Was that a supernova revenge? Was that a supernova as you expected? Let me know down in the comments. There were some grammatical errors in this that was like makes you want to pull your hair out. So I didn't exactly read everything word for word, but that's okay. You said I'd never graduate high school, so I gave you my diploma. I don't know if this counts as revenge, but it felt like it to me. I have ADD symptoms that were really bad in high school. So much so that in 10th grade, I had a 1.57 GPA and the mathematical comprehension of an 8th grader. I also have a really bad family life. My dad would take me aside to give me painfully long lectures about how I was useless, wouldn't graduate high school on time, if at all, and that college isn't my future. He said it was important for him to emphasize that I was a waste of a school desk, where there was nothing anyone could do for me. Then he would force me to drop out of high school when I was 16. A bunch of junk happened after that, including a residential treatment center, but after I was discharged, I was allowed to go back to school. For my junior year of high school, I was enrolled in a self-paced school program. I was also finally put on Vivency? And that was a total lifesaver. I made A's and B's after that. I brought my GPA up significantly. I wanted to say it was a 3.0, but that seemed unlikely. It was at least a 2.9. And I ended up graduating on time. Not only that, I was accepted into 5 colleges I applied to, though I had to write a convincing essay for some of them. In 2013, I was a freshman at Texas State University. There was one thing left to do. I got a copy of my high school diploma in one of those fancy leather book thingies with a fancy gold engraving. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. When I got it, I walked it over to my dad, handed it out to him, looked him in the eyes, and said, I want you to have this. You were the one person who always believed in me. The look on his face was freaking priceless. TLDR, I have serious ADD and my dad said I would never graduate high school. I handed him my high school diploma and make him look like an idiot. Top commented, success really is the best revenge. Wow, good on him for that. That took like a lot of self-motivation and encouragement. That's like good on him and no one else. Good job, buddy. Not a lot of people can say that they've been like down and out, even like their most critical people might have even been their parents and then was still able to succeed like he did. Okay, now on to the r/pro revenge story, going from petty to pro. Landlord made me live in squalor, now she's bankrupt. So here's a story of my previous living situation, which was at best horrendous. I moved into what I thought at the time was a lovely 3 to 4 bedroom house with a nice offset garage and garden, perfect for my family consisting of myself, my partner, and my 3 kids. Well, a few weeks into the move, and the problem started to arise. We moved in just before Christmas, and the weather was awful. Torrential rain, in fact. Which is when I discovered the horrendous leak in my roof. I mean, water teeming through the roof, into the walls and down my windows, resulting in all my pots and pans having to sit in my windows to collect said rainwater. We then ended up realizing we had a leak through my roof in my daughter's room after she was awoken by rain dripping on her while she was slept. She was only 2 at the time. We discovered over the course of time when we lived there that electronics had never been checked and often shorted out. The gas pipes under the regulated minimum gauge, and when the heating was on, we couldn't power the gas cooker, vice versa. The decking out of the back was rotten, and when stood on, it just snapped. There was a 4-foot drop underneath this. A gas safety check showed that the combi boiler was broken and condemned, but they still refused to replace it. The heating system could never be switched off, even though it was summer. All of these were reported and promised to be fixed. Over the time, the patio door hinge, which was completely snapped off at the time, we couldn't close it properly or lock it, and we were told it would be fixed. Waited months, and even though I was still paying full rent, it never got fixed. I eventually got fed up and reported it to the local environmental health team. They came to inspect the property and raised concerns over the kitchen floor, which was wrapped in a major trip hazard. We also discovered from the visit that the 4th bedroom, which was in a loft, was illegal due to how it had been done. No insulation, no heating, Dodge Electrics. So the local environment health team handed us an order over to the landlord to repair all these in a 3-month period. It didn't get done. The council took the landlord to court for breach, and she ended up having to pay fines and was given another 6 weeks to rectify. A few of the jobs got sorted when I found a new house to move into. 2 years later, I just found out through a close friend the council proceeded to complete the jobs themselves, and the landlord now has been declared bankrupt due to this. Her house is being put up for auction. She will receive nowhere near what she needs to pay off her debts. And she has given up her other house due to bankruptcy laws, meaning she can't own equity, not even a decent car. If she only put the rent I was paying into fixing her house, it wouldn't have gone this far. I'm not sure what happened, but regarding the illegal going-ons, the gas and electrical problems were never properly upkept, but I like to hope that she got punished in some way or form. Wow, what a jerk landlord. That kind of reminds me of my apartments. They suck. The apartment I'm living in, the people up in the office freaking suck. Like, I have so many work orders put in, I still have not seen them. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna make a strongly worded YouTube video on them. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, on to the r/nuclear revenge. I got him thrown in jail and ruined his relationship of 5 years. So this will be a short one, so please excuse the grammar issues. The past 2.5 months, I've been in a rehab center. It was supposed to be a 3-month stay, but another resident, let's call him Jerk, decided to fake me out and get me booted from the program. While I was showering, he decided to put a vape in my shorts and get staff to check in my room. I got kicked out, and I thought I was going to get to stay, but that's where the revenge comes in. I knew he had more than just one vape. This dude is a fiend and wouldn't sacrifice his only device to get me out of there. I decided to get even. Before I left, I pulled a stunt. I went to the staff and told him about contacting his girlfriend, whom he had no contact order with. After doing so, I went to the director and told him where Jerk's stash was. I ain't no snitch, but if you screw with me, I'm screwing with you too. The director searched his stash and found a ridiculous amount of contraband. Though I was still kicked out of the program, I got the satisfaction of seeing him cry as he was let out of the building in cuffs with 2 more charges on his head, knowing he won't see the outside world for 2 years or more. Oh my god, she got him thrown in jail for 2 years. I don't see why that guy was trying to set her up though. Like, what was the point of being a jerk? Now you just got yourself locked up for 2 years. Good job, buddy. You're a genius. Now for the almighty r/supernova revenge. This better explode my computer when I read this. Like, my computer better explode in front of my face when I read this. Like, the tag is death.
Hello,
like, what? Girl gets revenge on a rapist, his cop's friends, and family. This story may or may not have happened the way I would tell it. I wasn't involved in it, but I got the story from several people who were involved. I had to guess some gaps in the timeline, so it may seem a bit unreal. I couldn't believe it myself at first, but a few good friends told me they were involved, so I guess readers should decide for themselves. I went to a college in the late 1990s, and this story was some urban legend in campus. I thought so myself until I met a few frat girls older than me who swore it really happened. Okay, after this long intro, here's the story. In the early 1990s, this little college wasn't the best. Not at all. Some girls had to pay their tuition and living by working as dancers, or as you might say, adult entertainment industry. There was a guy who would always forget where to stop, harass the girls, touch them where he shouldn't, and you know the type. There were too many of these guys. Usually, the bouncer would cook him out, and everyone but the girls would forget about him. But the girls remembered and hated working when he came in. It could have been all a story, until one day, the guy was too drunk and too stupid. He got himself kicked out again and thought he would get whatever he wanted anyways. He waited in the parking lot for some girls to finish their shift to get the girl where he wanted and jump her. Luckily, the bouncer noticed him and told the girls to get out from the back door, and he called the police. Police patrol car came in. The cop said he would talk to the guy but wouldn't do anything because nothing happened yet. The girls were upset and started talking about that. They found out the guy was kicked from every club in town, even the cheapest, junkiest holes where he paid the girls with drugs, which led to another discovery. The guy was a drug dealer on the street, a real lowlife. The girls decided to protect themselves and asked another student to teach them some self-defense moves. This student, call her Susie, was ex-military, as far as everyone knew. Not because she talked about it, she didn't, but because some students were working in management building, and they found out she was on full scholarship from some government agency, and the government does not just go out and pay anyone. So they figured she did something to earn it. Susie was about 25 at the time, but only started first year, while everyone in that year was 18 to 21. She was doing something else for those many years. Anyway, Susie agreed to teach them. The lesson started, and the third lesson, one of the girls came back with a black eye and told everyone the lesson helped her, as the guy actually jumped her last night, and she managed to escape him. She tried to complain to the police, but had a feeling that they wouldn't do anything. That's how Susie heard the whole story, and decided to put an end to it. She then investigated further on the police detective, found out he had a 20-year-old son, and his brother-in-law was also a cop, uniformed squad policeman. He and his buddies would come to the club, get drunk, harass girls, start fights, get the police called to them, and miraculously get out of it with no charges. Now, the revenge. Susie asked 3 girls to take a night off to help her. That night, they got dressed and went out on the bar downtown. They drank, but not too much, flirted a lot, and made themselves remembered. At 11 p.m. or so, Susie left them in the bar and had a friend drive her to her drug dealer spot. He was still there, getting ready to pack up and go. She went down from the car some distance from him, walked toward his alley like she's drunk. She entered the alley, ignoring him. He came after her, angry, shouting at her to get out. She acted like she wanted to pee, and he probably thought a pretty woman drunk in his alley, maybe this is his chance. He got close to her, and from her hip, she drew a knife and stabbed him right in his neck. He felt like a sack, and while he bled there, she looked for a stash and found it. Took half his drugs and gun. She came over him with the gun and shot him twice in the chest, and one in the head, pro execution style. Then she left the alley back to the car, taking the bloody knife and the gun and the drugs with her. Wait, that's not the end of the story. A couple of weeks passed. She heard the bully's son had entered a club where he found a few of his friends were working that night. She got there before he got kicked out and went for his car. She broke in and left the drugs in the front seat and the gun in the back seat. The knife was thrown, still with bloodstains on it, in the trunk. The gun and knife was now fingerprint clean, of course. Sure enough, police was called, and when they got there, they knew who he was. It was a family matter now. So they just detained him until his father or uncle would get there. The uncle got there first, in his cruise car, and took him aside to have a talk. They walked to his car, where the cop uncle couldn't have not seen the drugs or gun. Sure enough, he flipped his junk on the guy, slapped him in the parking lot, where everyone can see the son's still in cuffs. Uncle took the gun and the drugs, wrapped them in an evidence bag, and tossed it in his cruiser. The son was released home to his very angry dad. The uncle got back to the station to find out he was temporarily relieved from duty. The station got 10 phone calls from people who saw him slap him in handcuffs. Big screw up. Worse than that, the next cop who came in with the police car found undocumented evidence in it. Drugs and a murder-related gun. Guess who fingerprints were on the gun? Uncle was now a murder suspect, and the only way he'd get out of it is by telling where the gun really came from. It would still get him fired, but not murder suspect. Or so we thought. They found a knife with the blood in the son's car, except it wasn't the son's. It was registered for the father, the detective. The one that the late drug dealer was his snitch. The one that heard he was murdered and just shrugged and said, nah, another dead piece of junk, no one cares. So now, he was a murder suspect too. Finally, we get to the end. These 2 corrupted cops went away for a long time. The son didn't have the police protection anymore. For a while, he behaved nice, or didn't get into any troubles, but eventually got back to his old ways. 3 months later, he was charged for assault in a bar and went away for a while too. Susie left after that term to study somewhere else. No one heard from her after that. The girls involved swore to never talk about it. Obviously, they didn't keep it. I met a few of them in a reunion, and over too many happy liquids, they happily remembered how one rapist jerkhole got what he deserved. My God, if that's real, that's crazy. Susie, you murderer. Susie, what? You can't just go around murdering people. Sounds like they were dealing with a really corrupt police force. I wonder if they never would have been corrupt, they never would have all went to jail after that and one ended up dead. That was dumb. You know, I'm not sure if I like that story. I'm not sure if I like r/Supernova Revenge. You guys let me know down in the comments. Do you guys like r/Supernova Revenge? Was that explosive enough for you? You know, I'm not really sure how I feel right now. Anyways, I want to thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you like it, don't forget to like it. And if you're not, subscribe. We do videos all the time. If you want to suggest them, suggest it. We take suggestions all the time. If you want more pro revenge or revenge stories, you can just click up at the top right here. You can watch more revenge stories. Hi, I'm Mr. Red Readings, and I just read 4 stories with my mic on mute. Anyways, welcome back to another Reddit reading video. Those stories that I read earlier, good thing that my mic was on mute kinda, because they weren't that good. I picked some different ones. I still didn't read these ones. I never ever read these. I always go with the cold read during the video. We're gonna be doing the ultimate revenge challenge inspired by Fresh. Just like last video, but this time we're going to be adding another sub into the mix. Glenn was like, why don't you include regular revenge, you idiot? No, I'm just kidding. They didn't say all that. But that's a great idea. We're going to read a regular revenge, a petty revenge, a pro revenge, a nuclear revenge, and the almighty r/Supernova Revenge. Let's just go ahead and jump into this one. In r/regular revenge, we got Disneyland scam. My girlfriend was going to a dapper day at Disney with some friends. I didn't want to go, mostly because I couldn't until 6 p.m. However, she kept bringing it up, so I decided I was going to surprise her and just show up later that evening. I didn't want to pay full price for the ticket that I'd only be using for a couple of hours. So I headed to Craigslist, never had a bad experience there, said no one ever. I find a legitimate seller willing to meet up at the park. In fact, he's an employee, and I'm getting a pretty good deal. Nothing about this whole transaction seems suspicious, except that at the last minute, he couldn't meet at the park, so I met at his house. Get to the park, scan the ticket to get in, and a giant red light goes off on the machine. Disney employee's like, this ticket has been used already. I'm pissed. So I called the guy, which he told me to do if I had any trouble. No response. In the end, I buy a ticket and get in. It was there at the happiest place on earth that I hatched my revenge. I just had to put on Craigslist, I added my own. I gave the name of the guy who sold me the ticket, along with his phone number and address. The ad was along the lines of mail for mail, looking for fun. I said that I worked at Disney, gave my favorite characters and movie too. I also said what I'm into, like really into, to send me pics of what you're packing. I reversed the ad every month for 3 months. OMG, I looked under one of these revenge stories and someone was trying to figure out how to get like collect calls to spam people's phone numbers, and some guy was like, no, don't do that, just post the ad on Craigslist and keep refreshing it. People are bound to call them so many times they have to change their phone number. This guy actually went through with that. That's some nice little regular revenge. And apparently what that guy did was very common. My Disney experience said, used to work with the fraud department. These tickets have been sold upwards of 150 times. I could pretty much guarantee you the guy doesn't work for the park. Wow, what does he do? Like dig him out the trash can or something? How does he get these? Okay, anyway, on to the r/petty revenge. I don't know if I mentioned this, but some of these stories are going to be pretty short just because we have to read 5 stories. So they can't be, extra long, triple XL. Okay, r/petty revenge. Tried to take up an entire train seat? Guess I'm going to have to be your new best friend. I take the train to work every morning. It's nice to sit and have a coffee and get ready for the day on the way in. In the trains, most of the seats will fit 2 people, except for the end carts, which can fit up to 4, and the trains fill up on the way. Usually, people have to stand in the aisle if they have the misfortune of getting on at the later stops. Luckily, I have an early enough stop that there's always seats available. I noticed that there was this guy who was getting on and taking one of the in-car seats and spreading his bag and computer and everything else across the seat so no one else can sit at the end of the car seat. So I've made it my goal every morning to find him on the train, and before he's able to pull all his junk out and spread all over the seat, to sit down right across from him. So far, I'm up to 8 days in a row. Dang, that's pretty petty. That is some petty revenge right there. I'm not gonna lie, if that was me, I would probably do the same thing because sometimes I can get a little bit petty. I would honestly just try to ask them like, do you mind moving your bag? And if they didn't do that, I would just sit on their stuff and be like, oh, it was a free seat. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't know bags got to get their own seat. No, I'm just kidding. On to the r/pro revenge. This is literally like 30 minutes later. I'm gonna try this thing where I read them, but like a little break in between, because I noticed at the end of the video, like during the end, the last couple stories, I always are like a little bit choppy, so hopefully my reading is better. A lot of people have commented that I need to start reading better, like my reading sucks, or like, you freaking suck, get out of here, quit your YouTube channel. I'm gonna try and make it better, so this is my attempt. Guy tried to screw me over with my apartment damage fees. Backfired on him. I'm a college student, and I desperately needed to find a sublease for the past spring and summer, so I ended up finding one at a pretty nice apartment complex in my city. The guy, we call him Bob, seemed cool. We had a mutual friend. Everything went great. However, Bob wants the sublease under the table without the office getting involved. Okay, no worries. I've done this before. It's a 4 out of 4 with 3 other male roommates. This is important for later on. I have a 2-year hound mix. She's a great dog, but she gets terrible anxiety during thunderstorms. One day, I'm at work and we have probably the biggest thunderstorm we've had this year. She flips out and tears the edges off the carpet to my room. My dad has a guy who came in and did an estimate on the damages. Told me it would cost between $200 and $400 to recarpet the room. Cool, no problem. I can afford that. Bob sees the damages and I tell him I'll cover the damages caused by her. Anyways, I move out in July, a month passes, I'm on vacation with my family, and this mother lover Bob decides to call my dad and mom repeatedly. Then his mom calls them. I have no idea how they even got my parents' numbers. They tell my parents that the apartment complex is charging them $4,000 for a carpet of 10 by 10 room, that I have until the end of September to pay it or they take me to court. My dad is pissed because he knows the damages shouldn't cost that much. He contracts a leasing office and asks them for a breakdown of the damages. I don't know, but he managed to get them to tell him. The carpet damage in my room would cost $273. All the other charges were for damages the original tenant and his roommates did. So we contact Bob, and he's saying that the other roommates were supporting his claim that my dog had caused all the damages in the house. Firstly, can someone please explain to me how it's my dog's fault that they caused a bottle of wine to explode on the ceiling of the kitchen? Or how she managed to destroy the dishwasher? Or one of the guy's bathtubs? My parents, the lawyer, and me have a little get together. I never signed any document making me an official resident of the apartment. Therefore, I wasn't liable for any damages whatsoever. However, because I'm not an a-hole, I was still willing to pay for the carpet damage. We contact Bob and he refuses the offer of payment. His mom says that she wants me to pay for everything. But no, I'm not going to. Because I'm petty though, I contacted the leasing office. I gave them the documentation of me living there, and now the office is not only charging Bob and the other roommates the $4,000, they are suing for a breach of contract because he had an illegal tenant. They should have just taken the $273. And this is a picture of the real MVP of the story. Oh, so cute. That's exactly what that guy gets. Bob deserves to be screwed like that. Did he really think he was gonna get away with that? Like with no documentation of him living there? He thought he was gonna be able to get him in court. Like what was the judge gonna say? Dumb people do dumb things, and he couldn't just take a nice smart deal to get his carpets fixed. Poor guy. You almost feel bad for him. Okay, on to the r/nuclear revenge. Shoot my uncle and disappear? Backstory, this was over 50 years ago, and I'm sure no one involved is still alive. I was told this by my father during a hunting trip when my father was a little drunk one night. 50 years ago, I don't think any of those people even know what Reddit is. On to the story. As said before, this happened over 50 years ago. My father and his brother and my uncle and a few of their bike/trucker friends were in a bar drinking. While enjoying the drinks and the music, a small bar fight broke out between two guys a couple of tables away. My uncle has always been a nice guy and would never raise a hand in anger and go out of his way to help others. He gets up, walks over, and separating the two guys and tells them just knock it off and enjoy their beer. My uncle is above 6'8" and was strong as he was tall. The two guys sat down and one just gave my uncle a dirty look. My uncle rejoined my father and his friends and went back to enjoying their drinking. The guy with the dirty look got up and left the bar. My uncle was sitting with his back to the door when the guy came back and walked in right behind my uncle. Before anyone could act, pulled a gun and shot my uncle in the back. The guy turned and ran back out of the bar, got into his truck, and drove off. One of my father's friends grabbed the other guy and took him outside and got the information about his friend. I told him to leave town and never come back if he knew what was good for him. They took my uncle to the hospital as it would be faster than waiting for an ambulance back then. The next day, after a long surgery, my uncle was going to survive, but the bullet severed his spine and he would never walk again. Once they knew he was going to live, my father and about 5 other friends took their info they got and tracked down the shooter, busted down his door in the middle of the night, took him and his gun someplace my father would not say. At this place far enough away, no one would ever know or hear what was happening. They beat him up for hours until his arms and legs were pretty much mush, and my father said the man just disappeared that night. The police asked about what happened to my uncle, but was told it happened so fast, nobody saw a thing. The bartender was a friend and said the same. I lost my father over 33 years ago to cancer. And my uncle, well, he lived for a good life until complications to his legs, and they had to be removed, and he passed about 20 years ago. I feel safe on writing this as there is nobody alive connected to that night. God bless my father and his friends for not allowing a coward such as this guy to walk away without a bunch of karma getting him. I miss you, Dad and Uncle Jay. Okay, this guy needs to... That was a good story, but this guy needs to know the difference between no and no. And man, 50 years ago was a scary time. You could just get taken up out of your house and beat to a bloody mush. Though he did deserve that for coming up and shooting that guy in the back for stopping him from getting his butt whooped probably. That is some nuclear revenge. They literally killed the guy. They beat him to death. Jesus. If that's what r/nuclear revenge has, I wonder what r/supernova revenge is about to do. I'm scared. I'm kind of scared right now. For r/supernova revenge and the rest of them, I intentionally pick short ones because a lot of them are at least 15 paragraphs long, and to read 5 stories of 15 paragraphs long, this video would be like 2 hours long. But psychopathic bully gets his head crushed by one of his victims. This story is from my grandfather and takes place in around 1942 in a small town in Idaho. His memory is bad and so is mine, so I'll take most details with a grain of salt. My grandpa was a tough person, even when he was a child. A bit of a jerkhole, even. But this was the 40s and people were different back then. He was also a small child, and that attracted a lot of bullies. There was one bully, however, who was worse than most. His brothers would actually back him up, but this kid came along after his older brothers moved to a different school, and left him with his younger siblings. This was the 1940s, so the bully got away with absolutely psychopathic levels of beatings, and he would even sometimes involve friends and beat them in a gang. Great-grandfather would do nothing, and he told him to be a man. So he did. One day, Grandpa hid behind a corner of a building, where he knew the bully passed every single day. When the jerko stepped past the corner, Grandpa swung a brick at his head as hard as he could. The kid's skull caved in. Grandpa described it as being like an ashtray, and he hit the ground. Grandpa can't remember if he died or just had severe brain damage, but nobody messed with Grandpa after that. Oh my goodness, the 40s, like the old times, were like, those were different times. Like back then, I bet you he didn't get in trouble. Like kids can just beat you senseless. These days, at least everything is like recorded. So if some kid gets beat to a bloody pulp, like they know, that kid's kind of crazy and he gets shunned. Screw living in the old days. Screw that. Anyways, what do you think? Is that some supernova revenge? Do you think that is the most crazy revenge you've ever heard? Is this sub all it's cracked up to be? I like this story a lot better than I did the story yesterday for the supernova revenge. I think I might just got a bad pick. Anyways, if you like these, let me know down below. Like and subscribe if you want to continue. Today, we'll be sorting by top of all time and be reading the #1 story on r/ProRevenge. The #1 story upvoted by everyone deciding that is on the sub. Decided that this is the #1 best revenge story that is out there. It's the best revenge story on Reddit right now. So this better absolutely blow my socks off. I better be blasted out of this time zone. I'm just kidding. I don't want to hold it that high standards, but this should be really good. If you guys have any suggestions for stuff that you want me to go over, just let me know down in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video throughout. Let's get into the video. r/ProRevenge. Coworker tried to get me fired over breast implants, so I pulled a reverse Uno card. 4 years ago now, when I was 24, my mom died of breast cancer, and as both my grandmothers had also died of it, I saw a specialist for a screening. I found out I had some cells in one of my breasts that could have turned cancerous at any given moment. I was told I have a few options. 1. I could have regular screenings every 3 to 4 months until it does develop into cancer. I was told that the risk of cells becoming cancerous was very high due to the family history. But it could also potentially never could turn, so I'd just be getting these screenings for no reason. 2. I could get a single mastectomy on one breast with the bad cells, but they need to keep an eye on the other one, so I'd still need regular checkups for the other breast. 3. I could get a bilateral mastectomy and remove all my breast tissue, basically eliminating the risk. I went in for the bilateral mastectomy. It was admittedly the most drastic option, but after seeing what cancer did to my mom and grandmothers, I didn't want to risk it. I was warned about scarring, but told it should be fairly minor. It wasn't, and I was left with 2 huge pink jagged scars on either side of my chest, each about 1 inch long and 1/2 inch wide, and it caused me to go into severe depression, where it got to the stage of me not even leaving my flat because I didn't want people to see me, throwing out my mirrors and getting physically sick looking at myself. I went to a therapist who suggested a plastic surgeon. The therapist said they'd never normally do it, but it was clearly something I was struggling with, and I might never get over it, and the therapist could see I was struggling with it. Although, I'll admit, the therapist did send me to ask about scar reduction. The plastic surgeon suggested a cream, a laser, or implants. The cream didn't work, and the lasers were both expensive and risky, so I went with the implants. My natural boobs were an F cup, so I went with a slightly smaller double D, since my mental health was improved, and I feel a lot better about the way I look. My confidence has gone up, and as my self-esteem. I know I shouldn't put so much into my appearance, but I wasn't exaggerating about these scars. Huge, bright pink, jagged, raised, just awful to look at, and I hated seeing myself. And they are now nicely hidden away, and you could barely feel them. In the present day, I'm 28 years old and working in an office. I'm doing a lot better than I was. My coworker, Jill, found out that I had a boob job, but not about the cancer thing. When myself and my friend from years before the mastectomy were planning a holiday, and she made a joke about me going on a plane with my implants, and Jill overheard. By the end of the day, the entire office knew I had a boob job, but not why, and half a dozen people confirmed that Jill had told them. Over the next few months, Jill made many jokes and comments about my chest to coworkers when I was in earshot, at one point saying I had more plastic than Barbie, and calling me fake in 2 ways. I didn't hear this one myself, but my friend in the office told me that Jill had at one point referred to me as sack of silicone. I don't care what her problem was exactly, but at one point she mentioned the NHS, so I'll assume Jill thought I had got my tits done for free on taxpayer money. I had gotten a mastectomy on NHS, but gone private for the therapy and implants. I asked her to stop more than once, but unfortunately the places I had talked to her were places like the lift and the woman's bathroom, where there weren't any cameras, and Jill just kept making comments no matter how often I asked her not to. I wouldn't say it was every single day, but I heard at least 3 comments per week for 3 months. I hit my breaking point when me, Jill, and a few other coworkers were having lunch. I referred to something as being shallow, and Jill said, "You know all about being shallow," while gesturing to my chest. I snapped. I said, "Do you know why I have these? A few years ago, the doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a mastectomy and was left with huge ugly scars on my chest. I went to see a therapist who sent me to a cosmetic surgeon who advised me to get implants to hide my scars. And I did, just so I could look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was the mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. For the rest of the day, I had about 1/3 of the office come up to me and offer support, and the rest tell me that Jill was just joking around, and I was being a B. I replied that Jill was being a B long before I was. I got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day, and when I called for clarification, they mentioned a hostile work environment. This is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off on the email and I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident who had reported me. I realized that if she was already being sent to HR, I needed as much as ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting information. As Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me. And if that was true, I was screwed. However, I vaguely remember a section of complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract and there was a part in complaint section that said I was contractually allowed to request a change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. When I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook and said basically, HR have asked to see me. Do you remember Jill insulting me to your face, or are you willing to write and sign something saying that you have heard and win? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill was somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending HR and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I guessed roughly when I asked Jill to stop previously. The 4 asks were over the last few months. Some timings were easy to guess, as they'd happen on my break or when I first arrived at work, and I wrote them all down, along with a rough time of when the lunchroom confrontation happened and a list of names who was there for the lunchroom confrontation. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went around everyone who had messaged me, and most of them managed to give me a printed and signed letter. Some didn't manage to write one, but no big deal. This isn't the exact words, as there's 16 letters to sum up here, but the gist was, my name is, then their name. I work with Jill, an OP. On the date and time approximately, I spoke with Jill, during which she referred to OP as an insult. I felt as it was inappropriate, as it directly related to OP's appearance, and I'm willing to go on record further to establish that Jill has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed, their name. I wound up with about 16 letters, all from different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some have even bullet-pointed list of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people. As it turns out, Jill has an issue with a lot of people's appearance. She apparently made comments about one coworker's weight and something anti-Semitic about different coworkers' nose, all of which were put into these letters. There were about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it was still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from my coworkers, then photocopied a page of my contract, and my dates and times in my little folder with me. I got there, and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me into another room. I immediately turned to the HR worker that was currently there and said, "So is my meeting with you, then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer. And as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I would let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and said she could be impartial. I replied that I really don't mean to be a pain, but it had to be on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get the supervisor. Supervisor asked how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell her that I have it on good authority that the Jill, who was on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend with Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only said, "I can be impartial." Supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the 4 of us all went to review the complaint. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoy them. Debbie took out the complaint, and all 3 of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the whole time that the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommending me be fired. The interview went something like this. It took over half an hour, and they kept asking me the same question, but phrasing it in different ways. So this is a really drastically condensed version. Question. You said outside you think Jill reported you. Why is this? Answer. Jill has had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Question. Why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue? Answer. Because I had no issue with her. Question. What issue does Jill have with you? Answer. 4 years ago, a specialist identified potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I had surgery to remove my breast tissue, thereby removing the cells and the risk. After the surgery, I was left with large scars on my chest and went to a therapist for low self-esteem and depression. The therapist suggested a plastic surgeon who suggested breast implants to cover those scars. All of this is in my medical history, which you have a copy of in file, and my full permission to review. Jill found out about my breast implants, but didn't know about the cancer. Jill had a problem with my breast implants, and then decided to communicate this problem with our co-workers. Question. Why do you feel this is true? Answer. Here's 16 signed statements from all different co-workers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office I had breast implants on the day she found out, and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes of what Jill said to them about it in rough dates and times. Question. Rough dates and times? Answer. No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as of when it happened. Question. What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment? Answer. For the harassment, for me, harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent. But as for the complaint against me, it would probably be what happened about yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breast, and I replied by giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There were cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that conversation. I'll admit, I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months, I felt I had to put my foot down. Here's a list of the names of people who were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of these people is also in those letters and has written their account of the conversation and signed it. Question. Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you? Answer. Several, spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated with her, I felt uncomfortable and upset at these comments and would appreciate if they were to stop. Question. To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in time? Answer. No, it wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friends when she overheard, and I didn't tell her because frankly, it's none of her business, and I did not feel the need to detail my medical history to my coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. Supervisor stands up and says, well, I think we're done here. He shakes my hand and sends me back to my desk, saying I'd hear from them after they reviewed the evidence, letters, CCTV, medical history, and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my CV, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by, then the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called to the meeting with HR. They come back 10-ish minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation got called in one by one, except Jill. All of them were gone for about 10 minutes, then come back, find a coworker, say that the HR wants to see them. Then, the people who wrote the letters but weren't there yesterday are also called in one by one, and each are gone for about 10 minutes each, some longer, some shorter. By about 3:30, it looks like everyone who wrote the letter or was there in the lunchroom had been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. 4:30ish, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around. Everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave. When Jill storms back into the office, she glares at me the whole time, packs up her desk. She starts to tell everyone who will listen to her that she got fired before shoving her face into the lift. An email comes from HR. My case is closed. Edit. I just wanted to add that regardless of my reasons for getting implants, it still should not have been harassed over them. It happened to be relevant here because it made Jill look like a real dick, which should probably be why she reported me. The top comment says, paper trails are often the undoing of petty, vindictive people. I've seen several times in my life providing said paper trail usually, and it's always satisfying. This one was exceptionally satisfying. Bonus, now you can tell people that your breasts are so magnificent they get people fired. I mean, if you want to. Wow, that is a good story. I can't believe they fired her so quickly. By the end of the day, boom, she was gone. Like, what really changed everything was her going in and finding where she could have someone impartial to look over the situation and actually bringing the supervisor and another HR rep to come in there. And the thing is, She pretty much fired herself. Jill fired herself because she's the one that put in the complaint that got her fired. What a genius. It's more like an idiot revenge. She got revenge on herself somehow. But bravo to her. That probably feels like such a big win in the office. Imagine having to work by someone that is always commenting on your appearance and feeling so down about that. And now, boom, they're gone. You could finally work in peace. I wonder if every one of those people like told the truth when we went there about the lunchroom, or if they were like Jill's friend and some of them were like, I never heard that happen. I will say this is a 9 out of 10. My favorite story ever still, I can't top this one, is the one I read like a month or two ago about that lady that was in the school or whatever, and she was like a teacher. That was the best revenge of all time. I'm not sure if anything is ever gonna replace that. She got an entire school shut down and a bunch of people she hated fired and stuff. This though is still a very good story. There's reasons why it has so much upvotes. I don't know if that's just for boobs or because, you know, it's good. Anyways, I really hope you guys enjoyed the #1 story on r/pro revenge. If any story ever tops this, I will read that. If you want me to read the top stories on any other sub, just let me know down below in the comments. I take suggestions all the time. Remember at the beginning of the video, I said don't forget to like and subscribe. If you did that, thank you. That helps out a lot. I'm not sure how much because I'm still kind of new at this, but thank you. What's up you guys, and welcome back to another Reddit reading video. I'm sorry I've been gone for like 4 days. Pokemon Sword and Shield came out 4 days ago, and I have logged almost 52 hours within the time period. It's kind of a little much, but I was really excited for that game, and I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna take a little vacation. On other news, shout out to Eon. We're gonna be reading your story first. Thank you so much for submitting it in r/entitled parents. If you guys would like to, you can click the link down below and you can go straight to the story and upload it for yourself. On that note, let's get into the story. EA thinks my cousin is required by law to cover her nephew's medical bills for a minor injury that happened outside the daycare my cousin works at. Okay, I'm sorry if I don't detail much. I'm pretty much going off of what my cousin told me and whatever little bit I saw. Also, I think this happened around mid-August this year. Here's some context. My cousin, who I will call C, works at a daycare. It's one of the few daycares in our small town, and all of our members are really nice, so she grew used to this. Like I said, this happened around August. Entitled Aunt, EA, moved to our area a month before her nephews. EA didn't really familiarize herself with the neighbors, but I thought nothing of it. I really don't know why EA was taking care of her nephew exactly, but we only knew she had legal custody of him. She came in with her 4-year-old nephew, In, and told the receptionist that she wanted to bring In to C's daycare. Our receptionist, who legit has the patience of a saint, told her that she can absolutely sign up and then directed her to head over to me to get the contract and agreements. So she came to sign them. She came over, took the clipboard with the contact, and then she didn't even think for a second to read it, but signed it anyways. Then she filled out the background of the child. Are you the legal guardian of the child? Is there any medicine that we have to administer to the child? Etc. Basic stuff. Usually, we allowed the first day as a trial day. EA comes back after the trial day and presumably in a worse mood and directs into the room where the first class was. Without paying, C, who was a worker on shift for watching the kids that day, asked EA if she paid yet for the season. She didn't, and she said to C that she wasn't told to do so for her first session, to which C tells her to go to the receptionist and pay, which she does, but angrily. She drops $10 on the table. Our receptionist points out to the sign saying 34. She then smacks a 20 and a 5 on the table. She doesn't take the change, and then blasts out the door. EA was bringing In for around 2 weeks, and once classes ended, she came somewhat late to pick him up. C usually lets the kids play in the playground across the street while the parents come. In was playing on the platform part of the park. When EA came, In was told it was time to go, so In was trying to get down, and when halfway down, trips and falls into the wood chips. Now, EA was there, so therefore, C was not technically the person liable for any injuries. EA ran to In, and he did have a really big bruise on his wrist, but he wasn't moving it. The EA picked him up and went up to the C, and here's what I heard. I was in the car because I was with C that day, and she drops him off home after work. EA, how dare you let In fall and get hurt? This isn't professional. You probably aren't even licensed. Now In's broke his wrist. C, as stated in your contract, we can't be liable after hours. EA, but you were here, and it was your daycare here. C, we have permission to use the park so the children are occupied when they wait for someone to pick them up. You weren't here, and it's after hours, so we aren't liable. EA, we will see about that, and then stomp to her car. 2 weeks will pass, and we'll get a call from someone we don't recognize. Our receptionist picks up to find someone claiming to be EA's attorney. He was asking for C, and when she picked up, she said it was a lawsuit filed. She was actually trying to sue the company for negligence and medical bills. Let's just say the signed contract backed up the daycare. We don't hear much from them anymore, and there was rumors she moved away. Dang, what an entitled jerk. How about you come pick up your kids on time? How about that one? Don't you just... I just feel so bad for the kids that have to live with moms or guardians that act so entitled like that. Like, what are you teaching your kid? You're trying to teach them to act the same exact way, and they're gonna have a tough time growing up just because you wanted to be a jerkhole while they were a little kid. So that was a story from someone down in the comments. If you guys have any of the stories that you want me to read during these videos, just let me know down in the comments. You can link them down below. I allow links in my comment sections. I'll click on it, read them up, boom, bada bing, bada boom, done. On to another entitled parent story. Eam demands a slushie. So, while I was a senior in high school, I worked in a Kmart for Xmas season. One night, at about 10 p.m., right before closing, a mother and daughter walked in. The daughter looked like she was in pain, and the mother makes a beeline for me. EM, excuse me, can my daughter have a slushie? A bit of context, the Kmart I worked in was one that had a pizza chain in it. When open, served slushies. Me, I'm sorry, I don't work for the pizza chain. I can't get you a slushie. EM, my daughter just had her wisdom teeth pulled, and she needs a slushie to help her with the pain. I knew that it would make her daughter's situation a bit worse by causing a dry socket, plus only pizza chain employees were allowed to turn on the slushie machine or any beverage machine in the section. Me, I can try, but like I said, I'm not authorized to turn on the machine. EM, just try. I proceeded to poop a cup and find a way to turn on the machine. Actually, I was just going through the motions. Me, I'm sorry, I can't find a way to turn on the machine. EM, well, at least you can get her a soda or a water. My daughter's in pain. Me, I told you already that only pizza chain employees can turn the machines on in their area, and they are closed. You are welcome to buy a bottle of water before we close. EM, my daughter is in pain from her surgery and wants a slushie. If you can't get it, I will tell your manager. My manager arrived after seeing this on the camera, wondering why I haven't finished my closing duties. Asked me what's going on. EM, your employee won't give my daughter a slushie. Manager, well, he's not authorized to turn on the machine since only the pizza chain employees can do that, and they are closed at this time. The daughter and EM will walk off in a big huff. I felt sorry for the daughter at this time. Some people's parents. Some of these trigger me when I read these. I'm just like, that poor kid. Like, I just want to smack that lady. I'm like, not actually smack that lady. Like, I'm not violent, but you know what I mean. She needs to be slapped by somebody. Jesus, slap her, please. Anyways, that's what she said was totally correct about not slurping through a straw causing dry sockets. I had to get 8 teeth extracted, not because they were like rotten or anything. I didn't have a cavity, but I had to get my 4 wisdom teeth taken out, and then I have really big canine teeth. They look really similar to what a vampire's teeth would look like. They're really sharp and really big. I was just born with them, so they're the size of about 1.5 of a tooth. So they had to take out the 4 teeth behind my top and bottom canine teeth. So I had to get 8 teeth extracted all at once. They actually had to put me into like they had to put me to sleep because they had to like drill underneath my bone under one side of my jaw to get my wisdom tooth out. But yeah, this is the reason I have braces now. But long story short, at the end they told me not to slurp anything to a straw, not to like, if you smoke, you don't want to smoke any cigarettes because any of that slurping motion could cause a dry socket. So hopefully this girl didn't go home and slurp a slushie and smoke a cigarette at the same time. I've heard it's not worth it. Just do not do it. If you're a smoker, I promise you that little bit of waiting is going to be a lot easier than if you have a dry socket. But back to that story. This is the thing that I can't stand about people is like, why can't you understand like people can't just do things just because you say so? That's like going into McDonald's and being like, I don't care, get me a Whopper now. Like, lady, what? What are you talking about? Like, what do you expect me to do really? Some people have just always gotten their way by throwing a fit, and they think that throwing a fit can just get them anything. And that's how an entitled parent is born. I think that most entitled parents came from other parents that either let them be entitled as a kid or they got to watch their parents be entitled and learn that. Monkey see, monkey do. And yes, your kid's a little monkey, you entitled parent. No, I'm just kidding. The kid didn't do anything wrong. They were probably high on whatever they give you. I can't even remember what I took. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching this video. I know it's probably short. I haven't even been recording that long. If you guys have any suggestions of subs that you want me to cover, just let me know down below. I have a Patreon down below. You can just look at it if you want to. Just look at it. I'm still just happy it got accepted. If you guys want to submit a story just like the person in the first story did, just like I said, link your story down in the comments. I'll click it, I'll read it. Doesn't matter if it has -5 million upvotes. I'll read it because thank you for the suggestion. r/malicious compliance video, and I really hope we see some good compliance today. This first one is going to be like, well, I think it's from an article. Here it is about Filet-O-Fish. McDonald's served a local burger joint with a cease and desist. This is the tiniest little itty bitty story that I have ever seen. Some parts are copied from the source we just saw. Paul Shuffett, the owner of a chef behind the local Woodshed Burgers restaurant, wasn't loving what he saw when he opened up his email on Wednesday. In his inbox was a formal cease and desist from McDonald's Restaurant of Canada over one of his restaurant's burgers, the effing Filet-O-Fish. In compliance with the cease and desist, Shuffett renamed his burger to the McEffin Fish Fillet, his flippant way of complying with the massive company's cease and desist. Your turn, lawyers. Would be funny if they were in the EU, McDonald's lost their trademark to Big Mac, so he could call it Big Mac and they couldn't do anything about it. Wow. Stick it to the man, stick it to McDonald's. And hey, he followed the rules. He did change the name, that's all they asked. That was a short story, now we're moving on to a medium. This one just looks like it's about to be fantastic. Stars and golds and platinums is everywhere. 15,000 upvotes. This better be the best story I have ever read on this channel. You want a meeting to discuss our phone account? Okay, let's have a meeting. I'm not sure if this belongs in petty revenge or malicious compliance, for there's a little of both. So sorry if this has been put in the wrong place. Either way, I've enjoyed my malicious revenge compliance, so I hope you do too. For the past few years, our business has been receiving telemarketing calls from an offshore call center trying to make an appointment for Optus Business Center. Every time they call, we'd politely tell them we're not interested and to remove us from the list, and they'd promise not to call us again. You can probably tell by my words every time that having ourselves removed from the list didn't work. It didn't work the first time, it didn't work the 50th time. Offshore are cheap, and they get paid per appointment, so they are quite aggressive. It was clear a new strategy needed to be found, as it was taking too long for them to bugger off. So began my campaign for malicious compliance / petty revenge. Hi, we're calling the Optimus Business Center, and we can save you 40% on your mobile phone bill. Can we come and see you tomorrow at 11 AM? You can save me 40% on my mobile bill? That's 60 grand a month! What? How many phones do you have? 150 or so that I'm responsible for directly, plus a few others. The appointment is quickly confirmed. The next day, a salesman calls up and he's running early. We can meet earlier. I refused. Our appointment is at 11 AM after all. 11 AM rolls around and he walks in. We sit down in reception and go through the greetings. I then ask him if it's possible to make a telemarketing call stop now. He assures me that it is. And so I stand up, shake his hand, and thank him for coming. What? That's it? You could have said that over the phone. I point out that we did, many times, and it didn't work, and I hope that this waste of his time, 45-minute trip to Homebrush, Sydney, would perhaps teach him to mend his ways. Over the past 2 years, they have sent out 5 different reps to see us. They call for meetings, we accept them, shine them on about the value of the account, and they roll in to be greeted by me, dressed in a chicken suit, made to wait in our meeting room for 20 minutes before being asked to be removed from the list, being turned away at the door. They sent 2 reps that time. I'm posting this today because it was visit number 6, and it was the best one yet. We got a repeat customer. I sat him down in the meeting room and played the video recording of our last meeting. Is that you? Yes, it's me. Didn't I follow up? Did we have a good meeting? I point out that I certainly enjoyed our last meeting, and zoomed in forward to the video to the part where I explained we didn't have 500 mobile accounts. I needed to please remove us from the list, and you could see his heartbreak. Which it did, again, once he realized that whatever account he thought was being discussed today was not going to be discussed, which we also have on video. So we can go all Inception if/when he shows his face again. This is the kind man in his chicken suit. What a brave, brave soldier. Wow, that is some good compliance right there. Setting up that meeting, that is kind of more of a revengey, petty revenge, slightly pro-revenge, 6 times in a row, and having this Inception film is a little bit pro-revenge, I'm not gonna lie. Good on them though for getting those telemarketers like that. I wish I could do something like that. This has like almost little to nothing to do with what I just read, but yesterday I saw this video on Reddit where these people called Domino's and called Papa John's and like made them talk to each other over the phone. It was hilarious. They were like, "This is Papa John's, would you like our deal?" He was like, "No sir, this is Domino's, would you like our deal?" Alright, I need to stop before I start rambling. This is our large or long story for the day. I don't know if it's large or long, I just see the L right there. Send in a shoddy application and tell us to just make do. You got it. So this just happened today. First, a little bit of backstory and context. I work for an agency that specializes in disaster relief. I'm basically a professional nitpicker, and it works like this. When a town or city or some other place suffers from some kind of disaster and want to get reimbursed for the damages and repairs expenses and like that, they contact us and send in an application. This application has to include certain kinds of documents in order to be eligible for any funding, and some of those documents have to be laid out in a certain way. For example, if you have to hire a bunch of laborers to help clear debris or something, you have to tell me who worked and how many hours on which day, how much they were paid per hour, how much they were paid in total, that sort of thing. If your application gets to me and it doesn't have the bells and the whistles, one of 3 things happens. Your application is rejected, your application is sent to the chain minus whatever can't validate, meaning you get less money than what you were originally asking to be reimbursed for, or I send it back to you to be reworked. I usually do everything I can do to avoid the first 2 because I know how hard it can be to recover from disaster when you have to pay for stuff out of your own pockets. But today, I made an exception, courtesy of some good old-fashioned malicious compliance. So I get this new project. It lands on my desk with a thud. It's an application from a small rural town and only a few hundred people that's heavily damaged by severe rains and flooding. Trees knocked over, power lines destroyed, you name it. They got hit real bad and had to hire a lot of people to help clean up afterwards. They were applying for over 20 grand in reimbursement. Anyways, I'm parsing through it, going over the checklist, making sure everything is in order. About 5 seconds in, I realized that whoever put this garbage pile of the project together either didn't know what they were doing or didn't care enough to find out. Shoddy or missing paperwork, broken files, incoherent notes and add-ons, you name it. So I make a list of all the things that were wrong with the project and I call up the project supervisor. In other words, the guy the town hired to put the application together to see if he and I could work together to fix them. I tell him I won't be able to validate the project for the full dollar amount with what I've been given. But the guy cuts me off, calls my competence, intelligence, and professional integrity into question, accuses me of trying to stiff the town, and calls me several choice names. He ends by saying I'd better make do with what I've been given, and it's not his job to do anything more than what he's already done. I'm pissed, but I hang up the phone and go talk to the boss. I asked the boss what I should do. I already knew what he was going to say, but I wanted to make sure I covered all my bases. Sure enough, he sympathizes, tells me to validate whatever cost I can and ignore the rest. I tell him that doing this will result in a drastic reduction of the amount of money the town received. He tells me it's not the agency's problem if the project supervisor refuses to cooperate. Malicious compliance activated. I go back to my desk, I do exactly what the boss instructed. I validate the cost that I can and ignore the rest. I dang well make do with what the project supervisor has given me. Just like he said, the amounts to little over $5,000. I double check my work, then triple check before kicking it up to the chain for final review. The whole project was done and dusted by lunchtime. I also know I'm going to get an earful from the project supervisor, and I'm not disappointed. Around 2 in the afternoon, I get a call from him. As soon as I pick up, he starts ranting at me. As soon as he does, I call the boss over. I tell him my boss is on the line, and the boss basically tells the guy it's his own stupid fault. The project supervisor doesn't care and continues to scream at me. He says that I'm trying to cheat him by leaving him out the missing funds. He finally pauses because he has to breathe. I smile and tell him that he'll have to make up with what I've given him and that it's not my job to do anything more than what I've already done. I hang up before he can say anything else. Then I call up the guy's town city hall who hired the project supervisor and let them know what happened and exactly who to blame. And since the small town gossip spreads faster than the bubonic plague, I bet you anything the project supervisor will find himself on the receiving end of the entire town's hatred by this time tomorrow. And he deserves it. Wow, I wonder if that affects how much the guy is gonna get paid. Like, I wonder if he gets paid a commission of that amount. First of all, that sucks for the city that put in that relief money, but they'll probably cover the rest, not gonna lie. Cities have a lot of money. Even small towns have a lot more than normally people expect. But that guy got some crazy compliance revenge. This seems like revenge. This is like, it's always way more satisfying when someone tells them a line that tries to ruin their day, and then they go and just say that line right back, and they're like, what? Just speechless. Copy my answers? Have fun with that F. So this just happened today at school, so it's still fresh in my mind. We were in algebra and we were taking a test. The teacher was out of the classroom for a bit, and someone asked for the answers. Now, I had secretly hated this kid for almost a year because he had destroyed my $210 phone and only paid me back $20 and said, hopefully this will be enough for the screen protector. So, anyways, it turned out that he skipped the question, so he accidentally had about 75% of the answers in the wrong box, making them all wrong. He asked me to erase them for him so he could copy my answers because his arm hurt. I was just about done with mine, so I finished and erased his, but instead of giving him the answers, I turned my paper in. He now has 5 to 10 minutes to answer about 30 questions. The teacher had walked back in while he was pleading with me and asked what was going on. I told him David was trying to copy my answers. No regrets. Edit, getting a lot of comments about how he broke my phone, so here's the story. I tried to keep it brief. We were at a youth group at our church, I'm Catholic, and was scrolling through my photos to show to my friend. I scroll past one of David looking very less than good. Friend starts laughing and tells me to go back to that picture, so I do, and he starts just dying laughing. A few more people came over to see what was happening, and one of them was David. He sees the picture and just snatches my phone out of my hand and runs to the bathroom. I'm banging on the bathroom door and telling him, give me my phone back. He runs out of the bathroom while I'm screaming at him and holding it in his arm. He then just slams my phone into the ground. The screen was completely shattered and the home button didn't work. Oh look, there's the phone. Screw you, David. Well, that's some pretty good compliance right there. He went all the way with erasing his answers and then giving it back to him. He got some big cojones for that. David pretty much deserved it for freaking out like that and not being able to control his fragile emotions. To be fair though, if it wasn't for my friends, I always had one of my best friends in my math classes. If I didn't have them in there, I would never have passed high school. Shout out to my friends. Next story is ex-wife tells me take handling the kids more seriously. So I did. This is a mix of revenge and malicious compliance. Hopefully this is the right place. Background, kinda long, but also important. So I'm happily the voice dad of two beautiful kids, a 5-year-old girl and almost a 4-year-old son. My ex and I met at a home state of Illinois. She was a Navy brat, so our family is from Texas. We fell in love very quickly, got married after a year, and was expecting my daughter after 3 months. My son followed almost 4 to 6 months after my daughter was born. A month after he was born, I found out she was cheating on me with at least 5 guys. Later, I found out it was around 8. Obviously, I filed for divorce. I got the lawyer, changed my banking accounts, and presented her the papers. The first copy was rejected for a reason I can't quite remember. Upon revision, I had my lawyer also change the custody from me having the kids to every other weekend to every single weekend. Much to his surprise, she signed it. We shared the kids accordingly. She was super pissed, but there was nothing she could do about it. And when she/I could no longer afford to live in the state, she moved back to Texas. Fast forward 2 years, without seeing the kids, I couldn't afford to see them except one Christmas. I got out of the Navy, moved back home, and I got the kids for 3 months. I was appalled by their development delays. Both kids were rated the bottom 5% of the kids their age. My daughter didn't have a clue about potty training at 3, barely speaking, and had no awareness of adult authority. My son was not even close to walking, non-verbal, wouldn't eat most meats, and was afraid of grass. When I returned them, my daughter would listen to adults, was potty trained, was speaking in almost complete sentences. My son was walking, saying some words/hand signals, and eating a variety of different foods. I worked my butt off to get them there. Also, I spent a lot on 2 times a week therapy for both kiddos. Money well spent. Anyways, I stayed in Illinois for about 1.5 to 2 years, gathering up enough money to move to Texas. I had a little amount saved, but I started dating a girl who I came to find out also wanted to move to Texas. So we pulled our money together and moved down. Almost done with the background, guys. We got moved down to Texas and lived at a hotels for a month. Found jobs, found a place, and moved in. I work in a sales position in a large bulk type store, and my girlfriend works at a sandwich place. At this time, my ex and I are not going by the divorce decree custody days because of convenience. Well, a person ended up quitting the job, and I had to take their hours. So my girlfriend got permission to bring my kids to her work. The GM loves them. Well, they were being toddlers, and she texted mutual friends of my ex and me asking if she could watch the kids for a few hours. That got sent to my ex. My ex and new hubby got pissed, and they came to my work and chewed me out for saying I need to take the kids' well-being more seriously. Roger that, suckers. Now, I realized I messed up that day. I was not mad at what they said. I was pissed at the fact that they did that in front of my trainee, a customer, and coworkers. Malicious compliance/revenge. During my setup phase, I was not paying for full child support, which was kind of them, but that ended because I was now taking things more seriously. The next morning, I talked to my boss, told him what had happened, and informed him that I could not work at the time specified on my divorce decree because now that I'm taking things more seriously, I will now have these kids every weekend. He then transferred my ex the remainder of the child support, informed her that she was right and I needed to take things more seriously. So I will be by after work to pick up the kids for my court-appointed custody. She was confused, but agreed. Then I called her on Friday evening to see if she had everything prepared for the weekend stay. Medications for my son. She flipped out, saying that we had plans all day Saturday and church Sunday morning. Then she screamed, "What the F are you making these demands all of a sudden?" Well, I'm just taking the kids and our agreements more seriously. I ended up letting them have the kids Saturday and picked them up Sunday morning. I then informed my ex and hubby that we would need at least a week's notice for any change in plans on weekends in case we had things planned. Generally, if they wanted to do something special with the kids, if we didn't have plans, even the last minute. Since I was taking things more seriously, my girlfriend and I kept every meticulous record of any injury, diaper rash on my daughter from not wiping correctly, physical appearance upon pickup. We would treat said rashes, note any changes in our little black book, and then take a photo of the pages and the timestamp. When they returned, we would then note any worsening of the rash or non-treatment. We also signed the kids up for more therapy since they were still very much behind. This went on a few months until, surprise, my ex had enough and brought me to court, forced the changes she wanted. I presented the judge with everything. the doctor's notes I had from day one, the doctor's notes from my ex with conflicting information. These notes were things that she would tell the state-funded therapist for my son, as well for all the expenses for the therapies I was giving my kids. Then I showed our notes, the printed timestamp of the photos, and then many times any rashes would be present or worsened when we got the kids. My ex broke down into tears since she brought her entire family and several friends for support. The increase of the child support she wanted was shot down, and instead was almost half since I was making less than I was prior. The expenses I had for the kids, and my overall time for the kiddos. The change in sole custody she desperately wanted? Well, the judge ordered it to stay the same, with the change of alternating Sundays. Slightly annoying. Walking out, she asked me through the tears, "How could you do this to me?" To which I replied, I was taking things with the kids seriously. Edit, I have never restricted my ex from the kids. If she wants to have them for whatever reason, and I have no plans, I will let her take them from my time. Edit 2, for all you suckers who are saying I neglected my kids by not seeing them for 2 years, I was in the Navy. I tried to see them, my leave kept getting denied because of my medical BS. I FaceTime them every day. I requested to say goodnight to them whenever I was able to. If you have never been in the military, it is hard to understand how hard it is to get leave. I can attest to that last statement. My wife is in the military and she wanted to take 3 leave days for her birthday. They were like, 1, take it or leave it. She was like, what? When it was her, she was turning 21. This is like last month. She was turning 21 and she was just like, I want to have the day off afterwards because I want to have my first, legal drink. Legally. So yeah, they do have a hard time getting off for leave. That was like, I really thought it was going to be like petty revenge, like during the background and like the beginning of the revenge. It didn't really seem like it was going that far. But when he started documenting all the things about the kids and taking pictures and timestamp, I knew that was going to be some very hard malicious compliance. He took it very, very seriously. But honestly, the wife deserves that. It almost sounded like they were neglecting / abusing the kid to an extent. So bringing all that and noting it up is just like, he should have done that in the first place, but it's good that he got it done. Kids don't deserve that. My thought is like, kids don't deserve, even little kids, if they do bad things, they don't deserve to be treated badly. They don't understand. They're just kids. Alright, that was a long story, so we're going to do 2 more short ones. I said short, but this one says medium. The next one says short. They're both pretty small. That way I don't talk you guys' ear off for 36 hours. No, I'm just kidding. But this r/malicious compliance is a nearly 200 person MC. This took place around 2012-ish. The pride of high school was always a marching band. For the reason that the band was a quarter of the nearly 800 students at the school, we had about 185 students of the year when this compliance happened. So every year, the band went on a trip out of state to compete in a Bands of America competition. It was a trip everyone looked forward to. We did a ton of fun things, missed a week of school, and the last day there competed for a professional stadium. The band director would call and schedule things for us so we don't randomly show up at a mall or McDonald's or do something and him throw 200 kids at them. We had called ahead at the mall to work out eating at the food court, and that was the easiest while we were traveling there. He usually planned these in the trips when it was time for the bus driver to rest for a couple hours, and we were allowed to get food and shop in the mall. So we get to this point in our trip and we're given a speech to behave ourselves and reminded that the consequences if we don't. We go inside and start shopping and eating, and then everyone gets stopped by the mall security. Then, over the intercom system, it was announced for the city high school students to come to the front of the mall area. They said they had a rule that didn't allow kids to be in the mall past 6th, not even with adults. Not even a quarter of us have eaten. No one had caused problems, yet they wanted us out. My band director gets a hold of the person that he planned it with, and they agree if we go in 5 kids to every adult, we can continue as planned. The cheeky grin on the security guard's face said, there's nearly 200 students. You would need 40 adults, and you only have 7. It's forever burned into my head, as is the drop of the face of my senior. Raised his hand and said, I am 18, I count as an adult. And then all of us, 18 and up students, stood up and started pulling out IDs. Smug, the security guard checked every ID and gave out wristbands to the adults. We had enough 18-year-olds that we technically didn't need chaperones that came. So they all sat around and watched us 18-year-olds hand out 5 kids. And no harm came to them all. The security guard was very grumpy, and had the adults needed, we would have gotten our food. We got our food. I bought suspenders and a panda hat from the Hot Topic, like I did every band trip. And we placed fairly decently that year. What an absolute terrible rule. Yeah, that is a horrible rule. The mall where I live, I think it's past 7 o'clock. After 7 o'clock, like everyone that's underage has to get out of the mall and they'll check ID cards. They're always looking at me suspiciously, and my wife, because my wife looks like she's like 12. And I have braces, so I look like I'm like 10 sometimes. Not 10, but like 13. Also, I don't really have that much facial hair or anything, so it's just like, I don't look grown, we don't look grown, so they're always evil-eyeing us, and I'm like, get out of our way. That's nice though. I bet they feel like they won the day on that one. Last one is hold my check. Okay, let's cash it instead, and then I'll deposit it to cash. So this was a few years ago. My terrible bank at the time had a policy about check deposits. Over a certain amount, maybe 500, they held them for 24 hours. Well, I got paid on Friday by my check. It was a small employer that didn't offer direct deposit. So every 2 weeks, I went to the bank after work. The tellers were still working, but apparently the processing day was over. So my 24 hours didn't start until Monday, and my money would finally be available Tuesday sometime. This was super frustrating, especially when the rent was due Saturday or Sunday. But the bank's policy allowed them to cash any check for customers as long as they had at least as much in their total accounts, which I did in savings. So this became my routine. Get paid, go to the bank, have them cash my check down to the penny, and then immediately deposit that cash, except for maybe 40 bucks. As you can imagine, this took the teller noticeably longer and simply depositing my check, but hey, policy is policy, right? That sucks. What a terrible bank. Navy, I've been with Navy, was it Navy Federal? That credit union, I think they're really good. If you have any suggestions of subs or stories that you want me to react to or read over, just let me know down in the comments. I take submissions all the time. We're going to read the first 3 stories that come up on malicious compliance. So we have, let's open up 3 tabs. Let's duplicate these. So boom, first one is going to be learned real quick about malicious compliance while doing high-end construction. That's going to be our first one. Second one's going to be, sorry boss, I don't speak Spanish. The third one is going to be, you want me to see a doctor? Boom, we have our stories of the day. We let luck and people's upvotes decide them. Now these better be fantastic. No, I'm just kidding. I don't doubt that these are fantastic. Almost all of them are really good, especially if they're at the top of the sub. Like I said in the last video, that was a one-off video. It didn't get really that many views, but I just, it was a topic about Reddit and robot reading videos. I just thought that it would be like fun to do it. It was fun to do it. Didn't get many views, but at least I had fun. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Learned real quick about malicious compliance while doing high-end construction. Years ago, I was doing construction for a casino in the restaurant portion, while another company was doing work on a hotel. The generic contractor was notorious for being a dick and insisted no extra work was to be done without prior written authorization and approval by the owners and architect. Basically, follow the plans exactly. This happens from time to time and usually find little mistakes and submit an update and approve the added expense. Not this time. 10 floors were built exactly per plan. The top 2 were luxury suites, marble floor to the ceiling in the bathrooms, really expensive stuff. Towards the end of the job, they were walking off the suite. Probably 95% of everything is done. Where's the light switch in the bathroom? Head electrician just smiles. None were in the plans, sir. We followed the plans to the letter. Just like he said, no lights, no switches. We could hear screaming several floors down. They ended up having to rip out marble in every bathroom to run a pipe for wire and the lights and switched, but didn't lift a finger until we were guaranteed in writing that we would be paid for the extra work. Well, that's pretty much what he gets for being a jerk and being like, no, don't do extra stuff, don't try and help, don't try and fix things, let me screw myself over and get you guys paid a little bit extra. I'm sure this one was a big winner for the person implementing the malicious compliance. Good on him. Followed the rules, did what he was supposed to do, and got a little bonus check out of it. Is it me or was this one like really small? That is a very small story. Good, small and satisfying. I like that. It just sucks that a lot of the small stories never get gilded just because they're little, I guess. People like to gild the bigger ones. Speaking of larger stories getting gilded, we got a large or long. I don't know if it's large or long. I never know. But it's gilded. Sorry, boss. I don't speak Spanish. I work at a hotel as a night auditor, and this malicious compliance begins with a small bit of information I was told when I was initially hired for the position. When I was interviewed for the position, this was very important later on. I was told by the HR lady that the hotel paid a bonus $100 for each foreign language I spoke well enough to serve our guests. Management cleared my $100 for speaking English after I passed through the evaluation period. My main language is Portuguese. At first, I was glad to be working the night shift, mostly because my colleagues then, Mr. Castillo, was from Guatemala, so whenever any guest that spoke Spanish showed up, he handled it, and in turn, I handled any English-speaking foreigners. Naturally, he did a lot more work since the amount of Spanish-speaking guests was significantly larger than our English-speaking ones. Meanwhile, Mr. Castillo was in the process of learning English, and I had taken an interest in Spanish, so we helped each other out. Not long after, Mr. Castillo got a job paying several times over what the hotel did, and sadly, left me. My new colleague, a newly promoted bellboy, didn't speak English, though he could understand some, and didn't speak Spanish at all. In fact, he didn't even try to improve any of his language skills while I slowly kept improving my Spanish, trying to use more and more of it every day to serve our dear guests. As I started this month, I spoke to our front desk manager and asked him in plain Spanish what did I have to do exactly to receive my $100 bonus for speaking Spanish. He was surprised but said nothing more since the front desk got busy with checkouts and my shift was up. But a few days later, he mentioned that he spoke to HR and informed them I was speaking Spanish well enough to receive my bonus. And now, he was just waiting to hear back from them. A few days later, the HR lady asked me what size shirt I wore, since we were going to be ordering new uniforms in the coming weeks, and took the opportunity to ask her about my bonus for Spanish, and she mentioned they were talking to our director about it. A day later, she informed me that they wouldn't be paying me for my bonus for a foreign language since it was on file that I was already receiving it. I replied I was receiving a bonus for English, not Spanish, and she would speak to the director again within a few days. All would be made well. Now, I was really in a hurry to get my bonus, but it would be really nice if they cleared it already, as it showed up in my next paycheck, but guess what? They didn't. Our director talked to HR again, and my boss told him, even though I'm serving our dear Spanish-speaking guests in Spanish, I don't in fact speak Spanish. I am far from fluent, but I can explain how the hotel works, direct guests to where they need to be, and assist them on what they need. Be finding a pharmacy at 3 a.m., getting a cab to go out to get drinks, or even hire an escort. Yep. But apparently, it isn't good enough for our director and the managers who said we really can't afford to fight him on it. Okay, no biggie, I guess. Maybe we'll try next year, when I can speak a little better. However, the cruel and unforgiving gods of the hotel industry gave me the perfect opportunity to strike back. Earlier last week, we received a large group of 30 plus Spanish speaking tourists, which in addition to our normal occupancy, meant we are effectively sold out for the week. Big groups are usually minor inconvenience when you're checking them in, but even bigger problem when they're checking them out. Especially if they're one person per room, which means you basically have a huge lot of rooms to check out, one by one. While an endless line forms in the front desk, 80 plus checkouts are unusual for our hotel on Friday mornings, but 110 plus is a problem. Normally, when the morning shift has a workload this big, our front desk manager comes in nearly to help. But he couldn't this time, since he took a personal day since his mother fell ill. That left our night director with just one choice: to ask a night audit to stay late to help until our reservations people clocked in and could then replace us at the front desk. See, my colleague doesn't like staying late, especially since he works a second job with his new father in the afternoon, meaning he only has the morning and early afternoon to sleep. I don't like staying late on Friday nights because of the amount of checkouts, which means it'll be forever before you can take a break, or even more so before you can leave. However, this time our director didn't even ask my colleague and instead told me to stay late because we would have a sizable workload and about a third of it would require someone that spoke Spanish, or it would slow down everything to a crawl. I told him I wouldn't be staying late that morning, and before I could get another word of him, he started yammering about how I'm wrong and I should be more of a team player and that we would be very grateful for it. Wanting to get back to my sleep, I told him to ask my colleague, and he said he couldn't, that they needed me. When I asked him why, he clearly stated, we need 2 Spanish speakers that morning to make sure everything goes okay with the checkouts. Not one for missing an opportunity to get payback, I replied, sorry boss, I don't speak Spanish. Turned off my phone and went back to sleep. Update, sorry for holding on in the aftermath. I wrote this during my work shift and I was putting on the finishing touches. We had a server crash and I spent the next hour and a half trying to restore our backups and get the camera system up again. Update, aftermath. After I woke up and turned my cell phone back on, I had several missing calls from the hotel and 2 missing calls from our front desk manager. Good guy. I called back at the hotel that afternoon, shift picked up, and they didn't know anything, so I called my manager's phone. He answered and asked what was going on because the director was furious about me hanging up on him and that I was refusing to work. I explained to him the situation in regard to my bonus for speaking Spanish, and since the hotel was trying to hold me out, I was going to withhold performance. Anyone who's ever worked for customer service know how much damage withholding performance can do, even if it's just a little. In the end, my manager begged me to stay until our reservations people came in at 8 a.m. My shift ends at 7:20 a.m. I agreed on the condition that I would not check out anyone who spoke Spanish. He reluctantly accepted and said he would back me up in the following poop storm that would happen. What happened was the group came down for breakfast precisely at 6:40 a.m., finished at 7:10 a.m., give or take, and went back to the room to collect their belongings. At this time, the 2 front desk attendees of the morning shift had arrived, as well as our bellboy. Plus, there was me, my colleagues waiting to punch and go out. We had already started checking people out, and this day was particularly busy. We had 3 to 4 people waiting to be checked out, and it doesn't help that we have 3 computers for 4 people to work with another computer to use to check the cameras. When 7:20 a.m. came up, my colleagues quickly picked up his things and left, and I took over his spot. At this time, it was very few people in the group that started coming down, and they already had to wait since they were all checking out other people. A few minutes later, I got the first one, but told them I couldn't check them out since I don't speak Spanish, and asked them to wait for my colleagues to become available. In the end, I ended up refusing to service 10 or so people, which started forming a line right in front of the front desk, which only grew since other guests assumed they were in line to be checked out. My colleagues on the morning shift were not happy at all. The guests were less than satisfied, and when the first of our reservations people showed up at 8 a.m., I logged out, punched out, and went home. By that time, there was a 20 people plus line, waiting to be checked out by 2 overworked receptionists, only one which spoke Spanish. In the ensuing poop storm that happened, the hotel's director arrived at 8:30 a.m. in an attempt to minimize the anger of the human centipede who formed at the front desk, started chatting with the guests and otherwise trying to distract them so they would be less angry and avoid giving the hotel a poor review. I got a mild chewing out by my manager for poor work ethic instead of being written up. True to his word, he backed me up for the director call and HR for a meeting regarding my actions. You can't demand someone speak a language that you know they don't know, right? I still haven't gotten my bonus for speaking Spanish, and I let my manager know I will not be speaking any Spanish while on the job until they give in and give me my hard-earned bonus. Wow, that was a really good story. I was not expecting it to be that good. He got some really good revenge on him. Like, that is some of the best workplace revenge I've seen. But hey, they told him he can't speak Spanish, so he didn't speak Spanish, and that's what he did exactly what they said he couldn't do. If I was in his position, I would probably be doing the same thing. I would be like, no, I don't speak Spanish. You said I don't speak Spanish. It still sucks that he hasn't got his bonus for it. And now there's probably like a little bit of fuss in the workplace. But hey, what are you going to do? Sometimes you got to stand up for what you think is right and not just give in. Even if it's like hindering other people. You got to show people that you shouldn't be walked on. And $100 is really nothing to a big company. It's really absolutely nothing. But the last story is, you want me to see a doctor? As a teen, I worked under the golden arches of McDonald's. I was treated like poop on the daily, always catching the poop jobs, getting rotated at the last minute. It was Saturday night and I got off my shift and went to a house party. We drank and drank and drank like teenagers do, British teenagers. And come Sunday morning, I was hanging. 9 a.m., I was heading to the bus stop. My phone rings. My boss kicking off that I'm not in work. He altered the rota early this week and I hadn't noticed. Me, I'm too ill to be in. I've been throwing up. Boss, that's funny because the manager from the next town over just saw you at the bus station. Me, seriously, I'm genuinely ill. I should be okay tomorrow. Boss, no, you need to go to the doctor and get the all clear to come into work. Well, okay then. This is the UK. Doctor's appointments are free, so I booked one for the next day. I tell the doctor the problem, I got drunk on Foster's and threw up, and then he asked me for a note declaring me fit for work. The doc explains this is not an NHS covered thing outside of mental health, and as my employer requested it, it would be a chargeable item from the practice. He asked who the employer is, and suggests that I should really require this. I call my boss from the doctor's office. Me, the doc says the certification is a chargeable thing. Boss, I don't care. Either get a certificate to return or don't come back. The doc hears and gets to work putting together a certification letter. He tells me not to worry about the cost this time. He prints it and pops up an envelope addressed to my boss and sends me on my way. I head in for my shift after lunch and hand in the envelope to my boss. 5 minutes later, he's screaming down the phone. Turns out, the dog had invoiced a franchise for the cost of the service. Somewhere in the region of £200. Is that 200 pounds? I don't know what that little E is. TLDR, boss insists I get certified to return to work. Gets a bill for it. Wow, I did not know that was a thing in the UK. But hey, she got her compliance. She did exactly what she was supposed to do and backstabbed him. Well, front stabbed him, I guess. She did it right in front of his eyes. Can I have some pocket money? Because I'm a kid too. 19 years old is still a kid. I posted this in another sub a while ago and many comments said it belongs here too. Well, here goes nothing. I am 19, female, have a little brother who is 8 and living with my parents at the moment. I'm still studying, so I cannot pay rent yet. But I do earn my own pocket money from part-time jobs. My father's 3 brothers and their family came to our town for vacation for 3 days over the weekend. They have not met me for years, so it's a big gathering, and they have been planning for a long time. That plan seemed to have the members split into 2 groups, the adults and the kids. I have been arranging to join the kids group. When I tried to protest, they insist that I'm a kid too. So I just had to submit to my fate. Clearly, they just wanted a babysitter, which they don't admit, because it's not babysitting if I'm just a kid hanging around other kids. For their 5 kids ages 5 through 10, while the adults get out and enjoy the reunion. So I spent the weekend babysitting a total of 5 kids. That includes organizing games to home entertain them, bring them to the science park and the likes for outings and food out of my own pocket, and just overall watch their safety and be an adult when needed. To be honest, it was quite fun, though tiring, when I sometimes had to raise my voice to make myself heard and drag the younger ones from the back so they wouldn't stray too far. I admit, I'm not really babysitter material. The kids seemed to like me, so I guess it went well too. However, I still would rather be hanging out with the other adults, or just having my weekend to my own. When my 3 uncles' families were leaving after the weekend, they gave pocket money to each of the kids, including my brother. My father also gave pocket money to each of my cousins. Almost as expected, there wasn't a share for me. I don't really care about the pocket money, they were just a couple of notes I can easily earn in a few hours. But I'm rather annoyed for the fact that, conveniently, I was skipped for being an adult this time. Nope, I couldn't hold that down. After all, I am a kid, right? I put the biggest smile and asked politely for my pocket money from my uncles and aunt-in-laws. They were a little taken aback. I said as sweetly as I could that I deserved pocket money for being a kid. They said so themselves. In all awkwardness, I got my pocket money. Needless to say, my parents looked like they had poop smeared across their faces. I got the biggest junk from my parents after they left. In their words, I am a major, insert a swear word, to have deliberately made my parents lose face. Whatever, what's done is done. In a few days, everyone moved on, and the pocket money just spent on some vanilla cream puffs, sugar rolls, and ice cream, which we all shared in the family. In other words, it's been transformed into a tab on everyone's weight. We are certainly going to hold them for a good while, especially me, because I am definitely not going to the gym to lose them. Wow, I can't stand when you're a kid whenever it's just super convenient for the other people. Younger adults are already really confused, like 18 and 19, you're just like, what the freak am I? Like the world's telling you you're an adult, you have the freedom to go smoke cigarettes, but not alcohol, and you have the freedom to go vote. But last year you had to raise your hand and ask to go pee-pee on the potty? What the freak? I'm gonna do a small one because I think I've only done like one of these small paragraphs once before. I want to see how good they are. You guys tell me if it's good or if it's not so good. Want to be a jerk face on field day? Not a long post, but a little story for the night. For those of you unaware, field day is a day in military where after work, troops, in my case, Marines, clean the ever-loving poop out of their rooms and barracks. Good section heads will go with the looks good, smells good, it must be good policy. My section, however, is not so lucky. For those of you familiar with the military, keep in mind that my entire section has been in the Marines for over 2 years minimum at this point. So we really weren't new anymore. We know what we were doing, but for some reason on this field day, our section head, not really our section head, but just a slightly less junior guy put in charge of inspecting, PTing, and everything our actual section head doesn't feel like doing, decided to make us field day till way later than we usually do. He wouldn't leave until he found something to fail us on, no matter how long it took. Then, instead of coming into our rooms on his own, he said, "Come get me when you think you're ready." Bet. Our section decided as a whole that we were just going to sit and ride out this night until he either comes to us or gives up and releases us. It's been 3 hours so far since then, and nothing yet. Turns out, this post was longer than expected, but if you made it this far, that's the end of my rant. I'll update in the comments. Update, 4 hours after we started cleaning, we finally got released at 10 o'clock at night. He caved and came to us, so it seemed we won that round. On top of that, he couldn't find a thing no matter how hard he looked. Victory for the Junior Marines. Wow, what a jerk. Some people just live to be a jerk for some reason. I don't understand that. Like, wouldn't you rather just, be happy and like, I don't know, enjoy yourself, or I don't know, enjoy someone else's company instead of being a jerk and have everyone talk about you behind your back? But that's just me. Here's another short one. Getting back at my employer. I was told to post this here. I am contracted to work at 8:45, but usually I get in around 7:20, so I can skip the traffic. Because of this, I usually start working because why not? The last couple of weeks have been frequent server outages, so it's been incredibly busy, so I've been non-stop working since 7:20 until 5:30 with my hour's lunch break. Well, 2 days ago, I took a 10-minute break to grab breakfast at 9 a.m. and my boss went ape poop, saying that I would either have to make up the time on my lunch or have to stay after work. So that being the turning point, I stopped working at 7:20, instead getting to work at 8:40 and making myself a coffee before I start. My boss tried to get me to start going back at 7:20, but there is no obligation for me to go in. TLDR, my boss wouldn't give me 10 minutes to grab lunch, so I'm no longer giving 7 hours free labor every week. Wow, nice little win. This is like, I wouldn't really call this malicious compliance, even though it kind of is. I would put it more under like petty revenge. Like this would be better on r/petty revenge because it's like it was revenge and it was petty. And that's gonna be all for today, you guys. I hope you really enjoyed this r/malicious compliance and these like shorter stories. If you like the shorter ones, let me know. If you like the longer ones, let me know. I don't mind doing either. I try to pick more obscure stories, like ones that don't look like they have been like read that much, and ones that are like, you know, a little bit more recent. Hopefully to cut down on, you know, the high population density of people reading these Reddit stories, especially with the robots reading them. The robots can like, you can make like 5 of those videos in like 6 hours. Probably you can make like 5 in like 3 hours, honestly. So let me know if you have any suggestions on the channel. Remember to like, follow, do all that, subscribe, come to the Instagram if you want to. We're going to be doing another r/malicious compliance video. We have gotten a nice little string of these videos and I am loving it. I think it was yesterday's video. I commented on someone else's comment and was like, these videos are just so satisfying. It feels like they're just handcrafted to be so beautiful. This just in. Mr. Edit Reading here, Reddit Reading's editor. Today we're going to be trying a little bit different of a video. We're going to try doing it without any of the words popping up. And let's see if you guys like this. If you guys like this, tell me down below. If you don't, if you want me to go back to putting up all the words, let me know so we can, you know, figure this out as Mr. Edit Readings so I can know what to do for Mr. Reddit Readings videos. Thank you so much and let's get on to the video. Let's go ahead and get on to the story with You Specified the Law, Mr. Lawyer. Back in 2014, I was a support analysis for a company that made and hosted medical screening applications and healthcare registries. One of the registries for the medical implants and covered England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. It was one of the largest of its kind in the world, and as such, received a data request from organizations and government agencies from all over the world. One of my pet peeves was people mentioning the Freedom of Information Act, FOI, repeatedly, as if we'd never heard of it. And they'd put in the subject line of any attachments, and a few in the email, you didn't actually need to quote the FOI. Just ask the dang question and we'll process it for you. Annoying, but nothing major. Then one day, I got an email that sent off the inner jerk in me. The email's from a lawyer in Edinburgh, and he had done the same thing, but with a slight difference. He quoted repeatedly the Freedom of Information Scotland Act. It was mentioned at least 6 or 7 times in the email, plus the subject line, comprising about 40% of the total text. Or so it seemed. The whole email was rather blunt, demanding, a touch patronizing, and ended with a threat of legal action if we didn't comply. Completely unnecessary, and I couldn't just let it go. I did some research to check my understanding and confirm my suspicions. He very specifically and repeatedly quoted the FOIs, and he is a lawyer, so he should know the law, right? I sent him an email acknowledging the receipt and did nothing for 28 days. On day 28, I sent another email advising the Medical Implant Registry of England, Wales, and Northern Ireland does not operate in Scotland, and therefore we don't retain or process any of the data that falls under the FOIs. I ended it by saying if he'd like to resubmit his request under FOI, we'd be happy to process it within 28-day limit. Update, to add a little context, all the data/statistics that we provided was just adjusted from the surgeon/hospital, because even the best implant can fail if the surgeon does a bad job. The way he phrased the request, it could easily be interpreted that he only wanted the data that falls under the Scottish FOI, i.e. from Scottish hospitals, as he opened it with a threat. I chose that interpretation, and made him wait the maximum time to tell him. If he hadn't done that, I would have called or emailed to clarify his needs. Some paralegal from his office resubmitted a request about a week later. It was much narrower in scope and politely written. It was processed in about a week. Well, that's a good reminder to be kind to people. You don't always have to be so mean and forceful. And working in customer service in the past, like I used to have to work with customers, working with people can sometimes just like get on your nerves because some people are just so rude, thinking being rude will get your way. Even though, like, I worked somewhere where if like any one tiny little letter or number or anything was off, I could just immediately deny and like not give them their service. It was with money. Also checking IDs, if it was like anything smudged, if any of the plastic was ripped off, if there was one, you know, if they didn't have the middle name, if the birthday wasn't right, anything, if they were like super mean, I would just be like, no, I can't do it, I'm sorry. I would follow the policy to a T. But like normal people and nice people, like those small things, come on, you let that pass. But for the extremely rude people, oh, I am extremely sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am, but we are unable to take damaged identification cards. If you have another ID, I'd be happy to take that one. And they would just be going crazy. That's kind of my little malicious compliance. I would comply with a handbook a little bit too good. Alright, on to the next story. This is just one big paragraph. My dad, honestly, I've been looking at her for a bit. Enjoy reading these posts of various people's malicious compliance. when I saw a few posts that suddenly reminded me of a story my dad told me back when I was about 8 or 9. My dad has always been the kind person that does exactly what you told him to. Malicious compliance, of course, as well as pretty funny, all-out friendly guy. So the story is probably set around 1987, something like that, when he's eating dinner with his mom, dad, sister, and quite possibly his older half-sister as well. His sister, my Aunt Sarah, was causing problems at the dinner table, being rude and cheeky, but my dad started up as well, the mouthy little poop that he is. Anyways, my grandma was already dealing with Sarah, and she did not want to have to deal with him as well. So she bluntly and quite frankly told him, "Get your butt in the room." Of course, when he was told this, he immediately goes into his room like requested, but instead of going in the room, my dad just stuck his butt in the doorway of the room and called down smartly, "I've got my butt in my room." "You only said my butt, so just my butt's in my room." Needless to say, his mom was not happy with that, and he got in trouble. But I say it was well worth it, don't you? P.S. This kind of stuff that my dad continues to pull, even to this day, much to my mom's chagrin, but my siblings and I quite enjoy it. The old "I will take this 100% literally." My wife loves to do this. That's good. That's something I would do when I was a kid. I was an annoying little kid, I'm not gonna lie. On to the very next story. Sure, let's ruin this expensive electrical equipment completely unnecessarily. This is a story that my friend John told me. John works for a utilities company that has a contract to install energy meters in domestic households across the country. His division covers an area with a population of about 2 million people. Every morning, he looks at his little company iPad to see if the list of his jobs has gone off in his van to remove the old meters and install the new ones. The company has a very ambitious target for all households in the country to have all these new meters by a certain date. As it goes with companies that do this kind of work, they regularly get audited. The employees' vans get checked for safety, the meters and equipment get double and triple checked, and so on. That fateful day was an internal audit for that locale. It was a beautiful April morning when the engineers covering John's area turned up to have their vans and equipment inspected. There were many people in vans, and John had to wait a while for the internal auditor, Mark, to approach. He pronounced that Mark left a trail of puzzled faces in his wake. "Alright, mate," Mark said. "Can you just unload the meters from your van and put them on the ground in front?" John said, looking at the April sky. "Really? I mean, it looks like it's going to rain." "Nah, it'll be fine." "No, really, the forecast this morning said that there was going to be rain. And also, the sky's looking a bit cloudy." "Look," Mark snapped, "I have loads of these tests while you guys are indoors being quizzed. Just do as I say and leave them on the ground." As he moved to the next guy, John made incredulous eye contact with another engineer, and they both shrugged as they started unloading the meters. Sure enough, as they sat in the conference room doing their knowledge and aptitude test, it started pouring, like really coming down. A few minutes later, Mark ran in, grabbed one guy, and they went outside. John is not only a responsible person in general, but also happens to like his job, so he spoke up. "Shouldn't we all go out there and help?" The manager in charge of the test says tersely, "Mark only got that one guy." John shrugged. "Alright." After they finished what they were doing, they went back outside. The hundreds of electrical meters were still on the ground, and Mark was still running around, looking a little nervous. John called him over. "Mate, what are you doing? None of these are usable now." No, Mark said. "See, the ones that you put upside down will still be fine." A few other engineers came over and stared. "Mark," John said, taking him by the shoulders, "these are all electrical meters. They are not waterproof. Literally, none of them are usable now. Compliance would kick our butt if we even thought about putting them in the customer's home. You do realize," another engineer said, "that because you insisted we dump our stuff into the rain, no one in this area of 2 million people will have a meter to fit in at least the next 3 days? As Mark looked around him, the reality of what he'd done dawned on him. John later described the color of his face to me as just pure gray. 6 months after John first told me this story, I asked him what happened to Mark. He said no one had heard from him again. Edit, someone brought up this comment, so I thought I'd add it to the main post. John and the other guys aren't engineers in the technical sense. They don't have engineering degrees, and they don't do any technical planning. However, their job title is meter engineer, and so I refer to them as such, out of familiarity. Hope that clears things up. Well, Mark is a jerk. Mark probably got fired, boom, on the spot. He might have called up his boss, confessed and got fired, or went on the run after he damaged everyone's stuff from 2 million people. I might just run away too and cower. That sucks, but hey, that shows you not to be a jerk and listen to people's good advice. Sometimes other people's advice can help. Some people who are really strong-willed have a hard time understanding that other people's input sometimes can be helpful and that you don't just always know best, you know? Anyways, I really hope you guys enjoyed this r/Melissa's Compliance video. It probably is a little bit shorter since I've only been recording for 15 minutes. Usually I'm recording for 40 minutes, so this is probably going to be cut down really small. Yes, Mr. Edit Reading again. One more little commercial break. Let me know once again, do you like it with these little relaxing images in the background with just the title? Or do you want the words to keep popping up with, every paragraph that comes up? Let me know down below so I can pick the best option for you guys and your viewing pleasure. Thanks again, and goodbye. Back to Mr. Edit Reading or whatever his name is. Mice helped me fire my wicked step manager. Long post warning. I added all the background because it makes payoff so much better. The universe aligned, the stars just right for me in this story. My old coworkers and I still talk about it. Backstory. I was working at a popular coffee chain in high volume, swanky location as a barista. We were specifically trained to make fancier novelty drinks compared to other locations. I loved my team and my manager, and for the most part, everyone got along. Then, my manager informed us that she would be moving to another location, and that we would be getting a new store manager. This new manager, who we all call Jack, is an old assistant manager from this location. He trained here before becoming the store manager of his own location. Jack would be returning to be our new manager, since he had the experience in these fancier stores from training days. Everyone in the store dreaded his return. For what I gathered, Jack was an a-hole when he was an assistant manager. Within the first few weeks, things went downhill. He started writing up certain baristas constantly for infractions that others got away with. He slashed everyone's hours from full-time to part-time, claiming that our job description never stated we were entitled to full-time. One barista went from 39.75 hours a week to 16.5. Jack claimed our company had no write-up expiration date, so he was writing up baristas based on clock lateness within our time management software from when our old manager still ran the store. People went from a clean record to a final warning within one meeting with him. Those who had worked with him before organized themselves into a list of who would get fired next. We didn't suspect that there was a personal vendetta against certain baristas who knew him when he was an assistant manager. We knew there was. One by one, several people were fired, all in the order they knew they would be fired. Others found jobs elsewhere. It became a race against the clock. Either quit or wait to be fired for something trivial. We brought up these issues with our district manager, but he ignored them, slashing our hours and getting cornered, including cutting corners on cleaning standards. From proving to be beneficial to the district manager, he was not interested in helping us. I was badly burned by our drip brewer. He refused to help me fill out workers' comp report. He was too busy placing weekly orders. I had extremely bad cramps in my thigh and went to urgent care. I was one of the last walk-ins in the clinic and left after they closed. When I sent him a picture of the doctor's note, he googled the location from the letterhead and claimed I faked the note since the place was supposed to be closed. Jack belittled me and other baristas on the cafe floor. My mental and physical health suffered. When one of my good friends was fired, I quit with nothing else lined up because I feared I was either going to break down or get fired. This friend, Anthony, got me a job at my current workplace. After Anthony got fired, he struggled to make ends meet with just one job. I helped him out by preparing large batches of food and dropping them off at his workplace. I met his manager and got an interview with the following week. I had been working at this place for probably 2 months when the most magical thing happened to me. The incident. I finished the closing shift of my current job and was passing by my old store, closed for the day, when I saw 2 mice running around the lobby. I filmed it. I guess cutting corners and cleaning the health standards was causing a bit of a rodent issue. In a rush of pin-up anger, watching my team get fired over nothing, watching Anthony struggle to eat, suffering at the hands of Jack myself, I posted the video to Instagram and tagged the store in it. I posted photos and links to the video on Yelp, Google reviews, the company page, the customer compliant email, everywhere. I figured at most I was going to be the fly in his ointment and annoy him with the district manager. Then I sent the video of the mice to the Department of Health. A couple days later, the Department of Health served Coffee Shop a notice saying they were preparing to do a full inspection. I heard this news from my barista friends. A couple weeks go by and my current job has a turn in management itself. We weren't getting our legally mandated half-hour breaks, and I am put on a 9-hour shift with no meals. Thankfully, HR was much more sincere than the coffee shop HR, so I arranged a meeting. I stopped by my old coffee shop before my meeting to say hello to a few friends who still work there. I noticed Jack and the district manager were there. I grabbed the water and sat down to organize my HR meeting notes. Not even a half hour later, the shift supervisor approaches my area and tells the cafe customers to leave, as the health department has shut them down. She turns to me and says, "Yes, it was your mice. They found out we had an infestation," then walks away. Jack and the district manager don't make eye contact with me. I gleefully return to my current workplace and tell Anthony about how I was actually there to see the justice happen. Justice that I started on my own hands. He tells my coworkers. Even my managers find out I shut down a whole store from one report. HR catches wind of the story before our meeting. It had never been in a more polite, apologetic HR meeting. My managers were reprimanded, and we had all breaks restored to us. All the departed, fired baristas took pictures in front of the Department of Health shutdown notice that was taped to the store door. The windows were shuttered up, and the place was vandalized several times. They started the cleaning process, and the inspector returned to clear it again. About 2 weeks after the store shut down, I got a call from the coffee shop's HR department. Apparently, whenever they have something like this happen, they look through the records of the store. During the mass exit and the seasoned baristas and the complaints made to the district manager and HR, they had a novel about my old cafe. The HR rep asked me why I left, and the first words that come out of my mouth are, I left because Jack the manager, and the district manager is complicit in his actions. They call all the ex-baristas, and a couple current baristas, for their stories with Jack, all negative. Jack was fired and banned from working with the company. He packed up and moved across country. The fancy location was taken from the district manager, and now he only oversees basic cafes. I got promoted in my current job to assistant director of the site to oversee HR complaint overhaul to improve the workplace, based on my knowledge of OSHA and state labor laws. Anthony and the other 5 baristas were offered their jobs back, which Anthony accepted. He's in a better financial situation now. TLDR, after quitting my barista job because of some really bad management, I filmed mice in the cafe and got the store shut down by the Department of Health, which resulted in an investigation that got the store manager fired. Wow, that actually, kudos to you. That is some great revenge. Like, that is some, like, revenge that you would, like, I wish I could get that type of revenge about when I was working at Wendy's. Wendy's was, like, my first real job when I was still kind of a younger teenager. Oh, I wish I could have done that to them because I hated working there and I hated those managers. They were so mean. Like, the first thing that they would do to new people was, if you're gonna cry, get it out now, because they were so mean. They were like, you're a little B, aren't you, huh? Shut up, you little B. And you're just like dumbfounded and they talk to you like that. And the new cashiers and the new workers would be like, oh my God, these people are so mean. I'd feel so bad for people that would come in and cry. I wish so badly that that could have happened. I wish I could have got that kind of revenge. I'm like living through this story right now. Good job to you. Alright. Enough praise for that last story. Let's see another one. You took $200, you lost $21,000. So most users of computers will probably have some experience with us. You know when you're online shopping and sometimes a box pop-ups and says click this, promo code, sign up, yada yada? Well, we know they are scams. By mistake, I first clicked the wrong X. They put a fake one on the top and I clicked it. I immediately shut down the page and I thought that was the end of it. Nope. So the site I bought a Hanukkah gift I was getting for my mother sold my credit card information to the pop-up. I activated that when I clicked the wrong X. I was a teenager, relatively new to checking account. I checked my statement for December and it was all well. I didn't check for the next couple of months because I didn't use it for anything. There should be no charges. I know better now. When I did check, I noticed that these small insignificant charges weren't mine. Always less than $10 and usually around $2. But the multiple charges added up and was well over $200. When I looked into this, I found the connection. I called a thieving company and told them they stole my information and are illegally charging my card. They didn't deny it, but they also didn't care. I wanted my money back. They refused repeatedly. I gave them so many chances to fix everything with just that. I eventually warned them that I would have to sue if they didn't want to give me what they stole. They laughed. Turns out there was a class action suit in progress, which my lawyer used as leverage in a quick payout. We sued for fraud and violation for federal communication laws. What they are doing is very illegal and happens every day. This included a lot of popular stores and websites, which were 100% in the wrong and committed a crime. And I was a child who brought her mother a gift. I won the case. I received a judgment of $21,000. I told them it would go away if they just refunded my $200, but they refused. They seemed to think of teenager threatening to sue a massive corporation that does nothing but break the law wasn't much of a threat. What they should have noticed, I was buying a Hanukkah gift. Hanukkah. Everyone I know is a lawyer. Good job to you. I got scammed one time on Amazon when I was a kid. What I did was I bought this, like, I thought it was like this extra awesome diamond, like it was like super pure, and they like were saying they had like an abundance of diamonds and they just needed to get rid of them for super cheap. I think I spent like $150 on it, and they were saying it was like a $10,000 diamond. And like I go to bed that night, I wake up and I'm like, oh, I hope my diamond shipped. I hope it's on the way. I go and look, the listing is gone. Like it's gone from all my Amazon history and stuff, but like the money is also taken out of my account. And I was a teenager and I was still doing like my first job. So I didn't know what to do. I thought like, well, I just lost. I wish I would have like known. I could have just asked for a refund or called my bank or something. But I was like maybe 16 or 17. And I was just like, God dang it, I got scammed. I used to be pretty gullible, actually. Another note on that, this one like government program or something like that said if I send them $300, they'll send me $500 back for like a grant. Like, and this was like I was new in college too. I think I was like 17, and like I was like, all you need to do is send us like $300. We'll give you like 5,000 back. I was like, wow, that's a really good deal. And this is like some kind of government thing. They cannot scam me. So like I asked my mom about it, and I asked my sister, and they were like, you really are trying to get scammed like that? They're like, you really that dumb where you're gonna get scammed? I was like, this can't be a scam. I looked it up online, and I was like, I was really that dumb. Okay, enough of my stupidity. Let's read one more this is one little paragraph of story. Someone did not give me their end of a trade, so I spent the next 2 years getting them stiffed in trades and losing them a lot of money. Back like 3 or 4 years ago, when I played Magic the Gathering, I traded with this one guy for a card, Ugin the Planeswalker, which at the time was worth like $50. It was a fair trade, and me being dumb 15-year-old, I was like, let him promise to bring the card the next day. He was 1 year younger than me and went to the same store. Well, he never gave me the card, and what was I gonna do about it? Bring it to small claims for a $50 card. After a few months, I acted like I forgot about it and acted like his friend. This guy is pretty dumb and always relied on me and other people who looked up the price. So whenever he wanted to trade with me or someone else, I would always volunteer to look up the price, and I would always add like 25% to the other side trades. I did this for like 2 years until a few months before I moved to college. He wanted to sell his cards to a store, and I learned that over time, he had slowly traded his valuable collection away to the value of pretty much a bunch of cardboard. I laughed so hard when I saw this. I let him know that I had sold about 90% of my own collection online for a bit over $4 grand, and then told him what I did, and never talked to him or went back to that store again. Wow, nice, quick and sweet. I like that little revenge, just subtly over time scamming him, not knowing that he's like losing money over and over. Never be a scammer. People aren't as dumb as you think they are, except for me when I was doing that where I thought I was gonna get $5,000, but it's not about that. But man, that sucks. I like buy and sell Pokemon cards a lot too. Actually, I just passed the $1,000 threshold on Mercari for selling Pokemon cards. I can't say I probably wouldn't do the same thing if that happened to me. I do not feel bad for that guy at all. Mess with my dog? I will salt the earth. Warning, long story, didn't realize how much background I had to tell. A bit of background first, to make this make sense. I rent a home from a guy that also runs a business on the property. There are 2 homes, his home and our rental, and our 2 work buildings, a small warehouse and a large garage. These buildings all share the same address. This is important. There's a woman that works in one of those buildings named Pam. Her real name, because if Pam is reading this, I sincerely hope she eats dick. Well, about 9 months ago, we got a dog. She's less than a year old and is still learning how to walk on a leash and stuff. She loves being outside so much that she will cry all day if we don't let her out for at least a few hours. Also, we have her on a special food and monitor her water because she will drink it until she barfs. We still love her, but she is dumb as heck. Well, the property doesn't have a fenced in yard, so she was stuck with taking a bunch of walks a day until we installed a dog run type thing. It's high up and she's tethered to it. It gives her a bunch of shade, about 20 to 25 feet of runaround / play space. She gets a reasonable amount of water all day as we have 1 person home at all times. Well, Pam comes over a couple months ago to tell me I should give the dog back to the shelter because I don't play with her enough and she's tied up outside. I rolled my eyes and say, thanks, but you don't live here and don't know our situation, and close the door in her face. Well, she has spent the last couple months harassing us. She tried taking the dog off the tether when she thinks we aren't home. She's been successful a couple times, giving her food, giving her water, playing with her, except for puppy kidnapping. These don't sound too bad, I know, but there's context. We tell her to leave us alone at least 3 times in person and once in writing. Finally, she gets fed up and calls the police. We have no idea she did it until the officer shows up. He asks for our side of the story, and I tell him that we don't let her run free, as this is a rural area and she's a baby. She could get hurt or lost. We don't want her feeding the dog because she has a special diet and messes with her stomach. We don't want her water because of throwing up issues, and she's giving it in a plastic coffee container that she could chew and swallow bits of plastic and need surgery or die. We don't want her coming over playing with the dog because she uses her sleeve as a toy. We are now struggling to train the dog not to bite people's sleeves. The officer hears our side and checks on the dog and says not only is our setup compliant with the law, it's one of the best he's ever seen. He said not to worry, that we're doing nothing wrong and that this Pam lady doesn't seem all there and thinks the dog should go free. Do not let her do that. We contact our local landlord and tell him what happened, and that we don't want to see his employee on the property line for the house we are renting. I'm not asking she be fired or anything, just that I don't have to see her. The landlord basically says, not my problem, that's between you and her. I legally can't do anything. You have to follow the law. Well, we sit with that for a couple weeks and she starts back up again. This time we've had it and storm outside when she shows up. She gets between us and our dog and refuses to move. We're trying to get the dog from her and she won't let us. That's enough for me. So I took the bowl of water I was carrying and poured it over her head. No regrets. She deserved it. And she is in shock that I did that. The same way a Karen is shocked when someone calls her out. I tell her for the millionth time she isn't welcome here, and she yells, "Call the police then!" Here's where the compliance starts. The landlord refusing to take sides of our repeated attempt to ask for help means I'm left to figure this out by myself. I said to the landlord, if you don't handle it, I will do anything I legally can to fix the situation. He said, okay, he's not taking sides. Cool. I call the police. I still have the card from the first officer that showed up and referenced him and told him how she's already been advised by an officer to leave us alone. The new officer issued a trespass order against her. The order specifically states that she is not allowed on the address to the house or any affiliated buildings or land on that lot. She's not allowed to come to the property for work. The landlord then gets mad and tells us to revoke it so he could use her for work. We refuse. In fact, since he didn't help us and told us to go by the laws, that's what we are doing. We didn't have a rental contract. He wants us to pay in cash for tax reasons, and he won't fix anything at the house, so it's basically a slumlord. Guess he was only getting checks from now on. And I'll be deducting the cost to fix stuff around the house from rent, as I am allowed to by law. In fact, I'm even willing to sign a rental agreement. Since this house is not up to code and doesn't have a separate area, I'm well within my rights to sign a lease and kick him and the business out of the larger house. If he tries to fight that, or he has to explain to a court why he didn't file any rental income on his taxes and then reimburse us for all the rent we've paid to live in a house that he was expressly told by the city he couldn't rent out, we found this out recently. His business is also dumping waste and burning waste on a property which is not compliant in the law. Guess who's calling to report that? He also doesn't offer protective gear to his employees, has a ton of OSHA violations, and doesn't post required stuff about labor laws. I'll be reporting that too, because if you don't want to follow the laws, I have no problem with that. Oh man, this guy got revenge on everybody. The top comment says, to this day, she thinks she was trying to save an innocent puppy from neglectful owners. She's probably one of those self-righteous, like super self-righteous people that think only their opinion and their thoughts are right. Thank God the police had some sense. Looks like we have time for another story. Management tries to fire me. I turned the tables. I had a manager try and fire me for being rude to a caller. She wanted us to call internationally to confirm insurance. I asked the current floor supervisor if we could, and he said no. So I told the caller we couldn't. She ended the call and went to ask the supervisor if there was anything we could do and was told we could not. I asked him to email that answer to me, and he did. I got called in and told I was unprofessional on the phone, and that I was not following correct procedures, and that I was being investigated with consideration that I would be fired. My supervisor had no spine, so it was an agreement that I needed to be fired. I was told we do not ever tell a member no, and that she had spoken with the supervisor who had told me to say no, and he denied it and claimed I never asked him. Luckily, I had 3 years of weekly emails I saved and printed out that showed me every Thursday asking my supervisor if I was doing okay on the phones, how I could improve, and if there were any classes I could take to improve my skill and knowledge. Every reply was praise, with how I was doing well, how I was being considered as, or doing well as a trainer. I became one after a year. Every single QA review gave me 100% scores, and I was the only one in the whole team to consistently got 100% reviews. I had a large file full of customer complaints where they asked me to speak with a supervisor to praise my work, and then I'm given a certificate. I also included the email from the supervisor who instructed me to say no. I quietly put this all together in an inch-thick file and made 3 copies. I was called back to discuss my reprehensible behavior and to review calls I had made as evidence of my bad service. As we listened to the manager pointed out how cold and emotionless I sounded, I agreed that it could have been taken this way if one were to look for a problem. But my phone voice is always calm and careful, so that I am easily understood. I have been told how much it is appreciated by our callers since we mostly deal with the elderly in doctor offices, and they appreciated that my information was clearly represented, since misunderstandings can be very bad. I had customer compliments that often included appreciation for the way I spoke. 3 out of 5 calls we reviewed, she said, were the worst interactions she had ever heard. I said that was odd since I had a certificate for all 3 calls, signed by my supervisor and her, and certificates weren't given out until the call was listened to. The other 2 problematic calls were ones I hadn't received at a 100% score by the Q&A department. So I asked, well, my supervisor is telling me weekly that I'm doing the best on the team, the QA department is telling me I'm always meeting 100% of my goals, and the customers are giving me positive reviews. So, if my attitude has been such a problem for so long, Why wasn't it addressed before? No answer. I demanded to be known why this issue was allowed to be continued for so long. The manager asked me to return to my desk, but asked that I leave my folder of evidence for review, which I did. I went to lunch, and when I returned, I was told there was a computer error that wiped my email profile and all saved emails from my email account, and my computer had been reformatted to fix the error. I asked the supervisor about it, and she said she needed to talk to the manager. I was called in again and told without any evidence to back up my claims of 100% QA scores and my customer appreciation certificates. They had no choice but to move forward. I asked where my printed copy went, and my manager claimed she didn't have it and that I had never given her a copy. So I pulled out another copy of the file paperwork and explained that deleting it off my computer nor the copy she had no access to on the company cloud, which is where I backed up my information daily. Something that was so uncommon, the supervisor didn't even know it was something we could do. I then asked for an HR representative. The manager said I waived my right to having an HR rep when I didn't ask for one at the start of this mess. I said the matter should be put to rest, and the manager said she was the one who decided this, and she was the one in charge. She also handed me a write-up and demanded I sign it. I took the time to read it, and of course, they had me admitting I was 100% at fault and that I would not retaliate in the slightest regards of action. It wasn't even the company's disciplinary form, it was a written in Word. I was done. I decided just to go with the nuclear option. Instead of quietly trying to talk to the HR, I went above their heads. I grabbed the write-up and walked out. Manager went to stop me until she saw me walk into the office of the director of all the call centers in the company, a guy who was magnitudes above her and who I was on friendly terms with. He asked what was up, and I told him that the manager was in the process of trying to fire me. I gave him the write-up and my folder of evidence. He went from friendly, disinterested to dead serious. 30 minutes later, he finished reviewing everything and said, "Follow me." We returned to the manager's office and she turned white when director told manager to call supervisor and HR. He kept asking her what he was trying to do, why she was going after me, and why she felt it was okay to try and delete evidence off my computer. He never yelled. He would ask her questions and then patiently wait for an answer, which she couldn't give. Whenever she would bring me up or look at me, the director would say something like, "No, don't look at him. You and I are talking right now." When the supervisor arrived, he did the same to her. No answers, just stammering and half excuses. HR arrived and manager jumped to speak over and give her side. Supervisor did the same once manager was done. They were clearly trying to run out the clock since HR had a small department and had blocked out time for meetings. I finally mentioned that this was the HR person that said they had canceled all other meetings today and she would be there as long as it took to get to the bottom of the issue. Manager looked enraged. Supervisor looked pale and terrified. I was then taken to a separate office to give my side. Manager said she had the right to be there and the director told her, the supervisor, that they had the right to sit there and wait. Both were told they were not to leave until he told me they could, because both were known to disappear and go home if any problems had happened on the floor. HR, director, and I had a nice chat. We went over my evidence and call history, listened to the call, and started the whole landslide, and then asked if there was anything I could have done better. I said I could have asked a different supervisor for help. I used the HR person's laptop to pull up my stuff I had saved on the cloud, and there it was, document after document, proving my slide. Emails from supervisor, emails from manager, all praising me, proof of my 100% QAs, everything. Director was almost gleeful that he finally had something concrete because there had been complaints about the manager and supervisor. But those complaining never did anything. He called the QA manager in and got a statement about QA scores and how I was professional 100% of the time. He pulled in supervisors from other teams who confirmed I was a pleasure to work with and always went above and beyond to help. It felt pretty good to know I was actually appreciated by people who matter. You don't get that often in a call center environment. They agreed that I had done nothing wrong and asked that as far as they were concerned, their matter was closed for me. But they would be looking into my manager and supervisor. They couldn't tell me anything official, of course. Manager and supervisor got official disciplinary actions with threat to terminate if they were caught doing this ever again. The supervisor was demoted and transferred out of the department completely. I heard that it basically ruined her career with the company since the actions were so serious. Manager ended up moving to a different office with lower pay and about 40 minutes farther from her home because her action against me opened up the floorgates against her and she could be fired or take far worse position. She ended up quitting after about a month. Why did the supervisor and manager decide they hated me? I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what caused it, but apparently they had problems with me for a couple years and would talk to other employees behind my back about me, about what a lazy bad employee I was. Of course, some people agreed, that's the nature of the beast, but it was rewarding to know that most of them disagreed. Keep your paper trail, folks, and be friendly to the upper management. Oh my goodness. Good on him for keeping those backups. That is dedication to your work. Save them on the cloud, bring in 3 file folders. That is preparation at its finest. Being safe like that and protecting yourself like that really helped him keep his job, which is amazing for him. And got those jerk manager and supervisor demoted and kicked out or whatever. Get those people out of here. This is the only time I haven't had to say like a bunch of stuff before the video, so let's just go ahead and jump into this pro revenge story. Which is, want to go on vacation and not pay us for the work? Won't be home for the few days after informing us? Sure. My grandpa's on my do not ever screw with list. And anyway, short list. Taught Shotokan overseas in Korea, one of the highest ranked black belts outside of Japan. I have seen security footage of his bar fights, it's legit. Was a personal bodyguard during the 70s for the governors in our state. Worked construction for decades. One of 2 master carpenters in my state, which leads to this story. During summers, I would work with my gramp doing a lot of his manual monkey labor. Shingles up to the roof, mix concrete, sand floors, keep everything tidy, etc. He had been screwed over the years as many general and subcontractors are, and as the years went by, his contracts for work go more and more specific, i.e. payments on a certain schedule, new/unexpected costs, and how they were dealt with, etc. One particular job started out pretty normal. He's hired to build a new deck with the new patio/driveway. Patio for this guy, let's call him Poop Brain. New construction, newer house, easy job. Gramps had even done work for him in the past. No problems. Deck to be partly covered. 10 by 50 in the front of the house. 4 feet up with concrete stairs. Brand new door. Brand new picture window, 4 by 8. Driveway is to be stained. Freshly poured between the new deck and the garage. Grandpa built a few years ago. Guy was even going to go on vacation for a few weeks. We can get the job done in those 3 weeks if we bust it. Guy pays 50% of the estimated up front and was to pay the remaining 50% over the agreed time. Now, this first payment covered all material for the original estimate and paid us basically minimum wage for the hours we'd put in. The next few installments would cover the subcontractor for pouring the driveway and the remaining hourly wages. Weekend 1 pass. No agreed payment. Guy's on vacation, maybe he forgot to set up autopay. Whatever. Sending pictures on AOL email. The original concrete stairs had been removed. New door was in place. Deck was framed out, but we didn't hear from Poop Brain. Weekend 2 pass. Dang. No pay yet, but the work needs to be done. Concrete guys are here for the new slab of stairs. Let's get it done so we can move on to new jobs. Subcontractor is a longtime family friend and distant relative. Let's call him Timmy. Does us a favor and pour/stains on an IOU. Send more pictures on AOL. No response from Poop Brain. Week 3, we finished our work 2 days early. Subcontractor has finally finished their work. It looks amazing, up on the nice hill, but we haven't been paid for this work. Gramp finally gets Poop Brain on the phone. Gramp. Hey Poop Brain, how's vacation? Blah blah blah, skip forward 3 to 5 minutes. Grandpa is a talker and lived in a vacation state for a few years. Great. Glad you had a great time while I was here busting it. Holy heck, it's been hot. What do you think of the work? Poop Brain. Oh, it looks great. We'll be home later the day after tomorrow. We're having a good time with these XYZ. Gramp. Well, glad you're going to enjoy it. Oh, hey, seems like your bank didn't pay us on schedule agreement. Poop Brain. So? Gramp. Excuse me? Poop Brain. So what? I'm not paying you the rest of the money. Work's done. Tough luck, old sucker. Gramp. I understand. Click. Gramp. Well, OP, let's get to work. Oh. And get Timmy on the phone. Poop Brain had that large garage Gramp had built years ago, and the guy let us use it to store equipment while they were out. First, the brand new door was removed and placed in the garage. Then, each piece of brand new deck was removed and placed in the garage. Sadly, the posts were 36 inches deep, but hey, a 4x4 truck pulled those out of the ground nice and good after a bit of shoveling. Those were also placed in the garage. Window was also removed from the frame and placed on top of this pile. Deconstruction is much faster than construction after all. Timmy was rather unhappy as well about not getting paid, but hey, we found out that the new stairs we poured moved well enough across the new driveway and patio, and some bleach took care of the stain we put on the patio. Sadly, it had a few chips from all of our ruckus, and someone made the time to take a diamond saw and cut the way through the seams. Sadly, now it'll settle at an uneven rate, but all the material Poop Brain paid for, he got to keep. We even went to the garage in the evening and made sure his front door was locked, you know, for security. Even a few tools we needed for the job, which Poop Brain paid for, stayed in the garage. Fast forward 2 days, Poop Brain comes home and throws a poop storm. It had stormed, and his AC had been running non-stop, with the increase of draft to the front door of the house. Of course, he threatens Gramps with a lawsuit and the police, which just made Gramp laugh. A close relative was an assistant chief of police in our small town, unbeknownst to Poop Brain. We did everything we were contractually obligated and paid to do. All the equipment, all the materials were Poop Brain's possession. That is, after all, what he paid us for. Poop Brain blustered a lot, but it did screw all. Fast forward a bit, no one in the local union will deal with the guy. Gramps and Timmy were both pretty well respected and do a lot of work around town. Someone from out of town ends up fixing the issues and does a poop job of it. Dang. TLDR, if you want to screw over a general contractor, do it after you get home. And string it out. Don't screw them over before you get home from vacation. General contractors generally have to move quickly to the next job if they want to make money. And the vast majority of the time, they won't have the funds to try and collect. We have no idea why Poop Brain tried to pull that junk on us, but since Poop Brain had paid us well on time for the garage job, Grandpa ignored the inner voice. Dang, that's some really good revenge. See, this is one of those stories that people, probably wouldn't even see just because it only has 300 some upvotes. But it was still really good that Grandpa got some good revenge on some guy that really deserved it. Congrats to you, Gramps. Okay, you guys, that was our only one story for the day. This is the part where you can click off if you would like to or hear me ramble on just a tad for a couple of seconds at the end. If you are leaving, if you like the video, then hit that like, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe. For the people that are staying, if you guys have any suggestions for subs that you would like me to do, let me know down in the comments, you guys. Pro Revenge and Malicious Compliance are definitely Malicious Compliance is my number one, Pro Revenge is my number two for my own favorite. But I want to know what you guys think are the best ones for me to do, and like which ones sound the best. Cause like the views fluctuate from subreddits to subreddits. And I just want to make sure that I'm doing some stuff that you guys really enjoy here. I really appreciate you guys for watching the videos and subscribing and commenting and doing all that awesome stuff. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. We are like over 600 now already in under 4 months, which is crazy. It's crazy to think about. We're also coming up on almost 200 videos now. The 200 videos probably have a reason for why we probably have so much growth at the beginning. I really should have spread out the videos more, but yeah, hey, what's done is done. If you guys think I should post once a day or maybe like once every 2 days, then just let me know. If I post once every 2 days, I can make like 15 to 30 minute videos, but if I post like once a day, it'd probably have to stay somewhere between 7 to 15 minutes in a video. I just want to get all this out right now so you guys know. Also, if you guys like the live streams, tell me. If you do not, tell me. I want to get everything clear and out there right now. Just get everyone's opinions on everything. What's up, you guys, and welcome back to another Reddit reading video. I'm sorry if you hear a little bit of rain or a little bit of wind outside. There's a little hurricane named Dorian out there just blowing stuff around. But I decided I also want to get this video done before I shut down my computer. So I hope you guys really enjoy this r/pro revenge video. Try to convert me not once, not twice, but thrice? I think not. My dad is a pretty easygoing guy, usually pretty calm, but like everyone else, he has this potential to blow up at someone if they kept at him enough. This was in the early 90s. I was playing in front of the yard and a couple people came up and asked if my parents were home. I nodded, pointed toward the bottom door, and they knocked. These guys were Jehovah's Witnesses, and it was my first exposure to evangelism. Gotta put it out there that neither my father nor I have issue with witnesses. We aren't a really religious family at all, but each to their own. When my dad came to the door, he was still in work clothes from yard work, maybe a little tired, but he told the guy he wasn't interested. It wasn't a super courteous reaction, but it wasn't rude either. It just seemed like something he didn't feel like dealing with. Flash forward an hour later, 2 other young men show up at the house. My dad was in his robe at this point. The robe was like his freaking uniform for not doing anything. Once the yard work was done, it was time to watch golf and relax. He went down to his cave, and that was it. Now, there was a knock on the door, and my dad, mom was out of the house, had to deal with it. He was very matter-of-fact with people. It sounded like a lecture at this point. Listen guys, you gotta coordinate a little bit more. You've already been here once today. Do you know where you're going over the same area that someone else did? This is my Saturday. I'm just trying to relax. They apologized quickly and left, skipping our neighbors in the process. Let's head 3 more hours into the future. There was a 3rd knock on the door. I could hear my dad coming up from the basement. Son of a B! He opened the door and the 2 young men started in their pitch. Do you have time to share with us good news with you? My father replied. Absolutely, come downstairs. To paint a picture of my dad's basement, he has his home office on the left. On the right was a den area with a lazy boy, or a sofa with extra lazy. It was about 4 in the afternoon now. He pointed at the sofa, then turned to the lazy boy to face them. Like some sort of middle-class godfather type. He reached into his robe and they sat down across from him, eager to tell him about their mission. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to the men. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't smoke. As people, correct. Well, let's call that 1 strike. My dad started chain smoking Camels until the whole basement was hazy. Please, continue. This made them uncomfortable, but they continued. After another 10 minutes, my father excused himself, came back down with a bottle of cheap scotch and 3 glasses. Apparently, witnesses can drink alcohol, but these guys weren't having any. They politely refused, but they were getting nervous. Meanwhile, my dad started slamming scotch like it was bottled water, and the witnesses kept on with the witnessing. At this point, my dad was no longer acting drunk. He was drunk. You guys want to see something pretty neat? My dad walked over to a padlock closet of his office. He unlocked it and started removing guns and stacking them on his desk. How in the heck do you lose a live grenade? Oh, I think I see it. Thank you for your time, sir. They got up and showed themselves up to the door. My dad had a chuckle about it and then passed out on the couch. I got the majority of the story at dinner while my dad was explaining to my mom why he was flushed so early in the evening. I would get other bits of the story as I'm older. My parents lived in that house another 15 years before moving, and they never had another Jehovah's Witness show up at their house. Wow, that's a good way to deter Jehovah's Witnesses, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see what this first top comment says. Pretty much this comment is saying is like, all you have to do is say that you are disfellowshipped and they can't talk to you. Pretty much, if you get disfellowshipped, that means you've been disowned, and if you talk to someone that's been disowned, you'll get disowned yourself. What's crazy about this is I used to be in like a really like cultish church, like Christian church too when I was younger, like a teenager, and anytime someone would leave or get kicked out of the church, no one was allowed to talk to them, and that actually ended up happening to me, and then no one was allowed to talk to me. It was crazy. Let's get one more little pro revenge story in here. This one's actually from a couple days ago. Take my money, sell me junk, then be prepared to lose your business. So a few decades back, I was involved in a group of guys with a little money, and we wanted something substantial to invest in. We decided to buy a restaurant franchise. I will not even say what kind, as we could identify with me. Well, everything was going along swimmingly until my partners backed out. I, unfortunately, was the face of the group, and my signature was on the bottom line, so I got stuck running the place. As soon as it became apparent that there were a lot of inconsistencies, the big number one was that the sales and the prospects were nowhere near what was being generated. Then there were other things, customers calling for their regular order. Well, it turned out that my particular franchise had been used for the past several years to deal grass for various drugs. The former manager had made some serious coin and was not happy that I had purchased his place. Well, life is not fun when you have just sunk 6 figures and the likelihood that you have just flushed it down the toilet. However, I was not going to be trifled by this. First, I called the accounting firm who signed off for the prospects. The partner in charge was taken back. They had never signed off. I presented myself in their offices and spent the next few hours with them and their attorneys. Their name could not be associated with something fraudulent. Next, I wanted my money back, and the chief franchisor told me that they would immediately put mine up for sale. But the market was not quite as high as it was when I bought it. Less than 3 months previously, then the prick had the audacity to demand that I paid for my last order from the commissary. Something else to consider. I took the price list provided by the central commissary that we as a franchise were compelled to use. Buying fruits, vegetables, cheese, and meats from outside the system would be accompanied by fines from the franchisor. I marched myself back to the accounting firm and asked for a little bit of analysis. Turned out, commissary prices were from 10 to 300% higher than market. In other words, the franchisor was not interested in food. They were interested in turning around franchising. Well, that little report found its way into the hands of 20 local franchises. Suddenly, the central commissary was not being used. The district manager starts showing up written fines. Turns out, the district manager, this guy is who's supplying the manager of my franchise. I have him on discarded VHS security tapes selling. So I take the tapes to the accounting firm for the secure storage. Then I go to the franchisor's office. I lay it on the line. I have that their district guy selling drugs in my restaurant. They laugh at me until I tell them that I was the one who supplied the report for the rest of their franchises. Oh, and by the way, we're starting an action against you. I then showed them that we had placed lines on the building they owned, their commissary, their homes, and their vehicles. I have enough to put you guys in jail. So their mental giants sit me down, write up a little release, and go get me certified to check for every dime I put into the franchise. I agreed to the release. However, they do not realize that they are gouging, and the evidence is still in the hands of others. All they succeeded in doing was to get me off the list of owners suing them. Well, the case came to court, and who do you think was on the stand giving a complete rundown? One of them stood up in court and said, "Didn't we pay you to shut up?" "No, you refunded me the money you stole." Now they had 19 other guys taking them apart. I heard one of the franchisors cry when they took his Porsche. His wife left him soon after. Oh my goodness, wow, that guy is like He really stands for justice, and he got his little revenge. It's not every day you see like the honest working guy get his his what he deserves, and then having the owners get what they deserve too, which is usually negative. That's why a lot of these stories are so satisfying. But if you guys want more malicious compliance, just let me know down below, and we'll have those on the way. Also, when I do the 1 hour Reddit videos, they're always like rerun videos. So I'll just put like 5 or 6 pro revenge stories all together, just so you know. So if you don't want to watch them all again, just like those are the 1 hour ones. So today we have, I'm not paying a finder's fee for stolen property. Thief earns himself a felony instead. I had just moved to a new city for work and had been working here for about 3 months, so I'm still pretty new to the area. My apartment complex, I would say, is a nicer part of the city and is pretty nice, well kept, so I didn't really expect anyone to go and try and breaking into cars. So I had packed everything for my week-long trip the night before so that I could get up and just get on the road. The next morning, I walk out to my car and see clothes off to the side of my car, and thinking it was weird and started to look around the car. Turns out my car had been broken into and was cleaned out. Out of the trunk, they took my laptop bag, which had both my personal computer and government computer, 2 gym bags, one that had my work clothes and the other that had my workout clothes and personal hygiene stuff, and then a backpack that had my Nintendo Switch and office supplies in it. They also took $50 out of the console where I keep change and random bills for parking. This obviously throws a wrench into my work travel, so I call my supervisor, explain the situation, and come back into work. It's my fault I left that stuff in the car, so I had to go to our security/IT office and explain what had happened, and see what the next steps were to get a new work computer. During this meeting, the physical security manager, which was about 3 hours after I found my car broken into, I get a call from a local number that turns out this guy had found my laptops on the side of the road when he was coming home from visiting his mom. My back had a contact me if you find blank blank phone number. Conversation goes as follows. Guy: hey man, I found your laptop on the side of the road. I figured you'd want to get them back. They look pretty important. Government laptops are plastered with stickers with official jargon on returning instructions. Me: for sure, I'm currently working now, but I can come meet you or whatever works. Guy: yeah man, I'm just coming back from visiting my mom, so I'm trying to get home so I can relax. Me: cool, I can make it work. Can you text me your address and everything so I can just come to you? Guy: I'll send it to you in a second. It's also my birthday, so if I can get some money for like the finder's fee or whatever, I think that would be cool. Me: yeah man, whatever you need. See you in a bit. As soon as I get off the phone, I call the local police in the area and explain that this guy is trying to extort money from me to get stolen goods back. They instruct me to meet them a few blocks away from the residence, so they will send me a plainclothes cop and officer to act on my behalf. So I am not in direct contact with the guy, just in case since the situation sounds sketchy. I go and meet them where they go to the residence. The guy is hesitant seeing the cop cars and takes a few minutes to return the bag, with the laptops in it. They bring the bag back to me to identify the laptops, and everything's still there. I accept the bag and got my laptops back. Easy enough. On the drive back to work, no more than 15 minutes later, this guy still had my number and starts going off. Bad unreadable spelling, and is seething through text messages on how I could get the police involved. He was trying to be a good Samaritan, and he should have thrown my junk in the garbin. So I did the normal thing and blocked the number. Now, I'm still missing everything else, including the Nintendo Switch, what was in my case with 7 games. Important. I was originally going to take the loss on it and take it as a stupidity tax, since it was almost impossible to get back. However, something didn't sit right with me with this guy, and thinking if he did have it, he was going to try to sell it fast and cheap. I went on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist, searching for a Switch for cheap around the same location of this area. Bingo. The ad read, 200 Nintendo Switch, 7 games, and case slightly used. No charger or dock. Must be gone today. The location was enabled and was within 2 miles of his address. The phone number was the same, and the dock and the charger were in my apartment. So I had a buddy of mine who lived the next city over contacting him asking if he would hold on to it till tomorrow, since he wouldn't be in town until the next day and he would pay him $300 instead. The dude agrees and also gets him to read off all 7 games that were there. This was to buy us more time so I can coordinate with the police. The next morning, I get everything together and go make a case to the police to assist me with this. Police report, the Craigslist ad, the serial number from the Nintendo, the screenshots of the text messages between me and my buddy. I make the case and the police agree to do the same thing as the day before and meet me somewhere else to go over what the plan was. I meet them and go over his address with what I had missing. These are different officers than the other day. These are different officers than the day before, and they recognize the address and the name. We found out this guy is known for this stuff and is currently on probation. So we come up with the plan where my buddy will call on his work phone so we can hear the conversation and call him on his regular phone to see what's going on. The police use a plain car to go and meet up at the spot, and acting like my buddy, scoop the guy up and get him to cough up the rest of the stolen goods. They were able to recover all my items including my clothes and bags. He ended up going to jail and earns a new felony on his record for receiving stolen property. I think I would have lost the rest of it if I didn't go digging on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. TLDR, car got broken into and had $2,000 worth of stuff stolen. Thief calls me for a finder's fee after some Craigslist pursuing and ended up getting everything back, and the thief a new felony charge. And Justice Boner, well played OP, I'm glad you got your stuff back. Yeah, that is really awesome. That's nice. Good work. He did his detective work and got his stuff back. It is a bad idea to leave your stuff in a car overnight, especially if you had any of it like just showing, but yeah, there's no way in heck you should leave $2,000 worth of stuff in a car when you have a house. It's better just to bring it all out and not get your stuff stolen. But I'm glad this guy got his just desserts and a brand new felony. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And that is going to be the video, guys. If you guys enjoyed it, then let me know down in the comments, like and subscribe. I know I forget to say that like every single time. Again, I said at the beginning of the video, let me know if you guys want pro revenge more or malicious compliance. And if you guys don't like these reading subs, then let me know and I can do some of the more like picture-y kind of ones where I just kind of react. I'm going to put a poll in my community tab. If you want to go over to my community tab, I'm going to put like, you know, do you want r/pro revenge, r/malicious compliance, or, you know, r/other, which is going to be like anything other, and then just like put what you want in the comments, and that's going to help me like big time so I know like what's going to post. Right now, our biggest videos are the two 1-hour videos. We got a 1 hour malicious compliance and 1 hour pro revenge. What a lot of people do is listen to them at nighttime. At 2 a.m. we get this spike out of nowhere, like 200 and 300 views. And throughout the day we only get like 30 to 60. Boom, as soon as we hit 2 a.m. it skyrockets. It's crazy. I'll put a little screenshot in. Look at this. Boom, boom. Thank you guys for staying tuned and watching these videos, even though I'm sometimes inconsistent with, you know, I post on here, I post on my other YouTube channel, I post on TikTok, I post on Likey. I work for kind of a lot of video making things, so sometimes it's hard to keep up, but this is my favorite one to do because I also enjoy Reddit stories. You gotta really like catch on to these stories because they are so good. These things run deep. I don't think I'll ever stop reading r/pro revenge. Even if I start doing some other stuff, this will always be number one. So let's get into the story. 98%. It all started on the first day of college, many moons ago. I was new, she was new. We didn't know jack about the campus or the life. We started out as friends. It deteriorated fast from there. The girl, I'll call her Jane for simplicity, though that's not her real name, was this tall, high-pitched, isn't that cute blonde girl. At first, I thought she was harmless, and while I don't subscribe to that kind of behavior, I did not judge her for it. For the first 2 weeks, things were fine. We were branching out and making new friends. And then, she was friends with all my friends, and eventually moved into my dorm. I thought it was a bit extreme, as she hadn't spoken to us about it first, but we let it happen. We were friends. Then, after talking about body image issues, she started making these little comments. Nothing too out there, but things that were noticeable to me because they were aimed, but not to other people because they were like casual. Like, don't you ever exercise? And when was the last time you had a salad? I told myself I was being hypersensitive because it was on my mind, but quickly realized it wasn't me, it was her. Whenever we were alone, there were marks were suddenly scathing and cut really deep. I told my friends about it and she told me I was being sensitive. Jane was too sweet to say anything like that. You put in context where there isn't any, so I let it drop. Then, she used my friends against me to invite her on vacation. I didn't want her to come. I felt pressure because my then close friends were asking why I wouldn't invite her. And I was pretty hard on myself. I thought that if I didn't let her go, they'd never talk to me again. So she came, and she ruined the holiday. I couldn't do anything because I wanted to do something different. She'd wander off without telling me first, she'd listen to music and ignore me, and whenever I insisted we split up, she'd accuse me of trying to let her get attacked on the streets. Holiday's over, we go home, we don't speak for a while. And then there's a pretty dark turn of events on campus, details of which I don't want to divulge, but it was around Christmas, and no one was feeling the spirit. Jane asks if we can decorate the hall, and we all say no. I guess I should have seen it coming, but I woke up in the morning to what was essentially Santa's grotto. I was furious. I definitely overreacted, but I tore it all down. I was so angry she ignored everyone. Some of us were suffering as a result of the aforementioned. Some of us were homesick. None of us wanted to think about Christmas until we were home, and she didn't care. She stormed out and I apologized a few days later, only to be blanked. Which was fair enough. I shouldn't have done what I did. The following semester is a stress. I deal with a lot of junk from Jane, and when I tell people what she's doing, I'm called a liar or accused of trying to sabotage because I'm jealous. She invited 4 boys over for a date at the same time and then leaves the building. She makes a mess in the kitchen and she leaves it for me to clean up, despite announcing herself of having like OCD or something. She was the cleanest person when others were there, but when it was just me, she was a slob. Of course, no one believed me. I genuinely felt alone and hurt, like I was going crazy. I hadn't been bullied since I was 12. I wasn't sure what was happening, and everyone I knew talked to Jane, and they had the same opinion. She was so sweet. The year ends and the next 2 years go by and she's not living with us again, but she starts to date within our friend group. People were a little more accepting of what I was saying. I feel vindictive every time she behaves in a way that proves I wasn't lying, saying I'd hate to carry a little extra weight to the girls who are sensitive about their weight and bigger than she is, dating one of our friends and dropping him like a hat, being ungrateful as a secret Santa. I finally feel like everyone is seeing my point of view, but that was 3 years too late. She made me feel like a horrible person and brought out the worst in me, though I know I should have better control over myself. Well, this is where it gets beautiful. I worked in my college as an elected officer. I held this position for almost the entire time there. I was known for being good at this job. So color me surprised when I wake up to one morning to find both mine and James' name on the ballot paper. I was nervous. I love that job and really worked hard at it. It was voluntary. That took up a lot of my time, but it was helping people and I was incredibly passionate about it. I couldn't believe she would go for it, and I was shocked since she never showed much of an interest before. Well, 3 days of campaigning go by and my work is being sabotaged. Candy I had left in the kitchen with notes had been stolen. Banners and posters had been torn down. I'd been through 3 campuses in the past and had never had this problem. I spoke to the appropriate people, but I never even suggested it was Jane. I didn't want to believe it was, and I just assumed it was kids. The destruction wasn't widely known, as a lot of friends fixed the damage as they saw and replaced the posters, etc. The day before the results were due to be announced, Jane courted me and demanded I tell her I don't believe it was her. I told her that I hadn't suspected it, but mentioned that a lot of people didn't even know about it, and then walked away. This is where I had to start getting revenge. I couldn't let her take this away from me like she tried to take so many other things, but I couldn't be obvious. I had to play her game. I had to be as subtle as possible. We had to do an evening of questions where the students would ask to ensure we were good for the post. I strived to avoid saying negative outright, but it worked at ensuring people knew where I was coming from. I told them that I have been working in this area for a while and have never had contact from another student interested in helping, as most of the officers did from incoming officers. This meant they knew that Jane had shown no interest in this. People knew we weren't friends at this point, and most knew I didn't like her, though she maintained that I was being childish. People were encouraged to ask questions about the job itself and what the potential officers know about what it entails. It's just like a normal job. You need to know what you're applying for, specific of the things we work with and our understanding of terminology, etc. They asked me, I knew the answers about everything. Jane knew nothing. Normally people would just ask, what would you do in this position? Question time was over. People started talking amongst themselves. Jane was trying to do damage control, but in order to make up for her blunders, she instead chose to drag me through the mud. She mentioned things I had done wrong in the past, even things not related to the position, and was generally quite rude. Not me. I made sure I was in her earshot when I said things like, it's best to have faith in people when you don't know what they're capable of, and you shouldn't vote for me just because I'm familiar with the job. You should vote for someone with a passion too. There was a chance, obviously, that I was shooting myself in the foot and encouraging the vote for Jane, but the people she spoke to heard me saying neutral things about both of us. This was the first part of me trying to get revenge and really out her for who she is. I posted on Facebook the day before the elections that I was excited about the results, and that no matter what happened, I'd enjoy my time in the position. Jane posted about people who should vote for her. She was the only one to use the final hour of voting to post about herself. Had she done any research, she'd have known it was common practice to use the last hour to encourage voting, but in a general level, no self-promotion. She already looked bad, but she was well liked across the campus as far as I knew. We studied different things, so I knew I'd lost the voters to people in her classes, and I also knew that some people in my classes spoke well of her. I originally told them the truth, but no one believed me, so instead I told stories. mentioned things where she had done casually, so it didn't sound like gossip. I mixed them in with other stories. I was planting the seeds so that they knew what she was like. There was no way to know what the effect of that was, so I simply hoped it worked. All in all, she'd done her best to ruin my life and make me feel bad for weeks. She lied about me, put me down, and tried to turn my friends against me. The election was beginning to feel like a public execution. More people than ever knew about our dislike for one another. For the last day, it seemed to be all anyone was talking about. Result day, I'm in the auditorium, it's packed. Jane is nowhere to be seen, for which I was grateful. I had to show my face, but I was anxious that if I lost, I would have to shake her hand or something. I really wasn't comfortable with that, but I had already prearranged a post to send out if I lost, explaining I was happy to offer assistance, which was mandatory of ex-officers anyway, and that while sad, I would find her other ways to help students, etc. They started to read the results of the other positions, and I felt sick. I genuinely felt as though my lungs were gone and my jaw was so tight my teeth hurt. Finally, they get to my position. Read out mine and Jane's name and then announced the results. We had one of the highest turnouts of voters in that particular position. The only one that got a higher number was a paid president position. I won the majority of the votes, and thousands of votes received. 98% of them were in my favor. That was the best day of my life. Someone said, "You gave her enough rope, she did the rest herself." This too, I would not call this pro-revenge. I know it's on pro-revenge, I would call this also petty revenge. Because all she really did was only say kind things or neutral things about her and the person she's going against, and that's about it. I mean, she did win the day and she won the war, but she did it in a very, slight manner. It wasn't like she did this entire scheme to, ruin her life and stuff. Though she did get 98% of the people to follow what she was saying instead of, that might have been like probably her boyfriend at the time and like her favorite teacher voted for her, I guess, if that was only 2%. But that's good. I'm glad the good guy wins. It's nice when that happens in real life and not in just the movies. Instead of doing like a really low-key one like I have been lately, this one is like really popular so far. 10,000 upvotes, gilded with all the kind of gilds you could ever want. From Pro Revenge. 14 people, including me, walk out and protest. So Friday the 13th happened. It was glorious, for all intents and purposes. I run day-to-day operations for a decent-sized company. We have the president who runs the company in-house. He can be tedious, overwhelming, and all in all a dick sometimes. Other times, he can be cool. This was one of the times he was being an overbearing, micromanaging dickbag. As shop foreman, I take my job seriously with morale. If my guys aren't happy, good product isn't produced. If good product isn't produced, customers aren't happy. Looking towards quality control, it doesn't help when guys are overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated. Friday was one of those days that started out well, but by 6:40 a.m., it has deteriorated to poop. Note, we officially don't start work until 7 a.m. After the start, it was complain about this, micromanage that, several people being cussed out and belittled. Everyone had had enough. Once in our programming office, the idea was floated by someone that we shouldn't walk out. He can't fire us all. Now, we've all joked about this time after time, but it's never been more of a thought. We grit our teeth and bear it. That day was something different. After getting yelled at again for something out of control, I finally said screw it. When someone asked if I was in and serious, I said yes. Then it snowballed from there. A total of 20 were supposed to walk out, but due to cold feet and a few talking junk, only 14 made it. At 10 a.m., we made our move. I told everyone to wait until he had been distracted with the machine and we'd all clock out and leave. We all waited. When he was distracted, I gave the round up and signaled everyone and left. A few stops for a beer to relax. We weren't intending to going back to work to negotiate until Monday. We all met up at a guy's house and discussed what we wanted and what our terms were. One thing was very clear. We all came back, or no one did. After talking for 2.5 hours and coming to our terms, we decided to head back after a text from him. We were going to corner him. We were going to talk it straight. We weren't working anymore. The talk lasted about 2 hours, with both parties flexing their given muscles at some point. But one thing was made clear, things were going to change, or we'd all be looking for new jobs. After several people were threatened with being fired and none being let go, we came to terms that benefited us. For once, our workplace had so much morale. People were excited to work again. We went back to work with a purpose, agenda, and pride. This is the first Monday I've looked forward to work in a year. Even the guys who couldn't come, the people in the main office, we stirred the pot. We've made it known. We're not gonna go through this anymore. I'll vouch for any of my men, and I'll do it again in a heartbeat. Wow, that's crazy. Good job. Kudos to this man, because usually when you do that, the guys up top have enough money to just be like, You know what, just let him go. We'll hire some new people. Just like the first story, it's nice to see like the small person win, the person that's like doing what they're supposed to do and just getting pooped on. Like this is a good example of protesting gone right instead of protesting gone wrong. Anyways, I really hope you guys enjoyed these pro revenge stories. If you guys have any questions or comments, let me know down below. Do not forget to like and subscribe and comment and do all that. That helps the channel and the videos so much. This community just keeps on growing. Thank you guys for all that you're doing, viewing and commenting and everything. The part that you guys do is awesome. I'll be back very soon with another video. Thank you guys so much and goodbye.
Psych! That's the wrong number!
What's up you guys, welcome back to another Reddit reading video. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, amazing, fantastical day, because for some reason, I just woke up feeling really happy. Maybe it was a sleeping pill I took and I actually got some good sleep for once, but let's just get into these revenge stories. I'm ready for some good, salty revenge. Mice helped me fire my wicked step manager. Long post warning. I added all the background because it makes payoff so much better. The universe aligned, the stars just right for me in this story. My old coworkers and I still talk about it. Backstory. I was working at a popular coffee chain in high volume, swanky location as a barista. We were specifically trained to make fancier novelty drinks compared to other locations. I loved my team and my manager, and for the most part, everyone got along. Then, my manager informed us that she would be moving to another location, and that we would be getting a new store manager. This new manager, who we all call Jack, is an old assistant manager from this location. He trained here before becoming the store manager of his own location. Jack would be returning to be our new manager, since he had the experience in these fancier stores from training days. Everyone in the store dreaded his return. For what I gathered, Jack was an a-hole when he was an assistant manager. Within the first few weeks, things went downhill. He started writing up certain baristas constantly for infractions that others got away with. He slashed everyone's hours from full-time to part-time, claiming that our job description never stated we were entitled to full-time. One barista went from 39.75 hours a week to 16.5. Jack claimed our company had no write-up expiration date, so he was writing up baristas based on clock lateness within our time management software from when our old manager still ran the store. People went from a clean record to a final warning within one meeting with him. Those who had worked with him before organized themselves into a list of who would get fired next. We didn't suspect that there was a personal vendetta against certain baristas who knew him when he was an assistant manager. We knew there was. One by one, several people were fired, all in the order they knew they would be fired. Others found jobs elsewhere. It became a race against the clock. Either quit or wait to be fired for something trivial. We brought up these issues with our district manager, but he ignored them, slashing our hours and getting cornered, including cutting corners on cleaning standards. From proving to be beneficial to the district manager, he was not interested in helping us. I was badly burned by our drip brewer. He refused to help me fill out workers' comp report. He was too busy placing weekly orders. I had extremely bad cramps in my thigh and went to urgent care. I was one of the last walk-ins in the clinic and left after they closed. When I sent him a picture of the doctor's note, he googled the location from the letterhead and claimed I faked the note since the place was supposed to be closed. Jack belittled me and other baristas on the cafe floor. My mental and physical health suffered. When one of my good friends was fired, I quit with nothing else lined up because I feared I was either going to break down or get fired. This friend, Anthony, got me a job at my current workplace. After Anthony got fired, he struggled to make ends meet with just one job. I helped him out by preparing large batches of food and dropping them off at his workplace. I met his manager and got an interview the following week. I had been working at this place for probably 2 months when the most magical thing happened to me. The incident. I finished the closing shift of my current job and was passing by my old store, closed for the day, when I saw 2 mice running around the lobby. I filmed it. I guess cutting corners and cleaning the health standards was causing a bit of a rodent issue. In a rush of pin-up anger, watching my team get fired over nothing, watching Anthony struggle to eat, suffering at the hands of Jack myself, I posted the video to Instagram and tagged the store in it. I posted photos and links to the video on Yelp, Google reviews, the company page, the customer compliant email, everywhere. I figured at most, I was going to be the fly in his ointment and annoy him to the district manager. Then I sent the video of the mice to the Department of Health. A couple days later, the Department of Health served Copy Shop a notice saying they were preparing to do a full inspection. I heard this news from my barista friends. A couple weeks go by and my current job has a turn in management itself. We weren't getting our legally mandated half-hour breaks, and I am put on a 9-hour shift with no meals. Thankfully, HR was much more sincere than the coffee shop HR, so I arranged a meeting. I stopped by my old coffee shop before my meeting to say hello to a few friends who still work there. I noticed Jack and the district manager were there. I grabbed the water and sat down to organize my HR meeting notes. Not even a half hour later, the shift supervisor approaches my area and tells the cafe customers to leave, as the health department has shut them down. She turns to me and says, "Yes, it was your mice. They found out we had an infestation," then walks away. Jack and the district manager don't make eye contact with me. I gleefully return to my current workplace and tell Anthony about how I was actually there to see the justice happen. Justice that I started on my own hands. He tells my coworkers. Even my managers find out I shut down a whole store from one report. HR catches wind of the story before our meeting. It had never been in a more polite, apologetic HR meeting. My managers were reprimanded, and we had all breaks restored to us. All the departed, fired baristas took pictures in front of the Department of Health shutdown notice that was taped to the store door. The windows were shuttered up, and the place was vandalized several times. They started the cleaning process, and the inspector returned to clear it again. About 2 weeks after the store shut down, I got a call from the coffee shop's HR department. Apparently, whenever they have something like this happen, they look through the records of the store. During the mass exit and the seasoned baristas and the complaints made to the district manager and HR, they had a novel about my old cafe. The HR rep asked me why I left, and the first words that come out of my mouth are, "I left because Jack the manager, and the district manager is complicit in his actions." They call all the ex-baristas and a couple current baristas for their stories with Jack, all negative. Jack was fired and banned from working with the company. He packed up and moved across country. The fancy location was taken from the district manager, and now he only oversees basic cafes. I got promoted in my current job to assistant director of the site to oversee HR complaint overhaul to improve the workplace, based on my knowledge of OSHA and state labor laws. Anthony and the other 5 baristas were offered their jobs back, which Anthony accepted. He's in a better financial situation now. TLDR, after quitting my barista job because of some really bad management, I filmed mice in the cafe and got the store shut down by the Department of Health, which resulted in an investigation that got the store manager fired. Wow, that actually, kudos to you. That is some great revenge. Like, that is some, like, revenge that you would, like, I wish I could get that type of revenge about when I was working at Wendy's. Wendy's was, like, my first real job when I was still kind of a younger teenager. Oh, I wish I could have done that to them because I hated working there and I hated those managers. They were so mean. Like, the first thing that they would do to new people was, "If you're gonna cry, get it out now," because they were so mean. They were like, "You're a little B, aren't you, huh? Shut up, you little B." And you're just like dumbfounded and they talk to you like that. And the new cashiers and the new workers would be like, "Oh my God, these people are so mean." I'd feel so bad for people that would come in and cry. I wish so badly that that could have happened. I wish I could have got that kind of revenge. I'm like living through this story right now. Good job to you. Alright. Enough praise for that last story. Let's see another one. You took $200, you lost $21,000. So most users of computers will probably have some experience with us. You know when you're online shopping and sometimes a box pop-ups and says click this, promo code, sign up, yada yada? Well, we know they are scams. By mistake, I first clicked the wrong X. They put a fake one on the top and I clicked it. I immediately shut down the page and I thought that was the end of it. Nope. So the site I bought a Hanukkah gift I was getting for my mother sold my credit card information to the pop-up. I activated that when I clicked the wrong X. I was a teenager, relatively new to checking account. I checked my statement for December and it was all well. I didn't check for the next couple of months because I didn't use it for anything. There should be no charges. I know better now. When I did check, I noticed that these small insignificant charges weren't mine. Always less than $10 and usually around $2. But the multiple charges added up and was well over $200. When I looked into this, I found the connection. I called a thieving company and told them they stole my information and are illegally charging my card. They didn't deny it, but they also didn't care. I wanted my money back. They refused repeatedly. I gave them so many chances to fix everything with just that. I eventually warned them that I would have to sue if they didn't want to give me what they stole. They laughed. Turns out there was a class action suit in progress, which my lawyer used as leverage in a quick payout. We sued for fraud and violation for federal communication laws. What they are doing is very illegal and happens every day. This included a lot of popular stores and websites, which were 100% in the wrong and committed a crime. And I was a child who brought her mother a gift. I won the case. I received a judgment of $21,000. I told them it would go away if they just refunded my $200, but they refused. They seemed to think of teenager threatening to sue a massive corporation that does nothing but break the law wasn't much of a threat. What they should have noticed, I was buying a Hanukkah gift. Hanukkah. Everyone I know is a lawyer. Good job to you. I got scammed one time on Amazon when I was a kid. What I did was I bought this, like, I thought it was like this extra awesome diamond, like, it was like super pure, and they like were saying they had like an abundance of diamonds and they just needed to get rid of them for super cheap. I think I spent like $150 on it, and they were saying it was like a $10,000 diamond. And like I go to bed that night, I wake up and I'm like, oh, I hope my diamond shipped, I hope it's on the way. I go and look, the listing is gone, like it's gone from all my Amazon history and stuff, but like the money is also taken out of my account. And I was a teenager and I was still doing like my first job, so I didn't know what to do. I thought like, well, I just lost. I wish I would have like known. I could have just asked for a refund or called my bank or something, but I was like maybe 16 or 17. I was just like, God dang it, I got scammed. I used to be pretty gullible, actually. Another note on that, this one like government program or something like that said if I send them $300, they'll send me $500 back for like a grant. Like, and this was like I was new in college too. I think I was like 17, and like I was like, all you need to do is send us like $300. We'll give you like 5,000 back. I was like, wow, that's a really good deal. And this is like some kind of government thing. They cannot scam me. So like I asked my mom about it and I asked my sister, and they were like, you really are trying to get scammed like that? They're like, you really that dumb where you're going to get scammed? I was like, this can't be a scam. I looked it up online and I was like, I was really that dumb. Okay, enough of my stupidity. Let's read one more this is one little paragraph of story. Someone did not give me their end of a trade, so I spent the next 2 years getting them stiffed in trades and losing them a lot of money. Back like 3 or 4 years ago when I played Magic the Gathering, I traded with this one guy for a card, Ugin the Planeswalker, which at the time was worth like $50. It was a fair trade, and me being dumb 15-year-old, I was like, let him promise to bring the card the next day. He was 1 year younger than me and went into the same store. Well, he never gave me the card, and what was I gonna do about it? Bring it to Small Claims for a $50 card. After a few months, I acted like I forgot about it and acted like his friend. This guy is pretty dumb and always relied on me and other people who looked up the price. So whenever he wanted to trade with me or someone else, I would always volunteer to look up the price, and I would always add like 25% to the other side trades. I did this for like 2 years until a few months before I moved to college. He wanted to sell his cards to a store, and I learned that over time, he had slowly traded his valuable collection away to the value of pretty much a bunch of cardboard. I laughed so hard when I saw this. I let him know that I had sold about 90% of my own collection online for a bit over $4 grand, and then told him what I did, and never talked to him or went back to that store again. Wow, nice, quick and sweet. I like that little revenge, just subtly over time scamming him, not knowing that he's like losing money over and over. Never be a scammer. People aren't as dumb as you think they are, except for me when I was doing that where I thought I was gonna get $5,000, but this is not about that. But man, that sucks. I like buy and sell Pokemon cards a lot too. Actually, I just passed the $1,000 threshold on Mercari for selling Pokemon cards. I can't say I probably wouldn't do the same thing if that happened to me. I did not feel bad for that guy at all. I ruined the life of a man who molested me for 3 years. This is a throwaway account simply due to the fact that I have friends who know my account name and are unaware of the current issues in my personal life. I would also like to apologize if I am all over the place with my storytelling. I am not very good at this, and there's a lot to put in one post. I understand that this is not a light subject matter, and I would like to consider that it's my official trigger warning for any survivors of sexual assault/abuse. Part of the reason I am writing this post is a form of therapy and a chance to feel more in control of my life than I currently am, so bear with me. In order to understand the reasoning behind the revenge, I need to start at the beginning. I was born into a family of very well off. I had a great childhood with 5 siblings, and I was practically a trust fund baby. This was up until around 8 years old, when my parents divorced for a number of reasons, which I will not get into. Long story short, my dad left my mother on her own to take care of 6 kids all on her own, ranging from 6 years old to a 19-year-old. She was of course vulnerable at this time in her life, and in need of someone to help her out. Anyone would have felt the same in her position. So in walks this guy, let's call him Satan. Satan was an amazing person at first. He was a strong parental role and didn't mind the duty of 6 children along with a huge house to live in. Seeing as how he was only a waiter at a restaurant, he was glad to feel like the boss somewhere. My mom relied on him a lot during the first few months of the relationship, which led to her trusting him a bit too much and opening of my family up to problems. Satan is what most consider completely freaking insane. Each week he was convinced of some new conspiracy theory and always dragged my family into it. He was a doomsday prepper and made my family and I stockpile food months ahead of time, along with things like training us on how to quickly load and unload guns when I was only 9 years old. Now while my older sibling could see clear as day that Satan was insane, my mother and other siblings close to my age completely trusted him. The 2 older siblings were even kicked out before graduation and ended up not speaking with my mother for years. I can't really blame them. But I wouldn't blame my mother either, seeing as how mentally manipulative Satan could be. We all felt as though he was a lifeline to us, and without him, we would die. Because my parents divorced, my mother was left to sell a mansion of a house, which during 2010 or so obviously didn't go over well. We were struggling financially, big time. Satan had my siblings and mother convinced that he was our only financial support and that leaving him would result in being on the street, because he had to cut off the rest of our family from speaking to us, because they saw how insane he was. We all believed it. Now I won't get in too much detail about my abuse at this moment, but I'll let you know that Satan began molesting me just a few months after I had turned 10 years old. There is no easy way to put this, but I was terrified. All I knew was that what was happening was wrong and that me saying something meant I would be homeless. I thought I was protecting both myself and my family, so I let it continue. And for any victim blaming a-holes out there who might come after a 10-year-old girl, anytime I didn't comply, I was forced into what was basically solitary confinement. I would sit and stare at a blank wall for days on end with only peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to eat and water to drink. CPS was called once, but the investigation was unrelated to this and didn't go very far. My mother was told I was being grounded for other reasons and even thought I might be being molested, but I went as far as denying it in fear of what could happen to us. My siblings and I switched schools way too often for me to make any real friends, and during the final years of my abuse, we had moved out of state. I never had a phone or any way of contacting anyone to help me out with my situation. I was alone and nobody knew. My life was a living HE-double hockey sticks. The sexual abuse continued for 3 years until my mother finally gathered the courage and hid enough money to escape. This would seem simple enough, but it wasn't a clean cut. In 2011, my mother had given birth to my baby sister and his daughter. We will call her Angel. The first day was spent moving into a house that my aunt and mother had reconnected with, and terrifyingly enough, within 24 hours, we moved back in with Satan. This is just an example of how insane the entire situation was. And though it was slow going at first, eventually we officially split from him and moved far away. But because my baby sister was there, despite us leaving Satan, he would always be around. Now though Angel was the daughter of Satan himself, I loved her and still love her to this day, more than anyone or anything, and have always been torn for this reason. I understand my selfishness and staying quiet, but I had my reasons. From wanting her to have a normal life, to her being his own bloodline, while I was not. I came up with a million excuses, but the gist of it was I was scared. I had no evidence, and I didn't want her to hate me for being the reason she didn't have a dad. Satan went on to be a trucker, and now has a girlfriend of about 5 years. Because of this, he only has the opportunity to see Angel a few times a year, for less than 24 hours at a time. And when he does see Angel, always in his truck, within feet of his girlfriend, or out in public. I use this as justification for not saying anything to anyone as well. And I do not need to be told how selfish it was to put her at risk, because I understand and I have suffered the guilt in all these years. This is where the revenge part comes in. Thank you for being patient. Angel is now 8. I'm 19 and Satan is 50. Angel understands how insane her dad is, but loves him nonetheless. And up until this point, he has stayed far away from my family. Angel and I are as close as two people can be. Angel confided me a few weeks ago that her dad wanted to take her for a week or two down to Florida, hundreds of miles away. This was a no-go. I was scared of what would happen, but I knew that taking this risk would make me worse than him. It took a lot of courage, but I knew it had to be done. So I went to my mom that night and told her what happened all those years ago. It went about as well as I expected, and after about 12 hours of crying, her and I went to protection mode. My mother and Satan have never had custody disagreements, and have always been on good terms for Angel's sake, despite his mentally abusive tendency. Despite this, she had stockpiled years of text and recording in case she passed, and he had attempted to gain full custody of Angel. She spoke with her attorney, and within a few days, we went down to the sheriff's office of the counties where the sexual assault occurred. Now yes, I did type counties because if you remember earlier, I said that we had moved during the time that the sexual abuse was occurring. This meant that I could file in multiple counties, making the case stronger. While one county was a case of sexual assault of a minor, the other was a rape case due to the nature of the molestation. As well as this, due to the age I was during the molestation and its severity, it is not being disregarded. We asked that the detectives from each county wait for a week or so in order for my mothers and I to serve protection restraining order against Satan, and they agreed. This protects me and my mother and anyone in our household from him, from the moment he is served and before he is even aware that we have filed against him. Along with the fact that there are no custody disagreements over Angel for Satan to claim my accusations were fake, sick, my mother and I were able to reach out to the other girls we suspected of being victims of him as well. Now there's a second girl willing to testify. I just finished my affidavit and have given my written statement about everything that has ever been done to me, which over the course of 3 years was a lot considering it was a daily occurrence. I came in to feel better knowing that at the very least, he would not be allowed to see Angel again without supervision. And this is even if the case does not go as planned due to the text/recording show his insanity. Though my hope is that he will go to jail for a long time, this is the least I can ask for and will take what I can get for her safety. The only worry there is that he could become a martyr. He will be served within the next few days, and knowing him and his paranoia, he won't see this because he's afraid of the internet. Angel will be seeing my family therapist, whose job is to make sure she was never hurt while not putting ideas into her mind. I feel proud myself because in spite of everything that happened, he's a truck driver with a miserable life that's about to get worse. On the other hand, I graduated in top 5% of my class and am now an engineering student, currently debt-free due to scholarships and my savings, with a close group of friends and a boyfriend of 2.5 years. My family has since reconnected with everything in his life that he damaged is now better in the lack of his presence. My half-sister loves me more than she ever will love him. As far as I see it, I have won. He has lost. Just a disclaimer, please don't tell me what a horrible sister I am. Anything you say, I have already told myself over the years. I don't know what else to say, but that I wish I knew earlier that everything could turn out okay. TLDR, I have finally served the man who molested me for 3 years and have destroyed what's left of his pathetic life. Oh man, that story was a doozy. Honestly, that's probably the saddest story I have read out loud in any of these posts. That's really sad to read. The top comment said, "This is the bravest yet most heartbreaking post I've read so far. My thoughts are with you. Best of luck for the future, OP." Yeah, that kind of hurts to read. Like, it sucks that happened to her for so many years, but it's good that she's finally, stepping up so that her half-sister won't have to be molested like she was. When she was a kid, she felt like she was doing the right thing by saving her family from not living on the streets. But while doing that was being just totally abused into the ground and used up, which sucks for her case, but she says the little girl does have therapy and hopefully she does too. Just so I don't leave you guys on the saddest story in history and just run out of here, let's read one more short story that's not as depressing. Chef leaves all his notes, almost kills the business. At the restaurant I used to work at, there was a chef who made the best gumbo I have ever had. However, the management where I worked was awful. The only employees who stayed for very long were the ones who were paid well, e.g. Mr. Gumbo. Customers knew him by name. The only day he called in sick, which he had never done before, and they didn't let him. He had enough and quit. But he also burned a few bridges. He took all his notes, which had ratios, spices, times and temperatures, everything. We had no idea how to make his gumbo. They tasked me with recreating it. When it was nowhere near as good, most of the gumbo customers, which was a lot of them, left. I quit shortly after. From what I heard from my friends who still work there, the business almost went under. This was his way of making the management pay. Sorry for spelling and formatting. Edit to start, we aren't in the South. This was a smaller place, but it was still good size. The menu wasn't that big, so the gumbo was very important. The chef did have every right to leave, but by doing so, the business lost most of its valuable assets. That is how the Gumbo Man got back into management. Good job, Gumbo Man. I feel you so hard on that. That reminds me so much of Walmart. Like, you have 5 days out of the year. If you're sick, to stay home. If you're late, if you call in and you can't come to work today, anything, if you get in trouble, everything counts as 1 point. If you get 5 points, you're out. You automatically fired. So if you're sick 5 days in a row, you're automatically fired. I can't tell you how many days I had to go in just deathly sick, throwing up in the bathroom, and the only way that it doesn't count as a point is if they send you home. So I would just be, so sick and throwing up, and then they would send you home. It's a shame that you have to do that in some places. Golden Boys of my hometown get taken down? Trigger warning. Okie dokie. So for part of high school, I lived in a super duper ultra small town in California. If you're familiar with the area, just saying, 5 by 8 Mile Island, where peanut butter was invented, to tell you exactly the town. Since it's super small though, I'll abstain. I'd lived in a bunch of other places, from big cities to tiny villages and third world countries. By the time I started my junior year in this town, also the story takes place about 13 to 14 years ago, so my memory might be a teasy bit foggy. I've got the important stuff though. My point is, I was a bit more cultured than the average of my class, and not known as a poop taker. On this island, there was these 3 guys called Nick. That's not their real name, it's just another generic name that all 3 of them happened to share. They weren't particularly good students, they were on the lower end of the economic spectrum, but their parents had been on the island forever. All of them were super fun Eminem types, without any talent. All three were notorious for hooking up with girls without consent. All three were well known for being abusive to the women they dated. To differentiate, I'll say that Fat Nick, Boof Nick, and my Nick. Because yeah, I was one of the lucky girls who dated a Nick. Fat Nick was dating a good friend of mine. He beat her, he cheated on her, roofied her, and then assaulted her. At one point, his abuse was so bad she developed an eating disorder and ended up in rehab and almost dying. Boof Nick dated another good friend. He eventually ended up in jail for other reasons, but he had got hit by our revenge too. We called him Boof because that was his way into drugs I'd never heard of, and frankly, still don't entirely understand. He used to beat up on my friend. He tried to force himself on her. Thankfully, she's a giant and fended him off, but he was the reason she didn't date until her 30s. My Nick was, oh boy, started off okay, but he broke my nose and then sodomized me when I was 16. I admit I didn't believe my friends when they tried to warn me. It wasn't until it happened to me that after I lost my poop. After that happened, initially, I was broken. I mean, coming back from that is harsh. I tried to kill myself twice. Got pretty close, we stayed dating. I just couldn't leave. I tried about 9 times. To this day, if I'm walking down the street and I hear a loud clicking sound, I go into full panic mode and my husband has to take me somewhere else. Every time I broke things off with him, he'd find me. I didn't have a car, so he'd drive by where I was walking and yell at me to get in. Unlike my friends, my beautiful, wonderful, wholesome, innocent friends, I have an attitude. My pride will kill me one day. No matter how terrified I felt, I never got in the car. Still, we'd get back together. It took about 2 years before the revenge actually happened. By then, all 3 of us girlies were about to be safely on our way to other cities and states for college. The friend who I dated, Boof, had pictures, but the police said it had been too long for any of that to matter. The friend who dated Fat Nick was the kicker. Boof and mine might have taken drugs, but Fatty was the dealer. We planned a party at Fat's house. My buddy had reached back out to her ex and reconciled, and it was her birthday. What better way to celebrate rekindling the romance? Boof and his now ex weren't on speaking terms, so she came with me and my Nick. At this point, we were all 18 at least. Not able to drink, that's for sure. Fat's girl and I put the moves on our respective men. Boof was doing Boof things and pawing stupidly at a freshman in the corner. We got them all very drunk, and then we started with the, "Babe, I've never tried this. Will you try it with me?" for E, which was called Thiz. Boof was somewhere else. Fat and I took some. Thinking they were going to get us high and sneak us off into another room, another friend actually overheard them talking about swapping with each other once they were too high to notice. But because they were so full of themselves, they never thought that we didn't actually take anything. We just acted like we did. About 20 or so minutes later, we gave them the whole, "We're gonna go freshen up. We'll meet you in the bedroom" deal. Peeps have read it. The reason that's so common in every dumb high school movie is because teenagers are idiots, and it works. Over and over, always. I don't know how I dated someone that dumb for that long. Whatever. We slid into the bathroom of Boof's ex and then crawled out the window. We then called the police. One of us complained about the noise. One of us mentioned children drinking, and I told them someone had a gun and they were threatening people. That was true actually. Fatty had his dad's gun whenever his girlfriend didn't want to make out. He would take it out, stuff it in her mouth, take the safety off, and then he'd laugh when she started crying. I cannot stress enough what freaking monstrous trash these boys were. The police came. We were down the block when they did. Fat's parents bailed him out, but he lost his scholarship at Chico State and ended up going to the local JC. Boof was in jail, not prison, for 4 months. He was then released on parole, which he violated. My Nick was found jerking off in a bedroom with his pants around his ankles, looking like a moron he is when the police actually got there. His brother knew the police, so he was out pretty fast. I wasn't done with him though. He was pretty mad that I left him at the party. I was just a little bit more angry than he was though. I'll wrap up the other 2 boys before I get into that. Fatty's lady is married with 2 kids now. The guy is really awesome. Fatty himself died 7 years after this went down from, I believe, heart murmur. My friend that dated Boof went to an art school and she makes super cute costume cosplays that she sells on Etsy. Seems to be doing great by her IG post. Boof, oh man, he took to the local bars pretty heavily. At one point, he was at a bar talking to some old gay man. Apparently, Poof didn't realize the man was gay until he was hitting on him. The old man invited Boof to his apartment after the bar closed. From what I heard, he attempted to initiate something with Boof. Drunkenly, Boof beat the guy to death. That happened 4 years after the fact. He had gotten out at one point, then did something with arson charges. He's been in prison since. My Nick, his revenge didn't see any massive nuclear things. His brother got him out of jail. His brother was a thug type who bred blue-nosed pit bulls for fighting, but he wanted better for his baby brother. He genuinely thought that I would be the one to get his brother out of that town and set him straight. Because he thought his brother was doing so well, he was being financially supported, and Big Brother was understandably worried about when he discovered we'd broke up for good because I was leaving for college. Big Brother arranged a meetup for me to beg on his brother's behalf. From there, I showed him countless pictures of every time Nick touched me in an unkind way. Cops might not have cared, but Big Brother knew I was a sweet girl. The cops might not have cared, but Big Brother knew I was a sweet girl, and he knew Nick could get bad when he was high. I also had videos on my phone of Nick drinking, underage, getting high, and throwing cash that his brother gave him on the tables for gambling and then losing, then calling his brother for more with some sob story about how he was mugged or left his wallet somewhere. Always some BS. Big Brother always believed it. Right up until he saw proof. He cut Nick off after that. Nick showed up at my dorm 2 cities over a few months later with flowers and jewelry, saying he knew he messed up and I was the one. My RA came out with me and pretended to be my boyfriend. Nick started calling me a whore and making a big scene in the courtyard. Police were called again. These actually seemed to give a dang. They took him away. I didn't hear from him again after I left the state. Kept tabs on him for a while just to make sure he was still miserable. He got a job with the city, working with kids at a local park. My mom was ready with the complaint about seeing him openly carry around 6 years old. He lost his job with no idea as to who did it. He started dating a literal hooker and renting her out to his friends for cash. He's still in that town, slowly getting gentrified into homelessness. Still with that girl, still thinks he's going to be a rapper. Generally seems like he's just bidding time until he dies. He's got a record, thanks to me. No one in that town wants to hire him. Only a matter of time. I'm okay with this. Jeez, those boys live a terrible life and sad and just everything. That is horrible. They got their just desserts though for being terrible as teenagers though. Let's read one more r/pro revenge story. We'll never see each other again. Think again. I was bullied relentlessly from 3rd to 7th grade by multiple people in class or upper grades. After I graduated to 8th grade, I received a Facebook message from Andy. A boy had been bullying me and harassing me from the very beginning of it all. I would post the exact message, but it was extremely vulgar and long. He ended it by saying that since he would never see each other again, he could put it all out in the open about how much of an idiotic, ugly, and loser I was. Of course, he used a more colorful dictionary with those words, but you get the idea. However, there was one problem. My parents owned a large wood chipper, and his father owned a tree cutting business, and would often rent from them for much larger jobs. During the summer, I noticed him walk and talk to my uncle. And then I realized a golden opportunity I had been given. I loaded Facebook on my laptop to bring up the message. I then approached his dad and tell him, "Your son sent this message a few days after graduating, and I think it's really important you read it." He raised an eyebrow first, but took a look at my laptop. As he read, I could visibly see his face turn blood red and his hand shook as he gripped the sides of my laptop harder and harder. I think he reread the entire thing over again just to make sure what he was reading. He even clicked the profile to make sure it had indeed been his own son who sent it. Finally, he gave me my computer back and told me he was so sorry for his son's behavior and language, and that he would most certainly be dealing with Andy the moment he got home. It took me 2 months to hear back about the fallout. Andy's older and way nicer brother, Grant, was friends with my sister, who told her, and then she told me. Andy was grounded for the entire summer, fall, and winter break. His parents canceled his trip and was going to take him to the beach with their student youth group at church, canceled his summer camp trip, going to hold him back from getting his driving permit for a full year, took away all his games and computer. Instead of going with his dad and brother on their hunting trips, he would be sent to his grandparents' house to help clean. His social media passwords were changed so he didn't have access to them. Deleted his Xbox account, and Andy would have to work for his dad during this tree cutting the entire summer and winter holiday. There were more punishments, but I honestly cannot recall them. I ruined his life for a good 2 to 3 years and destroyed his relationship he had with his father and mother. Probably not forever, but they certainly no longer saw them as a well-behaved youngest child. It was so satisfying. Geez, that kid has some deep-rooted hate in him to be sending messages like that. That was an extreme punishment, but he got what he deserved. The top comment says, "So when I read owned a wood chipper, I was terrified the story was going in a totally different direction." Me too. Shady former colleagues bullied me into quitting a small town teaching job, so I had their entire school shut down. Long-time lurker, first-time poster. Throwaway, of course, and I apologize for the long story. This happened a few years ago, but it was recent enough that one of those deservedly affected by the fallout might still be looking for me and might recognize the events I'm going to describe. So of course, names, locations, and other details will have slight alterations. Think of it like transforming a left Ked slip-on to a right Louis Vuitton stiletto. Different enough, but still a shoe. And it fits. I've always been a shy person, and I grew up in a large urban area. In high school, I had friends, but we were the nerdy type and thought of as losers. I was one of the 2 girls of our core friend group of 4 kids. Of course, we eventually dated the guys in our group. The youngest in our group was one of the boys, Doug, in 9th grade, and the oldest was a boy, Clayton, in 11th. The other girl, Sarah, and I were in 10th. I dated Doug all through high school, for which I was relentlessly teased by people outside of our group because he was a bit more than a year younger than me. Sarah and Clayton married in college and are still happily married 5 years later. Doug and I, for our part, got married once he finished college, and we've been married almost 4 years. We have a 1-year-old daughter, Raquel. Both Doug and Clayton eventually got careers in IT. Sarah and Clayton have their own 1-year-old daughter, Amber. Sarah has a small but thriving home business selling refurbished furniture on eBay that she and Clayton find on the weekends. The reason I give so much backstory is that our friend group is pretty isolated. Chalk it up to years of bullying, being made fun of, excluded, you name it. It happened to all 4 of us in school. Even in primary and middle school. Even now, in my later 20s, I don't really have close friends besides Sarah, Clayton, and of course my husband Doug, who is my best friend. This is true, even though we moved all the way to the Midwest for Doug's career, we're still close enough and well off enough so we can regularly fly out and see our friends and vice versa. Doug makes more than enough money to support all 3 of us on his salary alone, especially in our state, and always says it's okay if I'm a stay-at-home mom. However, in this new environment, I thought I might have a fresh start to work on being more outgoing, as it were. No one in my new town knew me from when I was a kid and a total reject. Doug's father passed away, and so his mother lives with us and has generously helped take care of Raquel. We all talked it over and agreed I could go back to college to get a teaching certification for my bachelor's degree, math. Fast forward just a few months, and thanks to an accelerated program and shortage of math teachers in my area, I got my teaching license quite quickly and easily. I also made a few new girlfriends in the teaching program, which helped my self-esteem. So I put up my resume, and within just a few short weeks, I get hired at an independent studies charter school. I was looking to get hired at a regular high school, but whatever. It was a credit recovery school. Basically, the idea of the kids who washed out their regular school district or couldn't succeed there for whatever reason could try to succeed in our setting. We hosted grades 9 through 12. Students would make appointments and come in on their own time, meet independently with teachers, be given assignments and projects, and basically earn a legit high school diploma eventually. I knew it was kind of weird to go back to a place, high school, where I never fit in, but I thought it would be totally different from the perspective of an adult. The school was one large classroom, like the size of a basketball court, with administrative offices, science labs, even an exercise room for PE, all around the perimeter. About 50 student desks were lined around the center of the room in rows, and around these desks were about a dozen teachers. Generally, we'd have 2 teachers per subject area, i.e., 2 English, 2 math, 2 history, etc. And we each had our own roster of students and ensured that they visited all the teachers for whose subject they owed credits. Although the school officially had over 200 students on the various rosters, there were really more than 10 or so students in school at any one time, due to different appointments throughout the day. That meant that there was tons of downtime where the teachers would just shoot the breeze with one another. The school had a female principal, a male vice principal, and a male counselor. The other math teacher was a male, both English teachers were female, both science teachers were male, the PE teacher was a male, the art teacher was female, the history teachers were 1 male and 1 female. There was also a male computer teacher and a female music teacher, both whom came in once a week. I could see right away from day 1 that all the teachers were good friends with one another. That's not a bad thing at all. Lunch is at noon every day and the school shuts down for a whole hour. Typically, the other teachers would all go out to lunch with one another, or break off in 2s and 3s. I didn't really know anyone, so I didn't take offense to anyone not inviting me to go to lunch with them. I thought, well, maybe give it a few weeks and it will change. I had that old feeling from when I was a kid of being rejected. Still, I was a new person, so I tried not to take it too personally. Besides, forming relationships, colleagues included, is a two-way street and I could reach out too. Till then, I was at the lunch desk. Sometimes I'd FaceTime hubby, who usually had lunch at that time too, but I was proud of him for making friends at his own work and tried to minimize taking up his time. I didn't really focus on that too much though, and just did my job. Students tended to like me after just a few weeks. It became noticeable that my students made more appointments to see me than other teachers. Every time a student would finish a project or an assignment for a teacher, whatever the subject, they would turn it into their main teacher, the one who had the student on their roster. It soon became clear that the students on my roster were finishing their assignments and graduating at a faster rate than my peers. I didn't plan for this to happen, it just turned out that way. Over time, holidays would pass and our school would have mandated social and team building functions, i.e. potluck in the break room, etc. It seems like I was making progress socially. I was always positive and nice to my peers and would be myself around them, try to tell them about me and learn about them. They were being nice to me too, at least to my face, so I thought I was finally fitting in. One day, however, the principal called me into their office to tell me someone had told her that I was smug and antisocial, and that it wasn't good for the school environment for teachers to bully one another. I was flabbergasted, and of course my initial reaction was to ask who told her this, but the principal said it was confidential and to just work on being nicer. I didn't want to seem intransigent or defiant, so I apologized for hurting anyone's feelings, but I also pointed out that I was trying my very best to fit in, and I had been working on the shortest compared to everyone else, so of course I didn't want to overstep. I also pointed out that students on my roster were graduating at a good pace. I didn't throw shade at anyone of my colleagues. My principal agreed with me on this and praised me heartily. The vice principal happened to be walking by and he overheard the principal praising me. He too threw in a comment that I was an exemplary teacher. The students were praising me in a private room to him, and the school had big plans for me, especially since we were on pace to outperform another independent studies charter school and a few miles away, which competed the same state function. This pleased me, of course, and took the edge off the butthurt of people telling the principal I was not nice. A small, maybe big, red flag was that they told me that students graduating meant massive funding for our school. Money which the regular district didn't want the charter schools to have. And if all the teachers could get more students to turn in work, we might get bonuses. I mean, all that is good, but both of them spoke about students graduation only in terms of how it could benefit our own pocketbooks. Ever since I started working at the school, what had originally been 5 students, 10 at the most working in the classroom at a time, became 20 or more. Almost every one of them a kid on my roster. Every day hanging out for hours and hours doing their work in our quiet classroom environment. I thought this was great because this meant they could graduate sooner and get on with their lives. Gradually, however, I noticed that some of my peers looked resentful when the classroom was so full. I strongly suspect this is because they had been growing accustomed to having long stretches of time simply mess about online at their desks, playing with their smartphones and gossiping. Our school had a policy that unless you were on break, you had to be at your desk and make yourselves available to grade student work in your subject area. They didn't like grading my students' work because eventually credit for that student graduating would go to me, their main teacher. I certainly didn't mind grading work from students who were on other teachers' rosters. That's the whole point of our job. Gradually, I came to realize that the school didn't focus so much on actually teaching the students anything and making sure that their diploma actually meant something than just rubber stamping their work and saying it was satisfactory, using the fact that we were licensed, credentialed, professional as official backup. Really, any reasonable, intelligent adult, or even kid, could do the type of work that some of my colleagues were actually doing. What happened was, say, a kid on my roster is behind 5 credits in English if he wants to graduate. I would then send him to the English teacher to request a packet of English work. Kid would do the work, give it to the English teacher to grade. She would sign off on it, I would input the grade in my computer, and the kid would be 1 credit closer to graduation. It soon became clear to me that the teachers weren't even actually looking at the package before giving them a grade, really just pulling grades out of their butts. I would never dream of doing that on any of my students' math work. That's the way they'd grade for me, but they do it in a slow way as to reduce the speed of students graduating from my roster. As in, they'd let piles of my students' work sit on their desk ungraded while playing Clash of Clans at their desk. I never said anything and I was always polite and friendly to them, even though I knew at least one of them had badmouthed me to the principal. Needless to say, even months into my new job, I wasn't making friends with my coworkers. I was nice to them, and it seemed at face value that they'd at least respect me on a professional level, at least to my face, so I'd accept that for the time being. The switch came when the principal actually singled me out at a staff meeting as an exemplary teacher. She said that I had come from big city and have succeeded to an amazing degree, and that I had set the record for how many students were graduating high school on my roster. From that point on, I sensed that people were being cold to me. It felt like a high school, except unlike high school, where they would openly mock me as a tall, skinny, no butt, no boobs having giraffe, adults said it in colder ways. On rare occasions, where the whole classroom was empty, or if I'd run into groups with them in the break room, they would talk about all these fun things that they were going to do together after work. Or even talk about the big party they were all going to have at such and such venue, and how everyone's invited, except, obviously. Well, I didn't mind actually. I wasn't going to let them being petty ruin my good feeling I had from helping students and feeling like I was making a difference. I was still very nice to everyone and kept up my positive attitude. Inside I felt so bad and so left out. However, I didn't tell my husband about basically being shunned at work, and instead I focused on just my success and getting students to graduate. Anyway, some of my students would actually quietly complain to me that Miss So-and-so doesn't even grade our work. I never badmouthed my co-workers, especially to the kid. It's important to have a united front, of course, but on the sly, I'd separate those work packets that were clearly not graded properly and look them over myself as best I could. Although I was only licensed to teach math, if, say, a history packet seemed incomplete and yet had a B+, nice work, on the cover of it, I'd sort of quietly, as diplomatically as I could, staple a new cover sheet to it, ask the student to finish it for real, and submit it again to the teacher. I'd make sure the student asked the teacher to grade it in front of him or her, as he or she was eager to see the results of all their hard work. Although the teachers hated it when my kids did this, I did make sure my students' work was legitimately graded as possible. Somewhat surprisingly, students appreciated my determination that they didn't BS their way through what was obviously a BS school. When it came to other teachers' students coming to me with math packets, I did the professional thing and actually went over the packets and gave the tests and quizzes as prescribed in the employee handbook for our schools and as mandated by our state. The other teachers didn't like this. I guess because they were used to teachers just rubber stamping the work and passing, regardless of whether or not it was completely done. Invariably, teachers prefer to send their math kits to the other teacher because he had no problem just breezing through the packets as if they were flip books and assign whatever grade he dreamed of. However, even though for him to just scribble C+, please show your work for each question, on packet covers took no time at all, and he could go back to searching up dating profiles on OkCupid. I found out eventually he was already married. He resented the fact that he graded perhaps maybe 20 math packets in one day, whereas I graded maybe 5 because I graded them and assigned the test and everything, which of course took time. Eventually, other teachers began to grumble too, how it was taking too long to grade their kids' packets and thus slowing down their students' graduation, whereas mine was graduating relatively faster. I began to hear rumors that kids only came to see me, especially the boys, because they wanted to screw me. Naturally, the rumors eventually spread that I was banging the kids. Other rumors spread that I was unqualified to be a math teacher. What was a woman doing being a math teacher anyway? I was just trying to hook up with young studs, all sorts of nonsense. Still, more rumors spread that I was cheating with my graduation rates and that it was all fraud somehow. My husband Doug had actually come to see me on a couple of occasions at the school to go with me to my doctor's appointment, so the staff knew what he looked like. One day I had a phone on my desk when Clayton called to tell me the news that Sarah was coming to visit next month. Unfortunately, my reputation at the school, Clayton's contract avatar showed up hugely on my phone screen when he called in the middle of the day, and one of my busybody coworkers happened to be walking by my desk, saw my phone, and made a face barely concealed contempt. Needless to say, rumors soon spread that I was cheating on Doug with some other young man, along with the high schoolers who I supposedly worked with off the clock. Still, I tried to grind it out. But I would plan my revenge too, if it came to that. I'm mature, but I'm not above getting even. I went through 12 years of junk growing up. I'll be danged if I resign myself to a lifetime of junk as a grown-up. I flatter myself that I was at least sort of cool in college. First thing I did was let my principal know what was going on. My plan was, if she addressed the bullying at the future meeting and put an end to it, then hey, I wouldn't even need to get revenge. I'd just go back to doing my job, minding my own business. I was kind of hoping the principal would back me up, as up until now, aside from the red flag being obsessed with the school getting money and not with students learning anything, she seemed friendly enough, if a bit detached from her school's day-to-day operations. I told her that students would tell me quietly that Mr. So-and-so or Miss What's-Her-Name told him that I was dating a student or cheating on my husband. More than one kid would tell me these kinds of things. I knew the kids weren't trolling me, as over the months I'd established a good rapport with all of them. Principal basically gaslights me and tells me I'm being paranoid. It's a high school, she says. In high schools there's rumors. It's part of the territory. Yeah, I reply. But the rumors are usually from the students, not adults. She doesn't really address this, other than to tell me that I need to grow up and not let petty things like supposed rumors get to me. She tells me to be the bigger person. Nah. I should have mentioned that I had brought my cell phone in with me and had been recording the principal's responses to what I had been saying, which was good for the case I was building. Because as if on cue, the vice principal comes walking by once again, world's greatest Chad, coffee mug in hand. Oh hey Mr. Vice Principal dude, come on in really quick. I thought principal was going to tell him about my concerns about the rumors that I basically both an adulterer and also trying to go to jail for illicit fun with minors. But no, instead, principal and vice principal complained to me that I'm being too thorough in my grading of math work from students on other teachers' rosters. I explained that I'm trying to do my job according to the employee handbook they themselves given me, and according to the 2-day training seminar standard for all teachers of independent study schools where I live, they had mandated I attend prior to my first day of employment. They tell me I need to play ball and that our task was to get these kids out the door with a diploma in hand. I countered with, what good is a diploma if they don't actually know any history, or how to read, or how to use the scientific method, or whatever. Principal actually calls me pretentious wannabe female Jamie Escalante, a famous calculus teacher. They both strongly encourage me to use my professional judgment, i.e. place my teaching license in jeopardy by assigning passing marks to work that is clearly not passing. I get all of this on record, and I make sure to email a backup copy of the MP3 to my outside email address. Our school plays a slick when it comes to the school board inspecting our paperwork. Whenever the principal knows the state is coming for our inspection of our packets, an audit they like to call it, they have each of us take extra special care to grade about 3 or 4 packets in the subject area very thoroughly. These packets were placed in a file cabinet in the middle of the classroom, as to imply they represent our average work. All other packets with BS grades on them go into the other file cabinets in the back that the school never invites the inspectors to look at. We tend to empty out students' folders into these file cabinets after they graduate. The school had a policy that once a packet was 3 months old, they only had to retain the cover with the teacher grades and comments to save cabinet space, thereby destroying evidence that actual packet behind the cover was never actually done properly. The phony cabinet in the middle of the classroom represents active work. The only sort of friends I made at the school was the music teacher and computer teacher, who taught small labs only once a week, and both whom had other full-time jobs and were married, not to each other, and had families. The music teacher taught at a local community college and did the charter schools as a side hustle, and the computer guy consulted and made 6 figures. I, therefore, didn't feel too much guilt about what I was going to do. Still, I quietly hinted at my plan to both of them on the day they came to campus, and both were like, do it. After getting the principal and vice principal and the counselor too, who just so happened to be walking by, all encouraged me to basically commit academic fraud. I thought, F them. I also suspected and later confirmed they had a secret buzzer system to so repetitively call one another from their desks, which is why they always happen to be available at the same time when necessary or convenient. I snuck toward the filing area where all the BS students' work credits were stored, and day by day, over a period of 3 months, took video of hundreds of packets covers, all of them labeled with academic grades, teacher comments, and teacher signatures. I, of course, also continued the videos to show page after page of blank work and incomplete work. Non-essential work. English packets especially were rife in ridiculous gibberish, sometimes even mocking teachers like, Miss English teacher is a booty hole, and she doesn't even grade our work, lol. And the cover would have Miss English teacher's lady's signature along with the A+, fantastic. You are such a talented writer. Sure enough, after 3 months, secretary, who was also kind of snooty and played on her smartphone and uploaded selfies to Instagram all day, even though she was like 55. Shredded mountains of bogus work and filed only 3 covers. Throughout this whole time, I had been slyly walking about the classroom in such a way that other teachers would think I wasn't trying to look at them or what was on their computer, and I'd catch a video of them on Facebook or Plenty of Fish or shopping on eBay, and they have a student interviewing right in front of them. What the actual F? At home one day, I asked Doug how to do a remote microphone that I could control from far away. He's like, what for? Are you trying to be James Bond? But he's so smart, and it's like child's play for him. So he personally rigs up one for me at work. Basically, it's like a wireless mic that isn't a detectable Bluetooth, and he sets up a way for me to turn it on and off from far away. I'm like, that's awesome. Can I have 10? He smiles, but he asks no questions because he's awesome like that. Next day, he has a dozen of them. I want it so there's no way devices appear when other teachers turn on their Bluetooth earpieces. I'm always the first at work because my coworkers tend to be irresponsible jerkholes. So even though everyone is supposed to be there at their desk by 8 AM, most of them drift in by 8:10, 8:20, and so on. I'm there at 7:30 just in case. I know the code how to get in keyless entry side door, let myself in, and slip a mic beneath everyone's desk. Each mic has a mini watch battery that is supposed to last quite a long time. I'll bring my own smartphone that I don't use anymore and make sure it was a huge capacity SD card that my husband got for me installed. I connected it as a wireless audio input for the mics. I then hit record, and every day for 2 weeks I hear the teachers, most of whom were wearing Bluetooth headsets, ever since it became cool to yell gossip across the room, talking trash all day long. Totally unrelated to the work, saying the most inappropriate things about other teachers, the principal, even the kids. Some of these things these middle-aged women would say about what they would love to do with that young blonde god over there made me want to puke. Of course, these teachers were too stupid to simply text one another that they really want to sneak around and talk trash. To them, the Bluetooth thing was easier. It stung, but I knew I struck gold when I heard them spreading false rumors about me. calling me a effing B, a pretentious big city loser with no friends, they definitely get me fired. They'd also talk about how they didn't grade and just pretend to, and that they were so glad they could just sit all day instead of teach the district. How it was a cushy job, how they were tricking the state inspectors during audits. Every day during my lonely lunches, when they all went off into, I don't know, Applebee's, I loaded up the previous day's MP3s into my real phone and edited out the dead air and keep all the good stuff. I then emailed these separate dated files to my outside email address. This whole time, I continued to grade normal. This whole time, I continued to grade as normal and take my time doing the job correctly. I knew I was going to pull the trigger soon anyway, but the last straw came when the latest student finished her last credit, coincidentally, a math one that I graded thoroughly, and now had enough credits to graduate. Every time a student graduates, we're supposed to blow party horns and give them a little congratulations trophy, and they'd get their diploma in the mail in a week or two later. Students had the option of attending a school-wide formal graduation at the end of the school year in June if they had graduated anytime during that year from September onward. Most tended, however, to go right into the workforce or the local junior college or state school. So I blew this little party horn for this girl, and everyone in the classroom, students and teachers, clapped enthusiastically. The girl's mom and dad and little brother came to that day to the classroom, and instead of having a photo with me, they all gave me a big hug. Later, I reviewed the audio recordings that day, and when the girl graduated, other teachers were saying I had switched teams and that I was into eating rug. They also said a lot of really mean things about her and her family, and a lot of totally racist. This family was Hispanic. All the teachers and admin, including me, are white. It just so happened that both the music teacher and the computer guy were on the campus that day. So, in true half-baked fashion, at the end of the day, when the classroom was empty of students and teachers had the last 5 minutes to close down their computers, I walked from teacher to teacher, purse and other small belongings in hand, saying F you, F you, F you. Past the computer guy, you're cool. Passed by the music lady, you're cool. F you, F you, F you. I walk into the principal's office while the other teachers are still in shock. She's at her desk, and I know where her little buzzer button is beneath the desk. The computer guy told me about it because he was the one who installed it. I said, I'm quitting. I don't want to be a part of your criminal school. And just in case that buzzer was just a buzzer and not also a speaker, I pressed the PA button on her wall and said, Miss OP, I'm quitting today because you're all a bunch of hateful, unprofessional, mean-spirited a-holes. Except Mr. Computer and Miss Music, you're cool. I decided to finally take my darling Doug up on his offer for me to be a stay-at-home mom, and I'm cool with my mother-in-law. She can stay. Epilogue. I emailed our school district superintendent, our city's mayor, state governor, the entire school board, our local newspaper with all the files, photos, audio, and video I had taken, along with the terse one-page summary of what had been going on. Within weeks, every single one of the teachers and administrators, except the computer lab and the music lady, who I made a special effort to prove had partaked in no wrongdoing, had been fired and had their credentials at least suspended, and in most cases revoked outright. Only innocent parties like the custodial staff and the like emerged with their reputation unscathed. All the teachers who worked at the school who had been named in the principal's board's inquiry as having participated in fraudulent practices were blacklisted from teaching there or anywhere. After a few weeks of initial turmoil, all the students currently enrolled at the school were, due to parental pressure, allowed to keep their existing credit completion statuses. Students who had already graduated did not have their diplomas rescinded. All students were given vouchers to enroll at the competing independent charter school down the road. My own former school was shut down, stayed abandoned for a couple of months, but eventually turned into an electronics store. All the other stuff happened within a month of my quitting, but I told my hubby about it on the very day I came home. His eyes lit up like Christmas, and the raging justice boner he developed was just so hard that I was knocked up with our second child even before my back hit the mattress. Clayton and Sarah thought it was pretty cool. I've since made new friends around town to go along with my computer guy and music lady and college friends, especially with other moms. Doug is killing it at work and is thinking of starting his own company. Life is good. TLDR, don't F with the quiet ones. My lord. First of all, I don't know how long this video is going to be, but that story took me 57 minutes and 11 seconds to read. But that was a roller coaster of, that was so detailed in the backstory that I was like, man, this is probably going to get really good. I haven't read it before. I was like, this is my first time reading it, the entire thing. And this probably is by far one of my favorite pro revenge stories. Like, she went secret agent with the mics underneath desk, walking by with her video, getting a triple, quadruple, quintuple terabyte of SD storage for her phone, cut up the video by herself, sent it out to an offshore email, She'd send it to the district superintendent, the mayor, the governor, the entire school board, the local newspaper. She showed everybody. I'm surprised I didn't get the email. This on Pro Revenge, I would say, is nuclear revenge only because she got an entire building of people fired. You have to have some really high confidence in your plan to go out with this too. Congrats on her, like, keeping her wits during all this too, because I know how hard it can be when you feel lonely and you're getting bullied and all that. Like, good job to you. I'm glad life is good. Entitled Gossipy Witch sabotages my totally legal romantic relationship with my former teacher, ruins her career, and runs us both out of town. How about I destroy yours and your entire family's whole life? Lady, insert obligatory throwaway account explanation. It applies. I come from a really small town. Think the lidless, most nothing happens here city, extended layover in your flyover state nightmares. And my hometown is even more quiet than that. Think half a mile or more between neighbors, a single main street downtown, one McDonald's, one department store, one movie theater with 3 screens where everyone goes there Friday and Saturday night. Church every Sunday, everyone knows everyone else, or at least knows their business. The whole city is invested in the fortunes of the high school football team, that sort of place. Graduating class of 60, not because the senior class was dumb, it was just a tiny school. I didn't really fit in at school, and kinda was a loner by choice. I cringe about it now that I am almost 26, but I was a wannabe emo goth rocker. I still got invited to a party with other kids, not because they liked me necessarily, but because I just wanted as many people to invite. My mom baked cookies and cakes for church, and when she wasn't doing that, she cut her hair in the town's one salon. My dad owned an internet cafe for a while when those were hot. Once everyone in our little nowhere town got Wi-Fi, he turned it into a tax service. Business is always slow because most people did their own taxes, but he didn't really depend so much on his business. He served 20 years as a petty officer in the Navy, and so he and my mom got by on his pension. In high school, I worked at a private burger place that competed mostly unsuccessfully against the town's single chain fast food restaurant. My boss always told me I should ask my mom to cut my hair and to stop looking like a dang girl. No thanks, old man. So with all this boredom everywhere, you can imagine that the sensation Miss Amber Fontaine caused when the high school hired her to be the 11th and 12th grade English teacher. Miss Fontaine was of French extraction and had moved to America in her later teens to go to college in New York. She was only 24 and very beautiful. She spoke perfect English, but did so with a very pleasant accent. Obviously, all the guys loved her, and lots of women hated her. She appeared oblivious to all the attention, however, and just stuck to her job. Really, we didn't know too much about her. She mostly kept to herself, and nobody ever saw her hanging out with any men in town. And it wasn't for lack of men's trying. It soon became clear that she wasn't into dating any of the men in our city had to offer. Much later, I found out that she had just taken a job in our small town to gain experience, with the future goal of being a college professor in a big city. A sort of a 2-year plan. Obviously, I had a crush on her. We all did. It was still a small, church-going town, so nobody really acted out on his urges, or tried to harass her or anything like that. As guys, we talk about how hot she was amongst ourselves. Usual locker room stuff teenage boys do, but that was it. My one real out of school experience with Miss Fontaine was when she stopped by a burger joint I worked at and saw me working there. She told me I had a nice smile and that she wished I smiled more because in school I was always frowning because I was in my emo everyone sucks phase. When the food preppers came up with her food and handed it to me to give to her, I was impressed and not at all surprised that she ordered a salad. She didn't strike me as someone who ate the greasier slop we sold here. In school, the following Monday she smiled at me in the hall and I smiled back. She said, "You're learning," but not in a condescending or patronizing way, just a fun, kidding way, and I exchanged a smile with her every time after. And that was the extent of my great high school romance with Miss Fontaine. Exchanged a few hellos and smiles during my senior year when I was 17. Things changed the following year though. I was 18 and still working at the burger joint when Miss Fontaine comes into the restaurant. "Oh, hey, OP," she says, and she asks with real seriousness, "Are you going to college?" I tell her the truth. I'm working with my band. I cringe about this period of my life too. Playing guitar and saving money for community college. Only sort of the truth about the last thing. Honestly, most of my money I spent on weed and ecstasy. I was the main vocalist in addition to being the guitarist, and our band's only other member were Jerry, the bassist, and Gabe, the drummer. Both of them were just out of high school, like me, and like me, they had no plans to go to college. Gabe worked at the same burger joint as me, And Jerry, who had been one of my best friends in high school, ironically worked at the chain fast food restaurant down the street from my restaurant. Our lives at this time revolved around wasting our youth, skateboarding, getting high, and playing our punk band. We like to think that we played an emo punk metal fusion, but looking back, our sound hasn't aged well. Miss Fontaine tells me that now she's in her second year of teaching, she has a better sense of how to do things. She tells me that she wished that her current students were as well behaved and put as much effort as me. I earned mediocre grades throughout high school, but consistently earned an A in English because I like to read. She says she'll see me around. A few days later, she comes into the restaurant again, and we get to talking, and she asked me if I'd like to go to the movie. I can tell she's bored because there's really no one her own age to hang out with in our town. Or, if there are, they're all lame. I think we both get the feeling that it's natural we should hang out. And now, I was completely out of high school, and she wasn't my teacher, and we were both adults. By this time, I was newly 18, and she had just turned 25. Why not? So that's how it started. We met up in the early evenings, totally innocent, and go to the movies, or to dinner at the one good restaurant in town. Miss Fontaine was cool about letting me slide when it came to paying for our dates because she knew I made minimum wage. It was actually me who started to push our relationship to the next level. After a while, I started to hold her hand when we walked places. And finally, we started kissing. Never in front of anyone. She taught me a lot of French words and phrases over the next summer and fall while we were going out. My parents knew I was sort of dating my former teacher, but since it was keyword former, they didn't really raise any stink about it. Miss Fontaine would always try to convince me to go to college, but she did see our band play a few times when we got a rare gig at a roller rink, and she was nice enough not to tell us what she really thought of us. We didn't have sex until we'd been dating casually for nearly 2 months. That was my idea too, but she admitted that she really liked me and she wanted it to happen ever since we reconnected earlier that year, after I had graduated. I'm not the kiss and tell type, but my bandmates sort of knew the dynamic in my relationship with Miss Fontaine. She had been Amber ever since we first made out. They appeared cool with it. I stopped doing so much dope and really begun putting money away to save for college. The JC near my house was super cheap. Amber would often tell me she thought about applying there for work, but said that she really wanted to move to West Coast or back to the East Coast to teach at a college. Eventually, she told me she'd like me to come with her. After a few months, I was in love with Amber, and she was in love with me too. She said, we didn't throw our relationship in people's faces or show public affection, but it's not like we pretended not to know each other either. Amber had come around the house and my parents really liked her and thought she was a great influence on me. I didn't expect to cut my hair, but I was neater and more presentable. And eventually, I really did begin enrolling in GE classes at my local 2-year. But then, things went downhill fast. Out of seemingly nowhere, Amber got a call for a meeting from the local school board. And this is my secondary account of the situation, as Amber was the one there, not me. There had been reports that she was dating a former student, romantically. They were talking about me, and that she was having sexual relationship with said student while he was still a minor and still attending high school. Of course, she denied everything. Of course, they believed nothing. She had sent me a desperate text, and since ours is a small town, I think I've mentioned that a couple times already, I was at the meeting in literally 10 minutes. I told him the truth, that I was in Miss Fontaine's class in 12th grade, and that I was her student. That was all. I told the truth that we were reconnected several months after graduation, and only then did we begin dating. And I was over 18. The opinion of the board was essentially, look son, we appreciate the noble effort you're making to defend your friend's honor, but we're looking for the truth here, not omissions. I insisted that I was telling the truth and not trying to cover anything up. After a lot of tears, Amber was simply warned that it wasn't becoming of a teacher to be seen with students outside of campus, even if they're former students. And we assumed that was all. We were really wondering who had complained about us, or who would make up the tales about us having sex while I was still a minor and a student of Amber's. I was staying at Amber's apartment by this time. I kicked in a portion of the rent, of course. I had even met her parents, albeit only on webcam. They were good people. They don't speak a lot of English, but Amber filled them in with the missing pieces. They knew my age, and they were cool about it. We assumed it was just a small town gossip, and it would blow over. Boy, were we wrong. Over the next several weeks, Amber's meeting with the school board, vicious rumors started to spread. I won't insult your imagination, you know what people were saying. One day, my boss at the burger joint just told me he had to let me go. Some flim-flam excuse about the store losing money, and my hairstyle was driving away customers. Whatever, dude. Amber told me it wasn't my fault, and she promised to support me when I look for another job. But then one day, she got fired too. She was working as a probationary teacher, meaning that during her first 2 years, she could be fired for any reason, and actually, no reason had even been given. Explanations were for those who earned the tenure. We both knew why she was getting fired, but the district strongly implied that it was simply because she was an and effective teacher. In her defense, I looked at the data on the district website, and the number of students from our school who did well on standardized tests in her subject area leaped by double-digit points during the time she was a teacher there. Her numbers were far above state average, and to this day, since her departure, the same scores have nosedived. Amber told me that students tended to respond to her and that she was very popular among the students. It was true that she was immensely popular when I was a student, and I'll assume the same carried true to the year after I graduated. Aside from the obvious fact that she was eye candy, she was simply a good teacher, a good person, and that's why the kids liked her. Lots of students threatened to riot when she was fired, but being a non-dramatic, non-attention-seeking person she is, Amber asked them just to focus on their studies and doing well, and helping their new teacher adjust he or she arrived to take her place. My dad told her she ought to sue the district, but Amber didn't want the drama. Besides, she said she was allowed to resign, so that it wouldn't show up on her record as of having been fired. Also, she said that the district promised not to try to revoke her teaching credential. Her own parents suggested maybe she had to come home, to France, but she insisted on sticking it out in America. My parents were cool and they offered to let her move in with us while she figured out her life. She's lucky that her parents are well off because they gave her some money to relocate to California. She asked me please come with her, that she loves me, and that we could start new there. I've always wanted to move to California, so I jumped at the chance. My parents were happy that I was in a relationship with a good person who obviously cared about me and gave us some money too. We got an apartment together in Los Angeles area. Neither of us drove, so we both got bikes to get around. Our new area was a world apart from our old life. Though I know Amber's own teenage years were in Paris, so Los Angeles would have been much of a culture shock to her. I immediately enrolled in a local community college and got a job as a waiter in a popular French restaurant. Our gimmick was that some of the servers actually spoke French. Over the last several months, Amber had taught me a lot of French, so I was a very popular server at the restaurant because I gave it authenticity. Unfortunately for Amber, the school district misled her about teaching license. When they promised not to have her license revoked, they spoke the truth, but they left out the part where they attached an official reprimand to it, accused her of an inappropriate relationship with students under her charge. So whenever Amber applied for teaching jobs, this would immediately come up as a red flag on her applications. Another surprise red flag was that the school she applied to would notice that she was fired from her last job. No, I wasn't, she'd say. I resigned. Yeah, but it says you were forced to resign to avoid termination for cause. Amber was 7 years older than me, but I think in some ways I know a lot more about how nasty Americans can be than her. Everywhere she went, doors would slam career-wise. She appealed to the state teaching license organization and they said they'd look into it, but months later, nothing came up. Calls to her former school resulted in getting a runaround. No one knew anything. So for the next several months, I was paying our day-to-day bills and helping to support Amber. Though I must acknowledge that the loans both our sets of parents gave us helped tremendously, and we couldn't survive without them. Finally, one day, Amber tells me, you know what? Screw trying to teach public schools. Oh, and LP, I'm pregnant. So 2 pieces of good news. Many months later, Amber and I are happily married. Wedding was beautiful in sunny Los Angeles. Amber's parents and mine and our other families had all attended. We had a pregnant honeymoon in France, and now we have a son, Jules. I'm closing in on earning my associates in information technology. I've been promoted to maitre at the restaurant and have health benefits for my wife and son. We live in a studio apartment, but at least it's a huge studio. And that's enough for now. Amber stays home with the baby, but she also teaches online English and French courses for a private school. So even though she's blacklisted from teaching in the public K-12 district, she can still teach, which is her passion. More months pass and I got my first job in IT, troubleshooting computers for a small company downtown. I make double what I used to make at the restaurant, and my employer has a program where I can finish my bachelor's while I work, and they will subsidize 50% for free, and the other 50% they will dock from my pay in small monthly installments. Sounds like an amazing deal, and I take it. We moved to a bigger apartment. Amber is making her awesome contribution both as a mother and to our finances with her tutoring. We're planning for her to eventually go back to school for her graduate degrees so she can finally fulfill her dream of teaching in college. Oh, more good news? OP, I'm pregnant again. Life is sweet. So while everything is going awesome, one day, I get a text from my mom. She was at a local school board meeting with her neighbors regarding a bill proposal to hire more teachers. Apparently, over the past few years, the population has grown and the high school needed to expand. So now, it's a 2-horse town, my mom says. While she was at a meeting, my mom ran into Jerry's mom. Jerry was a bassist for my own band that I quit once I got into a serious relationship with Amber. My mom never met Jerry or his mom, or at least in the way that connected them to me. The reason was because I never brought Jerry around our house. Because for a couple years, Jerry was my drug supplier. He had the hookup for anything you wanted. Well, what does all this have to do with anything? My mom doesn't know Jerry's mom, but she hears her and some lady talking about me and Amber. My mom heard them saying that Jerry had been the one to tell everyone about Amber and me supposedly having sex before I graduated. and his mom went straight to the school board. Their names as informers were protected under confidentiality. I had lost touch with Jerry over the years and had stopped playing music with him long ago. I knew he had resented all the time I was spending with my chick. It's a shame because he used to be such a good friend of mine. It sucked that he was getting behind my now wife and mother of my child and soon to be children fired from her career. Jerry's mom was a teacher at Amber's former school of employment. It became a joke of ours that his mom had a huge stick in her butt regarding prim and proper behavior and was a goody two-shoes teacher whose poop don't stink. Yet her kid Jerry, a student at her school, is basically the biggest drug dealer in town. Also, looking back, I know he had a crush on Amber too and probably always resented that I got to be in a relationship with her and he didn't. Maybe it's because she knows quality, you jerk. I was interested in learning that Jerry's mom was now on the school board. I didn't tell Amber about this all right away. I just asked her to let me know what she remembered about Miss Jerry's mom. She told me that Jerry's mom was always really mean to her and often one of the main instigators in getting everyone, the adults, on campus to exclude her from teacher social activities. It's one of the main reasons why Amber didn't make friends with the other teachers. Amber tells me that the male teachers tended to be nicer to her at first, but the female teachers overwhelmingly despised her before they even knew her. Jerry's mom, Amber told me, was also the teacher she knows who started a petition not to renew her contract for a second year at the school. This was the first I heard about this. Evidently, only a few female teachers signed the petition, but the petition was placed in Amber's permanent file as evidence that the staff lacks confidence in her. They were basically setting her up to be fired even though she was doing a good job at teaching and the students liked her. Well, I'm more Cali than Iowa these days, but I still keep in touch with a few friends, now grown up, I knew in school, including Gabe, the drummer from our old band. From what I hear, Jerry manages the burger joint I used to work at, because the old guy who owns it is retired. I have a social media account, but only use it to contact people in emergencies. I never update anything. My profile is practically blank online. I'm not one of those people who checks it daily or uploads pics of my lunch. Didn't post about marrying or having kids or moving to LA. I told people matter directly. Jerry was still my friend on social media even though we stopped talking ages ago. So I clicked his profile. Yep, he definitely managed the old place of employment. I clicked on his friends and family's profiles and recognized his mom, my old history teacher. She was on the school board now, sanctimonious as ever. I think I mentioned before that I came from a small town, and in a small town, there often isn't anything for bored kids to do other than do dumb stunts or do drugs. And for the biggest loser kids of all, the group that included me, we were dumb enough to record ourselves partying and talking junk and doing that aforementioned drugs. That's exactly what my band used to do all the time. Whenever we had a show, we'd go around taping ourselves using our cell phones. We'd take a video of us rocking out, skating, drinking beer at the vacant lot, take video of us getting high. We'd also talk to the camera. I hadn't thought about the old recordings in years, but I never erased them from my old phones. I'm the kind of guy who hoards his cell phones, not because I think they will increase the value or that I find them especially interesting, but I kind of think of them like file cabinets of my past because I don't erase anything, aside from phone numbers. I don't really transfer data on one phone to a successor, easy as it would be. My current boss knows I used to do drugs, and they don't care. In IT, I'm told everyone used to get lit, and many still do. I asked my wife offhand if her new job knows about what happened in our old town. She says yeah, but they don't care about any of that. They only care that she teaches expert level conversational French. That's what their clients, many of them traveling professionals, demand. Many of her co-workers, she tells me, had a few felonies on their records, but her employer was a firm believer in rehabilitation, copacetic. So I check some of my old videos and find what I need. I have no trouble finding videos of Jerry getting high as a mother effer. That was practically every video. And in practically every video, he brags about his parents know he's a druggie and a dealer and want to ship him off to the army and make a man out of him. The video I really want is, nope, it's not on this phone. Maybe the LG? Nope, just more of Jerry rolling on ecstasy at a rave we snuck in out of state to attend when we were in 11th grade. Maybe my old Galaxy? Bingo. Jerry talks about how his mom knows all about the drug use and sometimes even smokes weed herself with his dad, and how they caught him with cocaine once and yelled at him and his dad kicked his butt. But then Jerry came home the next day from school to find his mom was coked out on the kitchen table and that she had called in sick that day. The video was time-stamped. I think that'll do. I still don't tell Amber. It would only upset her in her condition. But I asked my mom to contact the info of all the people who run the little town school board. I already know the school's basic email address, and I graduated not too long ago, and so most of the administrators are still mid-career at my former high school. I still have their emails. I make a throwaway email account and attach the relevant video to it, and send it to everyone that matters in town. All the teachers, the administrators, even from the elementary and middle schools. The church, the pizza place, the burger joint owner, the roller rink boss, you name it, they got the files. The files where Jerry exposes himself as a coked out drug dealer with his mom having full knowledge of the fact and her husband even indulging in the drugs himself. The next day, Amber asks me while she's feeding our son, "Honey, why are you so happy?" I tell her and she starts crying. "No, I'm not sad," she reassures me. "I'm just so happy you did this for me." Then me, Amber, Rachule, and our bun in the oven goes for a walk because such a nice day. Still, need a haircut. Not getting one. Do I even need to say what happened afterward? All this ancient history shouldn't matter, but in a small town, it's devastating. The videos are just of Jerry talking trash. Who knows if they even tell the truth? Doesn't matter. In a small town, gossip becomes gospel. Kind of how everyone believed me and Amber were screwing before I turned 18, even though that was 0% true and they ran us out of town on a rail. My parents had to endure the fallout of my disgrace when I left town years ago with my French tramp, as all the idle busybodies have dubbed my wife. My mom and dad made their peace with it and have numbed themselves to the slurs, and always stood up for us. They are what's good about small town America. Jerry got fired from his job, police searched his house, and that is to say, his mom's house, and found a lot of drugs. Evidently, when the rumors went flying that Miss Jerry's mom had a drug-dealing son, kids busted for drugs at the high school caved under pressure to admit who hooked them up. Oopsie, so he was telling the truth. Jail for you, cock-blocking D-bag. His mom was summarily dismissed from her job, along with the appropriate blacklisting that being a drug-abusing, child-endangering, fraud-committing public official essentials. My mom wasn't clear on the details, but there's a possibility she and her husband might face jail time too. It came out that Jerry's dad had been cheating on his wife for years with a woman from the church. Jerry's whole family and persona non grata. They want to leave town but can't pending court case. Until then, they'll just be hated to their face. I'll hate them from across the country. Small town. Everyone knows everyone. Or at least their business. Which means sooner or later, word will slip. People will drop the "it's confidential" charade and figure out that I was responsible for a family's downfall. I don't give a freak. Jerry, you listening? Good. Come at me, bro. Remember at the beginning when I said I knew this had to be a good story? That was an understatement. I know like 3 stories ago I said that was my favorite story about the teacher, but this teacher story is even better. This is crazy. This is written like a novel almost. I cannot believe he sent that video to everyone, like the freaking owner of the burger place too, and the church people. That sabotage, that revenge. This is not pro revenge. He's not a professional. This is nuclear revenge. He nuked that entire family's life. They got exactly what was coming to him. Jerry for being a snitch, his mom for being a snitch to the school goddamn council, Jerry's dad just cause he's Jerry's dad cheating. I enjoyed this story to an extreme amount. I'm saving this. We're going to be doing an r/malicious compliance, which is people conforming to the letter but not the spirit of the request. Company policy outranks a written contract? Okay. We'll stick to the policy then. Early last year, my wife got a promotion which required moving across the state. Her company offered a very generous moving package, which was formally written up in a contract, which we had to sign and agree before promotion was official. One of the big draws was that the contract said we would pay for all closing costs and related fees for not only the sale of our previous house, but the purchase of our new house in our new city. I was a little dubious and had my wife clarify, as there are associated fees due at closing which aren't really sale fees, such as prepaid homeowners insurance for the year, taxes, HOA fees, but the contract said all fees, and the HR specialist reiterated this, so we were happy. Cut to a few months later, we're moved in, rent short term, found a new home, closed, and moved into it. The final reimbursement check comes in and it's about $1,000 short of our prepaid. I wasn't shocked, but I double checked the contract and yep, clear as day, all fees was included. So my wife reached out to the HR moving supervisor to check this and she was pretty curtly told that we had been misled and that our company policy was only to pay closing costs themselves and all fees just meant closing cost fees. That's always been the company policy, we were told, and the contract wasn't literal on all fees. This went back and forth for a day. My wife politely escalated it and we did get a sympathetic HR director, but policy was policy, so her hands were tied. Here's the malicious compliance though. While the company policy said that we couldn't get prepaid fees reimbursed, she, the HR director, asked for all of our moving and rental receipts, as company policy does state that those would be paid. The HR director poured over our receipts and all for another day and reached back with a formal letter which said, "Sorry, company policy doesn't allow prepaid reimbursement, so you won't get your $1,000. But I did find that you weren't adequately reimbursed for your move and short-term rental per company policy, and we have submitted a claim for you for that amount. Another day later, we got a check for $5,800. We just wanted them to honor the contract, but following company policy to the letter got us another $4,800. We didn't realize we were owed, so I'd say it worked out in the end. Edit. To answer the common question about being owed the $1,000 per the contract, what we were told is that the contract we signed was supposed to have the company policy amendum, which had the definitions and all other fees is defined as excluding prepaids, insurance, etc. So someone did goof by A, not sending us that, and B, telling us that stuff was included. So while we could have hassled for that $1,000, it wouldn't be worth the time, fees, or money. Especially when the company has been above and beyond for my wife on everything else. Good raises, great benefits, great boss, constantly training her on things she asked to learn, etc. We've also learned from experience that small claim court isn't always the way to go. TLDR, property manager from the rental during the move screwed us out of $1,800. Ignored our lawyers. I had to screw them by calling them out on the website since court wasn't worth it. Wow, that's good. They're up by $4,800. I would count that as a win. That HR director was a real MVP of this story. Good job. That's good on you. Let's read one more medium-sized story from r/Melissa's compliance. I launch a complaint against my regulatory body, and all of a sudden I get an audit. I don't make it a lot of fun. I'm a paramedic. I hold a license to practice in my own home, province, and we are a self-regulated profession, answering to the Province College of Paramedics. The COP sucks, and they run basically by the dreads of society, who decide to become bureaucratic psychopaths. This past year, they had a problem with my CPR certificate. Apparently, being an instructor with the Red Cross was not good enough. I was forced to take heart and stroke. Such a BS and arbitrary decision. For God's sake, I teach CPR 30 times a year. Anyways, I got my card and I was able to keep my license. Since they screwed with my career, I wrote a letter to the register complaining about their screwery. The problem is I was actually suspended for non-compliance and couldn't work for 11 days. I was given 3 days notice to get a new CPR card and our regulation closes December 31st. Of course, everyone who teaches was closed for the holidays. I didn't particularly enjoy my unpaid holiday and a written reprimand from work, so I fired off a letter. While I will admit it was highly vitriolic, I thought it was necessary to convey my displeasure since it cost me nearly 2 weeks of pay. Fast forward 6 weeks and I'm browsing through the email spam folder. Just by chance, looking for an email my grandmother told me she sent, and lo and behold, I found an email from the COP Urgent Practitioner Audit. With absolute horror, I open it. I've got 2 days left to submit proof of my yearly professional development requirements. I'm aghast. They sent a single email that was filtered out by my Gmail. No calls, no follow-up. And once again, I'm risking getting my license suspended and possibly revoked. Those dirty mother effers. I think it's not enough you take $700 from me every year. Not enough you freaking suspended me without actual cause. 9 years out of the last 10, a Red Cross instructor card was sufficient. You give me an audit and I don't ensure I know about it? Well, I've got a vindictive streak in me and it really comes out. But today, I feel a great injustice has been done. So every year, I have to do training. Classroom or online courses to keep up my skills and knowledge. My employer provides a ton of material so I can meet my registration requirements. We have a credit system and generally you have 5 credits per hour up to maximum 40 per course. Yearly, we have to submit 90 credits to keep ourselves in good standing. My audit requires I submit scans or PDFs of certificates and of course outlines that reflect both content and hours. I've done a lot of courses this past year. I like learning, so I'm way beyond the required 90 credits. I've taken nearly 30 courses, some long, some short, some online, some in classrooms. I submit all my documents in PDF forms, certs, outlines. Dang it, I'm just so paranoid about the possibility of not sending in everything I need that I resort to taking a separate screenshot of all my digital manuals, each page saved individually of course, and scans of each page of my physical course manuals alongside my certificates. You can never be too careful, I reason. It ends up being over 500 documents and unfortunately, I don't have the luxury or time to label any of them. They get several batches of emails with PDFs named Untitled 1 through 594. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad, but being threatened with the deadline, I didn't sort them, and there's really no logical order to their position in 500. Enjoy your day, a-hole. I'm assuredly compliant. I did get a call from the college, nice of these jerks to finally call, asked me to resubmit, but aw shucks, I'm in New Zealand for vacation visiting my grandmother nearly 10,000 kilometers from my laptop. Eat poop, college paramedics. I still work as a paramedic, and I haven't heard boo since. Gosh dang. The top comment says, haven't heard from them? Better check the spam folder. You've probably been fired for 2 years now. No, but gosh, that does suck. That's a terrible situation to be in. man. It sucks to be that one guy that has to sort through the 1 out of 554 files or whatever it was. I feel for that man or woman. Won't swap places because tickets are the law? Enjoy your night smelling poo-poo. So this happened when me and my 2 friends were traveling to another city in my country with a quite old and slow night train. We have bought tickets spontaneously and quite late, so we're there divided into different compartments. Usually it's not a problem to come to an agreement with people to swap places with you. It's quite common practice. The wagon had about 9 compartments. Each has 2 top and 2 bottom shelves. Me and one of my friends were in compartment number 2, close to the conductor's office. I don't know, this small room where they sit. And we were on the top and bottom shelves. And my other friend was in compartment number 9, top shelf. This other friend's compartment was next to the toilet room. The thing is, you usually wouldn't want to be in number 9 on these old trains because 90% of the time, it smells horrible all the way because of the toilet. We wanted to ask someone from our compartment to swap with our friend, but it turned out we had a nice couple going with us. So it's us 2 who would have to move. So we haven't unpacked yet, as well as many of the passengers. And we went to visit our friend in number 9 and asked someone from his compartment to swap places with us. And we felt lucky as we saw that we had another couple with them, occupying top and bottom shelf, just like us. Swapping should be easy as we are further from the toilet and that's a huge perk. The conversation went as follows. Edited fake names instead of abbreviations because it's hard to read. Alex, friend who was with me. Nick, my friend from number 9. Karen, stupid lady. Poop man, her stupid boyfriend. Hey, we have a friend traveling here. Would you mind swapping places with us? We have the same shelves as you do. No, get away from my compartment. Note that Nick is there as well as another passenger. Lady, please, it's farther from the toilet and we'll be traveling together as a group. Yeah, please, if you would. Listen, kids, would you calm down, dang it? I paid for my tickets and we are staying just in the place we paid for. I am not into some stupid bargains. Excuse me, we're offering better spots just because we want to be with our friend. I'm not falling for this. You probably have ticks on your pillows, or worse. What? No, it's not like that. We just wanted to have a chat and maybe play cards. Listen, screw off with that stupid junk. I paid, and I stay here. And you're supposed to stay in your shelves. It's the law when you buy tickets. Well, that escalated quickly. There is no such law, and no one cares, but okay. Her boyfriend made sure he called us morons a few times so we could hear it, going back to our compartment. We were confused of such a negative reaction as to something you come across. Usually people would politely decline and that's it. Our friend told us that they were complaining to him about us. What a lovely couple. Fast forward a few hours and we're getting ready to sleep. Nick decided to pay us a visit. He comes and says that number 9 starts to smell like poop and pee because people have been using the toilet. We mock him and laugh about having to spend the night with those stupid people and smelling poop. The next couple that stayed with us in number 2 also laughed with us, as we befriended them and told them their story already. About 10 minutes pass, and as someone knocks on the door, we are a bit confused of who it might be. We open the door, and would you know, the stupid man is there. You guys, we have thought about your offer and we think that we would like to accept it. You mean swap? We have already unpacked? Yeah, I'm sure this is fast and no problem. And my woman is unable to sleep there. Is it the smell? Yeah, it's bad. She's sick because of it. I see my friend and I already feel what he was about to say. I hear his inner drums preparing for the moment. Sorry, man, we're paying on the shelves that we paid for. It's the law. I made a walrus gulp and closed my face from laughing. Nick chuckled in his hands, and the nice couple had a happy, shocked expression on their faces. The a-holes ended up spending the night with the smell worsening every hour. Nick also suffered there, but he said it was worth it. Listening to Karen eating her man's brains out over her not being able to fall asleep. She tried to spray her perfumes around, but it only turned the smell into a pile of poop and flower bed. TLDR, we politely asked other passengers to swap places with us to be with our friend. Even though his compartment was right next to the smelly toilet, they refused rudely and called us names. Came back later to ask to do the swap because they couldn't bear the smell. We answered with their own words. Tickets are the law. Edit, thanks so much for the silver. It's my first one ever. This is such a good malicious compliance because I love when people use their own words against them. Like, that's like the ultimate screw you. Also, I read in the comments that this guy is actually Russian. He speaks Russian as his first language, and that's why a couple of his statements were a little bit weird, like I made a walrus gulp and eating her man's brains out. But all in all, it was a really good story. Can't lie. Next. This next one seems to be really short. Some parking fines? Fine, some parking. This was a year or 2 ago. The house I was living in has a garage, but it's been converted to a workshop, so I always had to park on the street. I got a letter from the council to say that they were going to be doing road servicing for all the streets in the area, and all cars had to be off the road so that they could replace the
bitumen.
I don't know if I said that right. The problem was that they didn't say what streets or in what order that they would be doing them in. So me, trying to be considerate, I moved my car off the road and parked in my old driveway between the road and the footpath. I made sure I was not blocking the footpath or on the grass nature strip. The very next day, I noticed some parking ticket on my car. The reason printed in the fine was vague, mentioning obstruction of access, so I rang the council. The conversation was as follows. Me: "Hi, I received a parking fine that I don't think is valid. Can I get some more information about the road rule violation so I can contest and have it canceled?" Councilperson: "Your car was in the way. It should have been parked on the road. I moved it off the street as per your request to clear the road, and I only parked it in my driveway so that it wasn't on the bitumen, as you hadn't given me any indication on which roads were going to be resurfaced. Then it should have been on a different road." "Which one? I don't want to be on the way while you were resurfacing." "Are you dumb? If you were working on the street, maybe you could park on Smith Street." So that's exactly what I did. Apparently, that's also what the 3 other people did that also got tickets. Now, Smith Street has 3 patches of old bitumen where the council workers had to carefully resurface around the cars that were parked exactly where we were told. That kind of sucks for both people. Like, the pavers kind of got... Like, I know it wasn't the council workers that were out there resurfacing the road, so they had to go and do a job around those cars. And this guy got fined just because the council workers was big jerks. But I mean, at least the council workers didn't get what they wanted. So for this next story, I had to look up what MMMBop or MMMBop was. I guess it's a group. Like an artist that does songs. It looked like it was really old songs, so it's probably not in my generation. And if the boss threatens firing the staff for playing MMMBop from an approved company CD list, I'll get you demoted. I worked one summer at a canoe rental company located in the large provincial park. The place employed about 60 people aged 16 to 33 on average, with a few management who were older. One of the rules at the place was the only acceptable music that could be played on the speaker system was from a specific list of approved albums that were in a book filed with CDs. One of my jobs was to open up the shop in the morning. This meant that I started about 15 minutes before everyone else. My usual routine would be get everything unlocked, the tills in place, move a few canoes that were for first thing rental that morning, and then exactly 0700 press play on the CD player. I would go and get my morning coffee, eat breakfast, and watch the world go by for 15 minutes before going back to work. Usually the person who started at 0700 in the shack would be the one responsible to pick and start the music. However, as I was really efficient, I would be able to get my morning duties done, press play, and be long gone from the vicinity before that song I had picked was apparent to people listening. For the first few days, I chose nice classic upbeat music to get everyone going. Beatles, Led Zeppelin, maybe play some CCR, etc. I really enjoyed sipping my coffee and watching all the kids starting work, bopping their heads to the music as they flipped canoes, cleaned off tables, etc. The assistant manager was one of those my way or the highway individuals. If you got on his bad side, he would give you the worst jobs, belittle you in public, and essentially just be a jerkhole. We shall call him Assistant Dick. One afternoon, one of the younger women working at the shack put on the CD from the book by Hanson called MMMBop. Everyone in the area who could hear the speaker started bobbing their head to the music and started singing along to the chorus. All in all, everyone seems to be enjoying the song. Everyone except Assistant Dick. Right when the chorus drops, he comes running out of the office and starts very loudly yell at the woman working the shack. I won't quote him verbatim, but essentially he told her, "F you stupid jerk. If you or anyone else plays the song again, you will be fired." He makes her take off her uniform and leave work for the day. I overhear parts of the discourse and approach Assistant Dick and ask why he reacted the way he did and that the CD she chose was in the approved binder. So what's the issue? You can't fire or threaten someone's job if they are following the rules. His response was something along the lines of that the song would make the company look bad and shouldn't be played. He refused to apologize to the woman when I told him he was out of line, and his response was to threaten my job as well. Next morning at 0700, and every morning I worked thereafter, guess what song I chose to play at full volume? Remember, by the time the chorus drops, I'm long gone from the shack. So whoever was unfortunately closest to the radio at the moment would get yelled at and threatened, etc. I made several extra copies of the CD, so every day Assistant Dick would throw out Hanson's CD and the next day it would get played again. I made a point to talk with anyone that got yelled at afterwards and explain their legal rights to them and that they had witnessed how out of line Assistant Dick had been. No one got fired or officially disciplined despite Assistant Dick's attempts. This went on for about a month until the owner got in early one day and observed the whole process. especially how Assistant Dick talked to the staff. The album was on the approved list and it was totally acceptable choice. Assistant Dick was demoted and was not hired back the next year. I, of course, played the song daily, the rest of the season whenever, when Now, just called Dick, was also working. It gives me a little skip in my step when I hear that song and picture the scowling face storming across the dock, with the sun rising over the horizon and the birds chirping in the background. Beautiful. TLDR, assistant boss threatens people they will be fired if he played Hanson Mbop from the approved company CD list, so I play it every day. Today we have the time I did exactly what the Japanese police and Mr. Belligerent wanted me to do. To start, this is not malicious compliance against the Japanese police, as it is against a customer from HE Double Hockey Sticks. Oh, and if the police are called to a dispute, they won't take sides unless the law is being broken in front of them. That is for the courts to sort out. They just keep the peace, talk to the two parties, and try to work things out. On to the story. In 2008, I think, I was a club owner in Japan. I rented the place from a rascally old man who let me do pretty much what I wanted. The club had a motorized mirror ball hanging in the ceiling, a pool table, and a projector there left over from the former renters that the landlord said I could use for free. I made a lot of money using the downtime. A club is usually wasted space during the day, setting up party space type events, after weddings, reunions, and the like. Here's an actual picture of one of the sit-down type events. Here it is, basket of glory, 3, 2, 1, let's go. The tables would disappear at night and you would have a dance floor. One party got a little rowdy, and during the festivities, the crazy host lady thought it was a good idea to pick up a chair and swing it over her head. Don't ask me why, she was very drunk. The arc of the swing launched the mirror ball into the air, smashing to the floor in 1,000 shiny pieces. After my staff cleaned up the broken glass, she promised to pay for it, and I thought that was that. I jumped online, found a like model on Amazon, and added the price to their bill. I don't remember the price, but being motorized, it was past $100, with non-motorized versions selling for much less. About 3 hours after, a very angry host lady's husband shows up, receipt in hand, saying I scammed the drunk host lady, and she was going to call the police and shut me down. And rabble. Our back and forth went on for quite a bit, and honestly, I was getting a bit tired of his macho in-your-face attitude. He then said he would talk to my landlord and get me evicted. I was at the eye-rolling stage and sarcastically said, "Oh, don't get him involved. You will regret making him mad." Unfortunately, sarcasm doesn't translate well in Japanese, and he jumped on the humor graph to say I was threatening his life and called the cops. The cops were totally professional, but a bit overzealous in responding to the call. 3 patrol cars and 2 bikes showed up. I guess the guy made it out that I was in a league with the mob, and I guess Gaijin plus Yazuku in the 2000s equal overkill. They listened to us together. Then they separated us and got each side of the story. Then, just to be sure, the police talking to each other switched places and asked us all over again the same questions. Slowly the cars, one by one, went back to work, leaving only 2 motorcycle cops with us, and the back and forth argument, all very tedious. Finally, one cop put us aside and said, "Look, he's willing to pay for the damage, but only if you apologize for threatening his life." Being American, where we see lawsuits everywhere, I was reluctant to say such a thing. So I walked back to the man and the police and I asked everyone, if I apologize for him getting frightened, this whole business is done? Angry man has his arms crossed and a macho smug, "Yeah, B, say you're sorry." Look at his face. The 2 policemen are also waiting for me to speak. "I am really sorry. Really so sorry you got scared so easily. Had I known," implying weakness, "I would have chosen my words more carefully." Dang if extremely polite Japanese can't turn into a slap in the face. Dude turns beet red, and I swear to you, the policeman on the left let his guard down just enough to let the corners of his mouth twitch into a grin, just for a moment. Then the policeman said, "He did as you asked. Now time to go home," and they herded him into his car. Thank you very much for sitting through all that. Hope nothing was lost in translation. TLDR, dude asked me to say sorry for threatening him, so I make him out to be a scaredy cat. Edit, you're alright, this happened in the 2000s. The date in the picture is 2008. Memory is fleeting, scary thing. Sorry again. I will leave the story unedited and live with the shame. That's exactly what he gets. That's probably the biggest kick in the nuts you can do to some guy that thinks he's like all big old macho man. It just imply that he's like some kind of sissy. He's like, he's so insecure. He's just like, I'm not a sissy. To those guys, you just want to be like, chill out, man. It's okay to relax. Like, just try and be yourself, man. That's exactly why I love malicious compliance. People getting exactly what they deserved and what they asked for. Everyone's happy. I have to take a sick day? Alright then. I apologize for formatting as I am in mobile. For a bit of context, my daily commute is at minimum 2 hours. Yes, I know. I could go into details on why I haven't moved closer, but I won't right now. Today I woke up not feeling too well, headache, a bit fever, and just not feeling too good. So I decided to stay home. I informed that I'll be staying home, but since I have a lot of work to do, I'm going to work from home. My workload is insane, to be honest. A few minutes later, I get an email from my boss saying that since I was sick, I should take a sick day. Basically, they don't want to pay me for working from home. That if I work, they'll decide later on if my work from home is approved or not. Oh, really? Well, fine then. I emailed them back saying I was taking the day as a sick day then, because I'm not risking the chance of working and then not getting paid. Now, as I lay peacefully in my bed, my email is being flooded with things that need to be done. Simple things I could do if I was allowed to work, but I'm not. So you're gonna have to wait until tomorrow, if I'm feeling better, so I can solve these things for you. So sorry. I love this, short and sweet. I love his attitude. This top comment is worth reading. In a previous role, I requested to work from home, but was told it wasn't possible. Therefore, I refused from that point to do anything at all from home and outside normal working hours. This was a global company, and my role involved working directly from the UK with teams from both China and the USA. So my working day could, in theory, stretch between 6 AM to 11 PM depending on the project. Everything still got done eventually, but simple conversation took 3 days to complete, as our working days never aligned, and I refused to answer messages and emails at home. It took a couple of weeks and a project involving the Chinese CEO before my boss in Europe realized what was going on. How did your boss react? Well, he said, previous role. Let's read one last sweet and short ones because they're just so nice. Got to use for free photography. Made sure a special friend was included. I'm not a professional photographer, but I do have decent equipment and portfolio, so a lot of friends will hit me up for discount photo shoots. Most of them pay or at least buy me dinner, but others expect me to do it for free. I'm close to my ex-boyfriend's family, so I was thrilled when his younger sister asked me to come to her prom pictures earlier this month, until she told me to bring the camera. I did mention to her that I'm doing online school and I have an exam due that week, so the pictures might not be ready for another week. She was fine with that. Within 2 hours of taking pictures of half a dozen high school students, I ended up with 300 plus shots, because everyone wanted the perfect Instagram shot. Whatever, I can go home, study, and slowly work on sorting through the pictures later. They're not paying me, so I wasn't exactly motivated either. I get a text from her and her mom around 11 PM. They wanted the pictures edited and uploaded by the next morning so they could be shown off on social media. I tried to explain that I'm studying, but they weren't having it. They said, "We don't care how you edit it, just make it look nice." Fine. I spent 3+ hours working on the pictures and editing them really nicely, that I even was proud. Then, I had Shrek into the background of every single picture. Shrek with his head poking out from between the kids, Shrek posing happily. Shrek had a very nice time at prom. Evidently. I uploaded the pics and sent them off. No one noticed the extra guests for weeks, and I got my ears chewed out by my ex's sister that I didn't appreciate her 900 followers on Instagram seeing Shrek grinning between her and her boyfriend. They asked me to edit however I wanted, so I delivered. Shrek was one of my best clients I ever had. This is exactly something I would do. This is more of a petty revenge. Actually, it's both petty revenge and malicious compliance. She didn't maliciously comply, but she got a little petty revenge in there with all those Shreks. That's a really good one, I'm not gonna lie. Blame me for cheating because I didn't do your laundry? Okay. I dated this a-hole before, dear hubby. He was the cheating kind. We'll call him Chad. About 6 months into our relationship, some girl from another school went bat guano rage that Chad was cheating on her with me. Spammed everyone in her address book with the news. Left me with some wild crazy voicemails. Generally lost her poop very publicly on him. Upon confronting Chad with the shocking news, he made a terrible mistake. He decided to blame me for his cheating. If I did the laundry and made dinner more often, he wouldn't have cheated on me. How these things are related to this is baffling, but it definitely got him on the express train to X-Town. We didn't even live together, so it was an especially odd choice for him to blame and shame game. I did, however, have keys to his place and malice in his heart. You want me to do your laundry? I'll do your laundry. I swung by the local big box bath store and picked up the cheapest bright red towel they had. You know, the one that looks exude dye for its entire lifespan as a towel, turning everything that will ever get near it pink. Then I loaded up his washer with my towel of bleeding dye and everything white I could find in his hamper. Underwear, socks, t-shirts, you name it. It was going to be pink. Then I executed the tackiest breakup of my life. You think getting dumped by a text message is bad? I did it by post-it note. I left a "we're through" type message. Just in case the number of names I called him after that blame and shame attempt haven't made it completely clear, he had sort of run away before I got all the way to "we're over." It worked out even better than I hoped because he didn't come home for a few days. He'd bugged out to visit his family for a long weekend to avoid the heat from 2 pissed women and their friends. By the time he got home, he had damp, pink, mildewy mess in his washer. Based on the angry voicemails I got, Chad didn't really want me to do his laundry after all. TLDR, Chad blamed cheating on me because I didn't do his laundry. We didn't live together. I turned his whites into pink and left him to rot wet while he was out of town. Broke up with him via post-it on the washer. This is revenge instead of malicious compliance. I mean, she got some revenge on him. I know that guy had to be extremely mad, but he really deserved that, honestly. Think you deserve more than 10% off and refuse to listen to our warnings? Okay then, you can't have it. Hey y'all, first ever post here, and it's not much, but it put a smile on my face, so I figured, why not? On mobile, sorry for formatting, etc. TLDR at the bottom. So I work customer service at a very popular retail store that basically sells everything from food to electronics to plants. You've all been to this poop hole, and I'm sure you know exactly where I'm talking about. But I'm not gonna say the name since I'm still there until uni Coop starts. I think she's talking about Walmart. So since I work in customer service desk at one of the least respected stores, I pretty much see the scum of the earth daily, and most management is part of that. Making rules that make sense on paper, but not in practice. Giving screaming customers whatever they want cause they screamed, but not giving anything to the people who are kind to the workers, etc. Today, management had our backs though. I have lots of stories, but this one is fresh from yesterday, so here you go. A woman comes up to the customer service desk asking if she can have a discount on a pair of shoes because they look tattered and bad. There was nothing wrong with the shoes, they just looked cheap because, well, that's what they were. My coworker was the one she approached and not wanting to argue, told her we can give her 10% off. This is the max discount even for associates. We aren't really technically supposed to give discounts on anything, but it's a big company and they don't care about a few bucks whatsoever. This girl gets mad though and says she doesn't think she should have to pay anything even close to full price for something of such low quality. The shoes were $14.97 by the way. My coworker explains that's the best we can really do for her, but she could buy a pair that she thinks is less tattered. She says they all look like that because that's how the shoe's supposed to look, and that she wants to speak to a manager because she deserves to pay less for something so tattered. At this point I stepped in because we were so understaffed that night. I knew the managers were currently dealing with other issues, associates being nowhere to be found, an issue in the parking lot, lots of sick calls, etc. And in my experience with most people that just need to be told by another person the same thing we were told the first time, I told the lady that the max discount anyone was able to give the store is 10%, and that's only actually for broken items, even for associates. And if the manager comes up, they will most likely tell her she's not getting no discount at all. She scoffs and says, "Sure, I want to speak to them anyways, and we'll see. I really want these shoes, and they're the only ones in my size, and they're tattered." I try to tell her again that the managers won't give her a higher discount, and that it'll probably just take them 10 minutes to get to the front, but she tells me that she wants the manager and she'll see for herself. Cue malicious compliance. I had originally thought it'd be an a-hole tax situation, but it turned out better. So I called for a manager, and like I predicted, took about 10 to 15 minutes for them to come to the front. And I guess they weren't very happy about it, presumably, since they were in the middle of something else. So at this point, this lady has already wasted at least 15 minutes of her day waiting here, making faces at me and my coworkers as though she won. I point the manager toward the customer, and when she gets there, they go ask what the issue is. The lady starts bashing me and my coworkers, saying that we are horrible customer service and that the customer is always right, blah blah blah. And she wants a bigger discount than just 10% because these shoes are broken. She now says, I guess since we told her we won't get a discount unless it's broken, she doesn't want to pay even close to the full price for something so low quality. She repeated. My manager looks at it and tells her they're not broken, and that's just how the shoe looks. The lady argues, saying that she deserves a bigger discount. At this point, I guess my manager just snapped and said, okay, well if you're sure that they're broken, then we can't actually sell them. They have to go through our claims department and then get sent back to the company. Sorry for your troubles. Is there anything else I can help you with? As she takes the shoes, puts them into the bin we have behind the desk that goes to claims. The woman is speechless for a second, and the manager walks away when the woman starts stuttering to us that she'll take 10% now. We told her no. She even said she'll pay full price since they were the only one in her size. We just told her over and over that no, we have to send them back to the company since they're broken, and we can't sell them to anyone. She eventually gives up and walks away. My coworker and I had a good laugh. About 5 minutes later, she walks past the desk again and yells, I'm not buying a single thing from this store anymore. I responded, okay, have a great night, and smiled all cheery while she shuffled and left. Unfortunately, I'm about 99% sure she'll be back in a week like every other customer who's never shopping here again, but one can hope. TLDR, lady thinks she's entitled to a discount more than 10% my coworker offered her on a perfectly fine pair of shoes because they looked bad. Wants to speak to a manager after I warned her she'll probably say no discount at all. The manager tells her we can't sell her the shoes at all since she says that they're broken and takes them away, and so she can't get any in her size at all. That's exactly what this Karen gets. This, I bet you everywhere she goes, she says, I want to speak to your manager, and gets exactly what she wants in this one lovely occasion. This one awesome, lovely, malicious compliance occasion, she got nothing. The top comment is, I always respond to, I'm never shopping here again, with a big thank you in the most amazed yet sincerely pleased voice I can muster. I actually used to work at Walmart. I worked in the Money Center area, and that also dueled with customer service. So I had to go work in customer service at Walmart, which I'm pretty sure this girl was talking about. I understand this to the max. My job was bad, but that job was terrible. Everyone just screaming and crying to get their way, throwing big baby fits. You're just like, please get out of here. Like always, I have no clue how long this video is gonna be, but let's do one more small little malicious compliance. I warned you I was sick. So from a previous post, you all know that my mom's ex is an abusive jerk. And one day I was cornered because I zoned out during math lesson he was giving. Homeschooling with an abusive a-hole really sucks. Standing in the corner, for those of you who don't know, basically means staring at a wall with my hands at my side and no noise for 10 minutes or whatever arbitrary time. For a high energy kid like I was, it royally sucked. I hated it. But today was a special day. I also sometimes feel ill if I don't sleep. It's rare, but it was late at night this night and 10-year-old me starts to feel ill. It might not have been far past my bedtime, but it was clearly too late for my stomach. Me, I'm gonna be sick. Him, not believing me. Stay in the corner. Malicious compliance kicked in. So I stayed there. The next noise he hears from me is the gargling splashes of what contents of my stomach have just made a grand exit. I cover the wall and the carpet, and he promptly shouts at me to go to the bathroom. I had to clean it up after I was done puking, but I find it very amusing years later. He took it more seriously after that when I told him I have to go. That little kid. I bet you he was so mad. This reminds me so much of a story my older sister did. Me and my older sister are both pretty picky eaters, and my twin sister is not. But the one time my mom had my older sister stay at the dinner table and try to make her eat something she didn't want, which I think was bread. She didn't like sandwiches, so she tried to get her to eat bread. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And she stuffed it in her mouth, and as soon as she was done taking like 2 bites, she just threw up all on her plate. My mom was like, get out of here. That was the one and only time. I'm pretty sure my mom was just sick and tired of us not eating everything on our plate, and she was just like trying to get us to do it that time for real, and it didn't turn out good at all. You're only a builder. What the heck do you know? Just build a dang thing to spec. LTF, FTS, etc. This is fairly long, so there's a TLDR at the end. But this is one of my favorite stories from my hometown. It was long ago, so the specifics aren't that exact, but overall, the story is as it happened. I grew up in a small town community on an island off the coast of a thriving metropolitan area. It has its ups and downs, but it was generally pretty quiet sort of life. The community had a fairly large immigrant population from the various European countries, and one of those was, well, let's call him John. John the Builder. He and his numerous brothers had all moved to the island together and started a construction company. John was a big, affable man, easygoing and always smiling. He spoke excellent English, but had a thick accent. Some people assumed his accent meant his grasp of business was lacking, but usually not for long. Within a decade or so of him moving there, John and his brothers were pretty much the only builders of note on the island, and anything bigger than the garden shed would go through them. Around that time, my granddad retired and moved to the island with my grandma. He contracted John to help him build his retirement house, and they bonded over their mutual appreciation over really good concrete mix and pour. By then, John's family were good friends with ours too, so John and my grandpa kept in touch regularly, and would often get involved in discussions of building methods and Some years later, the old couple running the main petrol station in the town decided to sell up and retire, and the place was bought by Big Fuel Company. Big Fuel Company decided that the quaint old station and garbage was in dire need of a complete makeover and modernization, and drew up plans accordingly. After putting the work out for tender, they grudgingly accepted that with the cost of relocating and labor force from the mainland to the island for the work, John's construction firm was by far the most cost effective. They weren't happy about it though, and made it clear that they thought John and his brothers were a bunch of rural cowboys who couldn't be trusted to nail 2 planks together. Still, the contracts were signed and the blueprints delivered to John, as well as the usual amenities. The new station was to have a high, artistically stylish roof over the fuel pumps, held up by 2 support pillars. You know, that sort of thing. John read the plans, thought about the stiff sea breezes and the location was subject to, and frowned. He took the blueprints around to my granddad and discussed them. Possibly not entirely within the bounds of the contract, but John was concerned. The next day, John rang Big Fuel Company's contract and said in his thick accent, "This roof isn't going to stand up. The support pillar footings are too shallow, and the roof itself is too large for pillars that size. Plus, you haven't factored in the strength of the winds we get there. Everything else is fine, but you need to redesign that roof." "Rubbish," scoffed Big Fuel Company guy. "We had it designed by a very exclusive architect, and our engineers signed off on it. It's fine. You don't know what you're talking about." "Maybe," said John, "but I've been building here for 20 years, and I think you should go over my design again." "Don't be ridiculous. You're just trying to get the contract extended. We don't need to check the design. Now get building." Click. John, being a genuinely nice bloke, thought that maybe this was just one person being difficult, and also felt that this sort of thing should probably be in writing. Sat down and wrote a clear letter expressing his concerns about the fuel pump shelter, and sent it overnight to the Big Fuel Company office on the mainland. The next day, he got a call from Big Fuel Company office, from someone further up the ranks. "What the heck is this? Who do you think you are, trying to tell architects and engineers that they don't know what they're doing? You're only a builder. What the heck do you know? Just build the dang thing." "Could you put that in writing, please?" asked John. This is the point at which sensible manager would be given pause. When the contractor specifically asks for it in writing, you should probably ask why. "Fine," snarls the Big Fuel Company guy, and faxes through a terse note that he'd read the letter and considered it mistaken, and to get on with the construction. John shrugged, carefully filed the note, and went ahead with the build. A little over a month later, the new station was finished, roof and all. On a pleasantly gusty day, perfect for sailing, Big Fuel Company bigwigs flew over to see the results. Standing there with John and a curious crowd of locals, they watched the shiny new stylish roof, danced and swayed in the wind, in a manner decidedly unlikely to reassure anyone thinking of refueling their car underneath it. "What the freak is this?" inquired Big Fuel Company boss. "Just what I tried to warn you about," replied John. "BS. You screwed up the construction, and now you're trying to pin it on us? We're not paying for this. You're going to need to tear it down at your expense and build it right. It's built exactly to your blueprints," said John. "If you want it rebuilt, you have to pay for it. Preferably with a new design." "Not a chance. This is on you. And if you try to dodge responsibility for it, we'll sue." "Sounds good," said John. "See you in court." So the fuel station was cordoned off, and legal proceedings went ahead. I don't know much about them, but at some point I do know something like this happened. Judge: "Defense, you may call your first expert witness." John's lawyer: "Thank you, Your Honor. We call Professor Thornay's granddad, internationally recognized civil engineer who chaired the report into the redacted bridge collapse and was head of engineering at university for 25 years. Big Fuel Company's team legal." John's lawyer: "Thank you for joining us, Professor. Would you please tell the court how you first learned about the project in question?" My granddad: "Of course. John first approached me with his concerns directly after receiving the blueprints. I agreed with the assessment, and I have since drawn up a brief report on the problems of the roof design. The details and supporting calculations are in pages 4 through 16, but if you don't mind, I'll just read the summary. I noted the following problems." Big Fuel Company legal team: "Oh dang." With that and the note John had, it didn't take long to be settled. Big Fuel Company was on a hook for all of it, plus legal fees. They had to pay John to tear down the unstable roof and build a new one, designed by a different architect and checked by off-site engineers. Nonetheless, when John got new plans, he rang Big Fuel Company and said, "Hope you don't mind, I'm just gonna run these past the prof before we get started. TLDR, small town builder gets big contract spots, problems, and raises concerns. Is told to build the spec. Build suspect? Problem happens. Big company tries to blame it on small town builder and is dealt righteous retribution for the surprisingly well credentialed local." My God, who wrote this? An English major? They must have really thought this out. It was written almost like a book kind of. The funniest part is that they had to pay John again to break it down and rebuild it, because like that was the cheapest way for them to do it. He did get his malicious compliance and a little bit of revenge in there. Got paid again to take it down, got paid again to build it back up. So he was in work for a little while, so that's good for him. This is almost like a positive situation, and didn't have to pay any legal fees too. Let's read one more short r/malicious compliance story. Want a child ticket? Sorry man, I can't let you in. So here in the UK, a 15 rated film means that you have to be 15 to see the film. No exceptions. Back a few years ago, we had two ticket types in my cinema. adult, and child. It said change to incorporate a teen ticket. Child was under 15 and adult was anything above. This guy comes in with his mates, back at the queue to get in, but can be heard throughout the foyer, being all loud and obnoxious. And the generalization I found in my experience in the cinema is that if the teens on their own are loud and obnoxious in the foyer, there's a high chance they'll be the same during the film and generally be a nightmare in the screen. I start to notice some people in the queue looking over at him and rolling their eyes. I get the pleasure of serving this guy. Comes up to me, still shouting over his mates who are getting served by some of my colleagues, and asks for a ticket to see the 15 rated film. Can't remember which one. One of these low budget, bad horrors that come out in their mini sequels, recently Insidious or Sinister or Annabelle or whatever. He looks about 16 or 17, but since he had a ticket, work script autopilot takes over. And I ask how old he is, so I can tell him the correct ticket type. Him being the person he is, and probably since he's always gotten away with it before, to get a cheaper ticket price, he said he was 14. The moment he said that, a massive grin washes over my face. Sorry mate, this film's a 15. Holding back my glee, and not having to deal with this BS for the next 2 hours, I can't let you in. No amount of begging and pleading would make me budge, so he asked to speak to the manager. The manager comes down, sides with me, and he's on his way. Day ruined. Wait, did his friends go and see the movie too? I wish they would have said that. This is kind of like a petty revenge. This is really good though. That bratty little teen got what was coming to him. Entitled Gossipy Witch sabotages my totally legal romantic relationship with my former teacher, ruins her career, and runs us both out of town. How about I destroy yours and your entire family's whole life, lady? Insert obligatory throwaway account explanation. It applies. I come from a really small town. Think the lidless, most nothing happens here city, extended layover in your flyover state nightmares. And my hometown is even more quiet than that. Think half a mile or more between neighbors, a single main street downtown, one McDonald's, one department store, one movie theater with 3 screens where everyone goes there Friday and Saturday night. Church every Sunday, everyone knows everyone else, or at least knows their business. The whole city is invested in the fortunes of the high school football team, that sort of place. Graduating class of 60, not because the senior class was dumb, it was just a tiny school. I didn't really fit in at school, and kinda was a loner by choice. I cringe about it now that I am almost 26, but I was a wannabe emo goth rocker. I still got invited to a party with other kids, not because they liked me necessarily, but because I just wanted as many people to invite. My mom baked cookies and cakes for church, and when she wasn't doing that, she cut her hair in the town's one salon. My dad owned an internet cafe for a while when those were hot. Once everyone in our little nowhere town got Wi-Fi, he turned it into a tax service. Business is always slow because most people did their own taxes, but he didn't really depend so much on his business. He served 20 years as a petty officer in the Navy, and so he and my mom got by on his pension. In high school, I worked at a private burger place that competed mostly unsuccessfully against the town's single chain fast food restaurant. My boss always told me I should ask my mom to cut my hair and to stop looking like a dang girl. No thanks, old man. So with all this boredom everywhere, you can imagine that the sensation Miss Amber Fontaine caused when the high school hired her to be the 11th and 12th grade English teacher. Miss Fontaine was of French extraction and had moved to America in her later teens to go to college in New York. She was only 24 and very beautiful. She spoke perfect English, but did so with a very pleasant accent. Obviously, all the guys loved her, and lots of women hated her. She appeared oblivious to all the attention, however, and just stuck to her job. Really, we didn't know too much about her. She mostly kept to herself, and nobody ever saw her hanging out with any men in town. And it wasn't for lack of men's trying. It soon became clear that she wasn't into dating any of the men in our city had to offer. Much later, I found out that she had just taken a job in our small town to gain experience, with the future goal of being a college professor in a big city. A sort of a 2-year plan. Obviously, I had a crush on her. We all did. It was still a small, church-going town, so nobody really acted out on his urges, or tried to harass her or anything like that. As guys, we talk about how hot she was amongst ourselves. Usual locker room stuff teenage boys do, but that was it. My one real out of school experience with Miss Fontaine was when she stopped by a burger joint I worked at and saw me working there. She told me I had a nice smile and that she wished I smiled more because in school I was always frowning because I was in my emo everyone sucks phase. When the food preppers came up with her food and handed it to me to give to her, I was impressed and not at all surprised that she ordered a salad. She didn't strike me as someone who ate the greasier slop we sold here. In school, the following Monday she smiled at me in the hall hall, and I smiled back. She said, "You're learning," but not in a condescending or patronizing way. Just a fun, kidding way, and I exchanged a smile with her every time after. And that was the extent of my great high school romance with Miss Fontaine. Exchanged a few hellos and smiles during my senior year when I was 17. Things changed the following year though. I was 18 and still working at the burger joint when Miss Fontaine comes into the restaurant. "Oh, hey, OP," she says, and she asks with real seriousness, "Are you going to college?" I tell her the truth. I'm working with my band. I cringe about this period of my life too. Playing guitar and saving money for community college. Only sort of the truth about the last thing. Honestly, most of my money I spent on weed and ecstasy. I was the main vocalist in addition to being the guitarist, and our band's only other member were Jerry, the bassist, and Gabe, the drummer. Both of them were just out of high school, like me, and like me, they had no plans to go to college. Gabe worked at the same burger joint as me, and Jerry, who had been one of my best friends in high school, ironically worked at the chain fast food restaurant down the street from my restaurant. Our lives at this time revolved around wasting our youth, skateboarding, getting high, and playing our punk band. We like to think that we played an emo punk metal fusion, but looking back, our sound hasn't aged well. Miss Fontaine tells me that now she's in her second year of teaching, she has a better sense of how to do things. She tells me that she wished that her current students were as well behaved and put as much effort as me. I earned mediocre grades throughout high school, but consistently earned an A in English because I like to read. She says she'll see me around. A few days later, she comes into the restaurant again, and we get to talking, and she asked me if I'd like to go to the movie. I can tell she's bored because there's really no one her own age to hang out with in our town. Or if there are, they're all lame. I think we both get the feeling that it's natural we should hang out. And now I was completely out of high school, and she wasn't my teacher, and we were both adults. By this time, I was newly 18, and she had just turned 25. Why not? So that's how it started. We met up in the early evenings, totally innocent, and go to the movies. Or to dinner at the one good restaurant in town. Miss Fontaine was cool about letting me slide when it came to paying for our dates because she knew I made minimum wage. It was actually me who started to push our relationship to the next level. After a while, I started to hold her hand when we walked places. And finally, we started kissing. Never in front of anyone. She taught me a lot of French words and phrases over the next summer and fall while we were going out. My parents knew I was sort of dating my former teacher, but since it was keyword former, they didn't really raise any stink about it. Miss Fontaine would always try to convince me to go to college, but she did see our band play a few times when we got a rare gig at a roller rink, and she was nice enough not to tell us what she really thought of us. We didn't have sex until we'd been dating casually for nearly 2 months. That was my idea too, but she admitted that she really liked me and she wanted it to happen ever since we reconnected earlier that year, after I had graduated. I'm not the kiss and tell type, but my bandmates sort of knew the dynamic in my relationship with Miss Fontaine. She had been Amber ever since we first made out. They appeared cool with it. I stopped doing so much dope and really begun putting money away to save for college. The JC near my house was super cheap. Amber would often tell me she thought about applying there for work, but said that she really wanted to move to West Coast or back to the East Coast to teach at a college. Eventually, she told me she'd like me to come with her. After a few months, I was in love with Amber, and she was in love with me too. She said, we didn't throw our relationship in people's faces or show public affection, but it's not like we pretended not to know each other either. Amber had come around the house and my parents really liked her and thought she was a great influence on me. I didn't expect to cut my hair, but I was neater and more presentable. And eventually, I really did begin enrolling in GE classes at my local 2-year. But then, things went downhill fast. Out of seemingly nowhere, Amber got a call for a meeting from the local school board. And this is my secondary account of the situation, as Amber was the one there, not me. There had been reports that she was dating a former student, romantically. They were talking about me, and that she was having sexual relationship with said student while he was still a minor and still attending high school. Of course, she denied everything. Of course, they believed nothing. She had sent me a desperate text, and since ours is a small town, I think I've mentioned that a couple times already, I was at the meeting in literally 10 minutes. I told him the truth, that I was in Miss Fontaine's class in 12th grade, and that I was her student. That was all. I told the truth that we were reconnected several months after graduation, and only then did we begin dating. And I was over 18. The opinion of the board was essentially, look son, we appreciate the noble effort you're making to defend your friend's honor, but we're looking for the truth here, not omissions. I insisted that I was telling the truth and not trying to cover anything up. After a lot of tears, Amber was simply warned that it wasn't becoming of a teacher to be seen with students outside of campus, even if they're former students. And we assumed that was all. We were really wondering who had complained about us, or who would make up the tales about us having sex while I was still a minor and a student of Amber's. I was staying at Amber's apartment by this time. I kicked in a portion of the rent, of course. I had even met her parents, albeit only on webcam. They were good people. They don't speak a lot of English, but Amber filled them in with the missing pieces. They knew my age, and they were cool about it. We assumed it was just a small town gossip, and it would blow over. Boy, were we wrong. Over the next several weeks, Amber's meeting with the school board, vicious rumors started to spread. I won't insult your imagination. You know what people were saying. One day, my boss at the burger joint just told me he had to let me go. Some flim-flam excuse about the store losing money, and my hairstyle was driving away customers. Whatever, dude. Amber told me it wasn't my fault, and she promised to support me when I look for another job. But then one day, she got fired too. She was working as a probationary teacher, it meaning that during her first 2 years, she could be fired for any reason, and actually, no reason had even been given. Explanations were for those who earned the tenure. We both knew why she was getting fired, but the district strongly implied that it was simply because she was an ineffective teacher. In her defense, I looked at the data on the district website, and the number of students from our school who did well on standardized tests in her subject area leaped by double-digit points during the time she was a teacher there. Her numbers were far above state average, and to this day, since her departure, the same scores have nosedived. Amber told me that students tended to respond to her and that she was very popular among the students. It was true that she was immensely popular when I was a student, and I'll assume the same carried true to the year after I graduated. Aside from the obvious fact that she was eye candy, she was simply a good teacher, a good person, and that's why the kids liked her. Lots of students threatened to riot when she was fired, but being a non-dramatic, non-attention-seeking person she is, Amber asked them just to focus on their studies and doing well, and helping their new teacher adjust he or she arrived to take her place. My dad told her she ought to sue the district, but Amber didn't want the drama. Besides, she said she was allowed to resign, so that it wouldn't show up on her record as of having been fired. Also, she said that the district promised not to try to revoke her teaching credential. Her own parents suggested maybe she had to come home, to France, but she insisted on sticking it out in America. My parents were cool and they offered to let her move in with us while she figured out her life. She's lucky that her parents are well off because they gave her some money to relocate to California. She asked me please come with her, that she loves me, and that we could start new there. I've always wanted to move to California, so I jumped at the chance. My parents were happy that I was in a relationship with a good person who obviously cared about me and gave us some money too. We got an apartment together in Los Angeles area. Neither of us drove, so we both got bikes to get around. Our new area was a world apart from our old life. Though I know Amber's own teenage years were in Paris, so Los Angeles would have been much of a culture shock to her. I immediately enrolled in a local community college and got a job as a waiter in a popular French restaurant. Our gimmick was that some of the servers actually spoke French. Over the last several months, Amber had taught me a lot of French, so I was a very popular server at the restaurant because I gave it authenticity. Unfortunately for Amber, the school district misled her about teaching license. When they promised not to have her license revoked, they spoke the truth, but they left out the part where they attached an official reprimand to it, accused her of an inappropriate relationship with students under her charge. So whenever Amber applied for teaching jobs, this would immediately come up as a red flag on her applications. Another surprise red flag was that the school she applied to would notice that she was fired from her last job. No, I wasn't, she'd say. I resigned. Yeah, but it says you were forced to resign to avoid termination for cause. Amber was 7 years older than me, but I think in some ways I know a lot more about how nasty Americans can be than her. Everywhere she went, doors would slam career-wise. She appealed to the state teaching license organization and they said they'd look into it, but months later, nothing came up. Calls to her former school resulted in getting a runaround. No one knew anything. So for the next several months, I was paying our day-to-day bills and helping to support Amber. Though I must acknowledge that the loans both our sets of parents gave us helped tremendously, and we couldn't survive without them. Finally, one day, Amber tells me, you know what? Screw trying to teach public schools. Oh, and LP, I'm pregnant. So 2 pieces of good news. Many months later, Amber and I are happily married. Wedding was beautiful in sunny Los Angeles. Amber's parents and mine and our other families had all attended. We had a pregnant honeymoon in France, and now we have a son, Jules. I'm closing in on earning my associates in information technology. I've been promoted to maitre at the restaurant and have health benefits for my wife and son. We live in a studio apartment, but at least it's a huge studio. And that's enough for now. Amber stays home with the baby, but she also teaches online English and French courses for a private school. So even though she's blacklisted from teaching in the public K-12 district, she can still teach, which is her passion. More months pass and I got my first job in IT, troubleshooting computers for a small company downtown. I make double what I used to make at the restaurant, and my employer has a program where I can finish my bachelor's while I work, and they will subsidize 50% for free, and the other 50% they will dock from my pay in small monthly installments. Sounds like an amazing deal, and I take it. We moved to a bigger apartment. Amber is making her awesome contribution both as a mother and to our finances with her tutoring. We're planning for her to eventually go back to school for her graduate degrees so she can finally fulfill her dream of teaching in college. Oh, more good news? OP, I'm pregnant again. Life is sweet. So while everything is going awesome, one day, I get a text from my mom. She was at a local school board meeting with her neighbors regarding a bill proposal to hire more teachers. Apparently, over the past few years, the population has grown and the high school needed to expand. So now, it's a two-horse town, my mom says. While she was at a meeting, my mom ran into Jerry's mom. Jerry was a bassist for my own band that I quit once I got into a serious relationship with Amber. My mom never met Jerry or his mom, or at least in the way that connected them to me. The reason was because I never brought Jerry around our house. Because for a couple years, Jerry was my drug supplier. He had the hookup for anything you wanted. Well, what does all this have to do with anything? My mom doesn't know Jerry's mom, but she hears her and some lady talking about me and Amber. My mom heard them saying that Jerry had been the one to tell everyone about Amber and me supposedly having sex before I graduated. And his mom went straight to the school board. Their names as informers were protected under confidentiality. I had lost touch with Jerry over the years and had stopped playing music with him long ago. I knew he had resented all the time I was spending with my chick. It's a shame because he used to be such a good friend of mine. It sucked that he was getting behind my now wife and mother of my child and soon to be children fired from her career. Jerry's mom was a teacher at Amber's former school of employment. It became a joke of ours that his mom had a huge stick in her butt regarding prim and proper behavior and was a goody two-shoes teacher whose poop don't stink. Yet her kid Jerry, a student at her school, is basically the biggest drug dealer in town. Also, looking back, I know he had a crush on Amber too and probably always resented that I got to be in a relationship with her and he didn't. Maybe it's because she knows quality, you jerk. I was interested in learning that Jerry's mom was now on the school board. I didn't tell Amber about this all right away. I just asked her to let me know what she remembered about Miss Jerry's mom. She told me that Jerry's mom was always really mean to her and often one of the main instigators in getting everyone, the adults, on campus to exclude her from teacher social activities. It's one of the main reasons why Amber didn't make friends with the other teachers. Amber tells me that the male teachers tended to be nicer to her at first, but the female teachers overwhelmingly despised her before they even knew her. Jerry's mom, Amber told me, was also the teacher she knows who started a petition not to renew her contract for a second year at the school. This was the first I heard about this. Evidently, only a few female teachers signed the petition, but the petition was placed in Amber's permanent file as evidence that the staff lacks confidence in her. They were basically setting her up to be fired even though she was doing a good job at teaching and the students liked her. Well, I'm more Cali than Iowa these days, but I still keep in touch with a few friends, now grown up, I knew in school, including Gabe, the drummer from our old band. From what I hear, Jerry manages the burger joint I used to work at, because the old guy who owns it is retired. I have a social media account, but only use it to contact people in emergencies. I never update anything. My profile is practically blank online. I'm not one of those people who checks it daily or uploads pics of my lunch. Didn't post about marrying or having kids or moving to LA. I told people matter directly. Jerry was still my friend on social media even though we stopped talking ages ago. So I clicked his profile. Yep, he definitely managed the old place of employment. I clicked on his friends and family's profiles and recognized his mom, my old history teacher. She was on the school board now, sanctimonious as ever. I think I mentioned before that I came from a small town, and in a small town, there often isn't anything for bored kids to do other than do dumb stunts or do drugs. And for the biggest loser kids of all, the group that included me, we were dumb enough to record ourselves partying and talking junk and doing that aforementioned drugs. That's exactly what my band used to do all the time. Whenever we had a show, we'd go around taping ourselves using our cell phones. We'd take a video of us rocking out, skating, drinking beer at the vacant lot, take video of us getting high. We'd also talk to the camera. I hadn't thought about the old recordings in years, but I never erased them from my old phones. I'm the kind of guy who hoards his cell phones, not because I think they will increase the value or that I find them especially interesting, but I kind of think of them like file cabinets of my past because I don't erase anything, aside from phone numbers. I don't really transfer data on one phone to a successor, easy as it would be. My current boss knows I used to do drugs, and they don't care. In IT, I'm told everyone used to get lit, and many still do. I asked my wife offhand if her new job knows about what happened in our old town. She says yeah, but they don't care about any of that. They only care that she teaches expert level conversational French. That's what their clients, many of them traveling professionals, demand. Many of her co-workers, she tells me, had a few felonies on their records, but her employer was a firm believer in rehabilitation. Copacetic. So I check some of my old videos and find what I need. I have no trouble finding videos of Jerry getting high as a mother effer. That was practically every video. And in practically every video, he brags about his parents know he's a druggie and a dealer and want to ship him off to the army and make a man out of him. The video I really want is, nope, it's not on this phone. Maybe the LG? Nope, just more of Jerry rolling on ecstasy at a rave we snuck in out of state to attend when we were in 11th grade. Maybe my old Galaxy? Bingo. Jerry talks about how his mom knows all about the drug use and sometimes even smokes weed herself. with his dad, and how they caught him with cocaine once and yelled at him and his dad kicked his butt. But then Jerry came home the next day from school to find his mom was coked out on the kitchen table and that she had called in sick that day. The video was time-stamped. I think that'll do. I still don't tell Amber. It would only upset her in her condition. But I asked my mom to contact the info of all the people who run the Little Town School Board. I already know the school's basic email address, and I graduated not too long ago, and so most of the administrators are still mid-career at my former high school. I still have their emails. I'll make a throwaway email account and attach the relevant video to it, and send it to everyone that matters in town. All the teachers, the administrators, even from the elementary and middle schools. The church, the pizza place, the burger joint owner, the roller rink boss, you name it, they got the files. The files where Jerry exposes himself as a coked out drug dealer with his mom having full knowledge of the fact and her husband even indulging in the drugs himself. The next day, Amber asks me while she's feeding our son, "Honey, why are you so happy?" I tell her and she starts crying. "No, I'm not sad," she reassures me. "I'm just so happy you did this for me." Then me, Amber, Rachule, and our bun in the oven goes for a walk because such a nice day. Still, need a haircut. Not getting one. Do I even need to say what happened afterward? All this ancient history shouldn't matter, but in a small town, it's devastating. The videos are just of Jerry talking trash. Who knows if they even tell the truth? Doesn't matter. In a small town, gossip becomes gospel. Kind of how everyone believed me and Amber were screwing before I turned 18, even though that was 0% true and they ran us out of town on a rail. My parents had to endure the fallout of my disgrace when I left town years ago with my French tramp, as all the idle busybodies have dubbed my wife. My mom and dad made their peace with it and have numbed themselves to the slurs, and always stood up for us. They are what's good about small town America. Jerry got fired from his job, police searched his house, and that is to say, his mom's house, and found a lot of drugs. Evidently, when the rumors went flying that Miss Jerry's mom had a drug-dealing son, kids busted for drugs at the high school caved under pressure to admit who hooked them up. Oopsie, so he was telling the truth. Jail for you, cock-blocking D-bag. His mom was summarily dismissed from her job, along with the appropriate blacklisting that being a drug-abusing, child-endangering, fraud-committing public official essentials. My mom wasn't clear on the details, but there's a possibility she and her husband might face jail time too. It came out that Jerry's dad had been cheating on his wife for years with a woman from the church. Jerry's whole family and persona non grata. They want to leave town but can't pending court case. Until then, they'll just be hated to their face. I'll hate them from across the country. Small town. Everyone knows everyone. Or at least their business. Which means sooner or later, word will slip. People will drop the "it's confidential" charade and figure out that I was responsible for a family's downfall. I don't give a freak. Jerry, you listening? Good. Come at me, bro. Remember at the beginning when I said I knew this had to be a good story? That was an understatement. I know like 3 stories ago I said that was my favorite story about the teacher, but this teacher story is even better. This is crazy. This is written like a novel almost. I cannot believe he sent that video to everyone, like the freaking owner of the burger place too, and the church people. That sabotage, that revenge. This is not pro revenge. He's not a professional. This is nuclear revenge. He nuked that entire family's life. They got exactly what was coming to him. Jerry for being a snitch, his mom for being a snitch to the school goddamn council, Jerry's dad just cause he's Jerry's dad cheating. I enjoyed this story to an extreme amount. I'm saving this. Girl called me racist for not letting her self-promote on my page. I'm an artist that makes money off commissions. I lost my job at the start of the pandemic, and I've been relying on these commissions as my main source of income since. I mainly post my art on Tumblr. My following is pretty decent, and I have some exposure on my posts, through the use of hashtags and whatnot. About a week ago, my account was suspended. I'm all for racial equality and BLM movement. I'm aware of the racial injustices going on in this country, and I believe there needs to be change. About a week ago, I started having problems with this user. She would comment under my posts promoting her own art and page, and after a while, it got pretty annoying, but I let it slide. But then, she started dropping her PayPal and Venmo in my comments, so I messaged her about it, kindly by the way, and I told her I wasn't too fond of her promoting her stuff under my work, as this was my main source of income. She began to call me a racist and a bigot. I was honestly confused, because I didn't think anything was wrong with me asking her to stop shamelessly promoting on my artwork. She got very angry and said I was taken away from a black creator, herself, and that the whiteys need to let the black community flourish. Again, I was confused, as my bio clearly says I was Mexican. I told her that I understand the frustrations of everything going on, but that this is my page, and I'm allowed to do what I want with it. So I deleted her comments and whatnot. A few hours later, my account was suspended for hate speech. I'm trying to get my account back, by the way. I also don't know if this is the right subword. Another thing. I'm aware this does not account for every black creator. This doesn't define the group as a whole. What the? That's just entitledness right there. That is very entitled. That's choosing beggars and entitled people. That is a very entitled person to think that they should be allowed to just promote whatever they want under your post and you not be able to have any say just because of skin color. Hopefully Tumblr looks into that and gets it done. I know Tumblr is a pretty shady site in the first place, so good luck on that. Anyways, on to the next story. Adidas isn't good enough. So around a year ago, my sister left an abusive relationship and had nothing, not even clothing. It was the middle of the night and she had her son and had only clothes that they were wearing. So my mom and I took them both to Walmart to buy some clothes, since, they had absolutely nothing except what they were wearing. Her son, who's only a toddler, was more than happy with the Walmart clothing. A few dinosaur tees, some jeans and some shorts, pajamas and whatnot. My sister wasn't exactly happy. It isn't branded, but she reluctantly agreed. She had just about everything except for a sweatshirt / hoodie. A few years back, I had bought myself an Adidas hoodie with some birthday money that cost $50. I didn't really wear it much anymore, but when I first got it, my sister was insistent that I had to give it to her, going as far as asking my mom to get me to give it to her. Of course, I said no because I had just purchased it at the time. Anyway, we returned back to the house with my sister. I lived with my family at the time. All the while, she complained that she hadn't bought a hoodie and she'd get cold. She was offered a plain jacket from Walmart, but she didn't want it. Though reluctant, I gave the hoodie to her because, and I repeat, she had nothing, and I felt sorry for her at the time. She took it home, and I've never seen her wear it, even though she begged for it for several years. It's kind of irritating, but it's not that bad. Oh, but it gets worse. I bought myself a Nike jacket when I went to Spain with my parents around the same time that my sister had came out of the relationship. When we went on vacation that had been booked for months in advance, she also complained that she couldn't go there with us. Back to the Nike jacket. I refused to give that one to her because I do wear that Nike jacket quite regularly. Anyway, she asked my mom to ask me for it again. Of course, my mom comes to me and says, "Can you give your sister that Nike jacket? You don't wear it anyways, and she doesn't like the Adidas jumper." TLDR, I gave my sister an expensive Adidas sweatshirt when she had nothing, but it wasn't good enough because it wasn't Nike. Well, that's weird because Adidas is a more popular brand right now. You think she would want the Adidas one. It kind of sucks when you want to help someone in need, but they want to take more than you want to give them. And it's like, I'm trying to help you here. Can you just take what I'm trying to give you? And they're like, no, give me more. And they want to be greedy. And it makes you not want to help them at all. But that's a good family member. Good on them, because I would have just snatched my stuff back. I would be like, take it or leave it. This is what you get, or this is what you don't get. That's it. Well, I mean, what would you do in the situation? Would you just be like, alright, here's the other sweater off my back after I gave you my other expensive sweater? Anyways, before I ramble, on to the next story. Ungrateful choosing beggar. Ugh, so I got burned today. I need to vent. While waiting in my car to pick up my husband from work, with our almost 2-year-old son in the back, a random guy waved at me for my attention from the sidewalk. I rolled down my passenger side window, the one nearest to him, and he immediately started thanking me profusely for acknowledging him. Okay, got a feeling where this was going. So I preface this by saying if anyone begs me for money, I have a personal policy that I will never give cash. I've been conned too many times, but I will always give out water and or snacks. With the toddler, I usually have those on hand. He gives me one of the many creative stories that I've heard over and over. We have quite a few beggars in our small town. This time, it's his grandchild. We are starving, and we need some food for them. He seemed surprised when I immediately said, okay, here you go, and handed him 2 granola bars. These were overpriced toddler superfood granolas too. I try to get the good stuff for my son. The man shakes his head and says no, that he wants his grandchildren to have some bologna and cheese, and if he can have some money to buy them the food so they won't starve. I told him all that I have are these granola bars and hand them to him out the window. He asks again for money. I say I don't have cash on me, but these will keep them fed until they can go get some bologna. I wish him well and say that I hope this will do for now. The beggar man looks me dead in the eye and says no, it won't. Then he turns around and takes the granolas with him. Whatever, I tried. My husband gets in the car and we leave. As I rounded the corner, the beggar man is walking to the crosswalk as we approach the light. He doesn't see us. I watch him toss the granola bars as high as he can into the air and keep walking up to the light. He seems really annoyed. I was too. I couldn't believe not just how ungrateful, but the audacity to waste good food and litter. So I pulled up the car over to the parking lot at the light and got out. He saw me. The granolas were right there between both of us, and he turned right around and just snatched them up. I walked up. I am not confrontational by nature. Super mad. He said some BS about being so happy that he threw them up in the air to catch them. BS. I just watched you. You tossed them and walked away. Those were for my baby and I will take them back if you don't want them. He said it's fine, he'll eat them. And then I proceeded to open one and take a bite. So I just asked flatly, "What about your grandchildren?" He turned and walked away. Wow, what? Okay, this, not to get into ramble mode like I was talking about earlier, but this gives me a very bad memory and a flashback of one time. Okay, I have two separate times. One time, me, my best friend, and my mom all went out and we were just doing some shopping. We went to a gas station and some guy asked if he could have some money to feed his grandchildren as well. It was an older man. My mom gave him some money and then I gave him some money and my best friend gave him a little bit of money too. So it was probably like 40 bucks. It wasn't that much, but it was enough to be like if he needed a couple meals for his family. After we got done getting gas and went to the gas station, this man was in there buying cigarettes and alcohol. And I was like, I thought this was for food. What are you doing? He said, "You need what you need." After that, I honestly almost never gave money to homeless people. Aside from women, I have a very, very soft spot if I see women or if I see women and children. I'm just like, oh no, oh no. And what if that was my sister? So that leads on to the next story. When I was going to Walmart, I came outside after I got done at Walmart and some lady, she looked like she had, you know, like a regular car and like everything. She just said she needed gas money to get home to her children. She had no money. She spent it all, and she did have diapers and a couple of like bread and milk and stuff in the back of her car. So she said she just needed like $5 of gas so she can get home. And I was like, okay, here's $5. It's not that big of a deal, and it's a woman. My soft spot. Don't tell anyone, it's my soft spot. But I ended up sneakily following her to the gas station, which was directly across the street from this Walmart, just like 30-second, 1-minute drive. And I saw her get gas. So yes, she was very honest about what she was doing, and I appreciated that. So I guess, you know, sometimes it's good to give money to homeless people. You know, it's kind of fun when you're a child too. Anyways, let me know what you guys think about this. Stories about these ungrateful choosing beggars. If you have any suggestions on what we should do. I know it's been kind of a long time since I posted a video, but I'm back and hopefully I'm here to stay. I got a couple of things to work out. My main channel kind of like popped off and I have been like really busy on that. My TikTok account has like 1.5 million followers and I make a video for that every day. So I've been just a bit backed up, but hopefully I can get back onto the grind and continue these stories because I really do love reading these. They're entertaining to you guys and to me, hopefully to you guys. But right there, let's end it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope I see you guys next time and goodbye, my lovelies.